Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of Asset and Facility Management Conference AFMC 2021. In order to ensure the smooth running of the ceremony, we would appreciate if you could kindly take note of the following announcements. The event today will run until approximately 5:30 p.m. All participants are to remain online throughout the event except during the break, and please mute your microphone when not presenting. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning again to Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Senior Minister of Works Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Seri Muhammad Zuki bin Ali, Chief Secretary Government of Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Haji Muhammad Zulkifli bin Sulaiman, Director General Public Works Department Malaysia, President, the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association, and Chairman, Asset and Facility Management Conference AFMC 2021. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Zohari bin Haji Akub, President, Malaysian Association of Facility Management, and Co-Chairman, Asset and Facility Management Conference. Distinguished guests, invited speakers, panelists, moderators, presenters, and participants of Asset and Facility Management Conference AFMC. I am Dr. Dina from University Science Islam Malaysia, your MC for today. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the opening ceremony of the Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021, jointly organized by the Malaysian Association of Facility Management and the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association. We are particularly delighted to witness the support from Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Senior Minister of Works Malaysia, to the conference. Thank you, Yang Berhormat. Ladies and gentlemen, the Asset and Facility Management Conference, AFMC 2021, is organized in conjunction with the International Construction Week, ICW, an umbrella event officially opened by the Prime Minister. This conference is a platform for industry players to keep abreast with current knowledge, development, and exploring new opportunities and innovations. The theme of our conference today is gearing up to a post-pandemic world. Without doubt, the COVID-19 pandemic and the public health measures taken by the authority has a long-lasting effect on asset and facility management industry. Thus, the theme is a recognition that despite facing one of the greatest challenges of our time, the asset and facility management industry need to learn and relearn from the pandemic experience. The uncharted waters that the industry is brought into by the COVID-19 pandemic is a proof that the industry needs to be prepared of any challenges and forced to be creative, innovative, transparent, accountable, and most importantly, to maintain the integrity even during trying times. We are ecstatic to see the encouraging response from asset facility management industry to this conference. Your participation and contribution to the conference reflect your commitment, determination, and enthusiasm to enhance and transform the asset facility management industry. And now to continue with our ceremony this morning, please welcome Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Senior Minister of Works Malaysia, to deliver his welcome address and to launch the Government Asset Management Strategic Documents.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang bahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki bin Ali, Chief Secretary Government of Malaysia. Yang bahagia Datuk Dr. Syed Omar Sarifuddin bin Syed Ehsan, Secretary General Ministry of Works Malaysia. Yang bahagia Datuk Engineer Haji Muhammad Zulkifli bin Sulaiman, Director General Public Works Department Malaysia. President of Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association, or better known as MAPMA. Yang bahagia Datuk Sri Haji Zohari bin Haji Akub, President Malaysia Association of Facility Management, Yang bahagia Tan Sri, Datuk-Datuk, Datin-Datin, distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, guests, media representatives and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and salam sejahtera to all of you. Welcome to the Asset and Facility Management Conference, or in short AFMC 2021, held in conjunction with the International Construction Week, or ICW 2021. My heartiest congratulations to the Malaysian Association of Facility Management, Malaysia Asset and Project Management Association, and the event manager WMIT Group Malaysia for an outstanding effort in organising this event. On behalf of the Ministry of Works Malaysia, it is with great pleasure that I welcome all of you to the AFMC 2021 theme, Gearing Up to a Post-Pandemic World. Here, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the organisers for giving me the honour to deliver the welcome speech and officiate this conference. My heartfelt appreciation to all our distinguished speakers, moderators and panelists for accepting the invitation to share their knowledge and experiences in this conference, which I'm confident will bring great value to all the participants. Here, I would also like to extend a special word of thanks to the sponsors, exhibitors, advertisers, and participants of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, for almost 2 years, the whole world, including Malaysia, has suffered tremendously due to the health and economic crisis brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the constraint posed by it, the Government of Malaysia has taken the proactive initiative through MAFAM and MAPMA to organize AFMC 2021, a platform to further the agenda of the National Asset and Facility Management Convention, or NAFAM, which unfortunately could not be held this year. For your information, the NAFAM is the driving platform for the government to promote excellence in asset and facilities management in Malaysia. As we may all be aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly altered business operations and the way people interact throughout the world. The main goal of AFMC 2021 is to establish the new normal for the asset and facilities management industry. Hence the theme, Gearing Up to a Post-Pandemic World, is timely and most relevant to our current situation. At this juncture, I would like to outline the objectives of the AFMC 2021 as follows. 1. To establish a knowledge and experience sharing platform amongst AFM practitioners. Secondly, to establish a new normal for the AFM industry in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thirdly, to explore asset management innovative technologies and business sophistication in the era of digitalization and industrial revolution 4.0. 4. To promote sustainability in AFM. And 5. To explore new opportunities in the AFM industry globally. In this two-day event, AFMC will be focusing on 4 aspects of assets and facilities management, namely policy and governance, 2. Future workplace, 3. People and leadership, and 4. Technology adaptation. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all economies around the world, and Malaysia's construction industry is also not spared, with an estimated 42 billion ringgit losses recorded since the beginning of the various stages of lockdown from March 2020. The growth rate of the construction sector has also declined by 19.4% in 2020 and 10.4% in the first quarter of 2021. However, during the second quarter of this year, we have seen the growth rate of the construction sector increase by 40.3% with various measures put in place to ensure safety and curb the spread of the COVID-19 virus at construction sites. From June to October 2021, CIDB reported that a total of 6,483 sites were inspected, of which 6,340 sites, or equivalent to 98%, complied with the SOPs. This proved the continuous efforts of Ministry of Work and CIDB to ensure safety and security at construction sites in Malaysia is yielding positive results as we move to Phase 4 of the National Recovery Plan. During the period of lockdowns, under National Recovery Plan, or PPN, was introduced. Various categories of contractors, particularly G1 to G4, were given government assistance through the Pemekasa and Prihatin initiatives. Since the introduction of these initiatives, the Ministry of Works and its agencies have successfully assisted majority of the G1 to G4 contractors to remain operational. Through the National Recovery Plan, several facilitation in terms of business processes, financial assistance and workforce assistance were provided by the government. This initiative have benefited employers and developers to assist businesses in facing the pandemic, including the 35 billion ringgit under the short-term economic recovery plan or Plan Jana Semula Ekonomi Negara, or in short Penjana, and stimulus packages such as Prihatin and Prihatin SMEs. This initiative has eased the burden borne by the people and SMEs, as well as to address the current economic situation. Other programs undertaken by the Ministry of Work and CIDB to facilitate industry players in facing this difficult period is to expedite the vaccination of construction workers. The voluntary program aimed at increasing the vaccination rate among construction workers, also known as Construction Industry Vaccination Program, or in short CVAC, which ended on 29 September 2021, was then carried out successfully. Moving forward, 12 Malaysia Plan 2021 to 2025, or 12 MP, will see to it that the construction industry will be rejuvenated in resetting the economy. This is a big part of the 12 MP, as it is involved in most of the action plan under the Plan Pelaksana Dasar, or PPD. Every ministry, including Ministry of Work, is working closely with Economic Planning Unit in detailing up all steps for smooth implementation. Yesterday, we witnessed the launching of the National Construction Policy, or NCP 2030, by our Prime Minister Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri Yaakob, theme Digitalizing Construction Sector. The NCP 2030 aims to embrace digitalization and innovation based on the 9 pillars of IR 4.0. This is a guiding policy for all stakeholders in embracing emerging digital technologies and best practices that will ensure our construction industry to be resilient in the face of complex challenges domestically and globally. Additionally, the NCP 2030 will serve as the overarching document of Ministry of Works policies for the next decade, such as the Highway Network Development Plan, HNDP 2030, Malaysian Integrated Transportation System Blueprint 2016 to 2023, and Construction 4.0 Strategic Plan 2021 to 2025, as well as upcoming policies such as the Dasar Pembangunan Jalan Raya dan Lebuh Raya, DPJL. With regards to the maintenance sector, Ministry of Work is in the midst of formulating specific policies on infrastructure maintenance that will work in tandem with policies and guidelines for government asset management. The proposed development of this policy will be guided by Ministry of Work and CIDB in identifying the needs of industry players to strengthen the field of facility management, or FM. This will take into consideration on lessons learned experiences, expertise, latest trends, and other aspects that may be adopted in creating synergy for the industry. With the formulation of specific policies on FM, the Ministry of Work can then strategize the direction of infrastructure maintenance in Malaysia for long, medium, and short term. These policies will be used as a guide and reference by all parties, especially industry players in strengthening the field of infrastructure maintenance as a new focus area in the national construction sector, which will further boost local economic growth in the country. These policies are also developed with the intention of creating a resilient and sustainable infrastructure through continuous maintenance and management in adding value to the management of assets and facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, to support the implementation of the 12 Malaysia Plan, the government has developed several strategic documents related to management of Malaysian government assets. The first stage document, which is the Government Asset Management Policy or Dasar Pengurusan Aset Kerajaan (DPAK), outlines a holistic implementation strategy in managing government assets. The second stage document, the Total Asset Management Manual or Manual Pengurusan Aset Menyeluruh (MPAM), is to improve human resource capacity in asset and facilities management in all government agencies. The third stage document, the Management Procedures for Immovable Assets or Tata Cara Pengurusan Aset Tak Alih or TPATA, describes the procedures for managing immovable assets. The fourth and final document, which is the Immovable Asset Management Strategic Plan or Plan Strategi Pengurusan Aset Tak Alih or PSPATA 2021 to 2030, is a document consisting of key performance indicators or KPIs, which will be used as a guide and establish targets for government agencies in implementing best practices in asset management. Ladies and gentlemen, living in the post-pandemic situation, I urge industry players to be more attentive, creative and innovative in dealing with complex challenges that is before us. For the construction industry players to pull itself out of economic oblivion, it cannot rely on existing strategies as business is no longer operated the way it used to be. We must start rethinking of innovative solutions for infrastructure, building and construction to stage a strong comeback and be a major contributor of the economy once again. Finally, I would like to once again thank all the conference participants, organizing committee as well as the parties involved in making this conference a success. I'm hopeful you will all have a fruitful and enjoyable conference. With the words Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the Asset and Facility Management Conference AFMC 2021 open. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof for gracing the opening of AFMC 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to listen to the keynote presentation by Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki bin Ali, Chief Secretary, Government of Malaysia, on navigating turbulence during the COVID-19 pandemic. But first, please allow me to share a brief biodata of the keynote speaker. Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki bin Ali graduated from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia with a Bachelor of Economics and then obtained his Master of Business Management, Finance from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He was appointed as Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia on 1st January 2020. He started his service as civil servant at the Government Procurement Management Division, Ministry of Finance, in 1992, and his career then spanned a range of appointments. Due to his strong leadership qualities, he assumed a number of notable positions, including as the Secretary General of the Ministry of Defence from April to December 2019. Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki has received several awards in recognition of his contributions throughout his service and was honoured with various medals, including Darjah Panglima Mangkunegara, which carries the title of Tan Sri. On that note, please join me to welcome Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki bin Ali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Senior Works Minister. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Syed Omar Sarifuddin bin Syed Ihsan, Secretary General Ministry of Works. Yang berbahagia Datuk Engineer Haji Muhammad Zulkifli bin Sulaiman, Director General Public Works Department, President of the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Haji Zohari bin Haji Yaakob, President Malaysian Association of Facility Management. Bahagia Tan Sri, Datuk Sri, Datuk Datuk, Datin Datin, Deputy Kehormat, representative of the media, distinguished speakers, panelists and participants. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Organising Committee of the Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021 for inviting me to deliver a keynote address at this conference themed Gearing Up to a Post-Pandemic World. I'm honoured to be here today to give an overview and share our experiences in managing public assets during the turbulence caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for his willingness to officiate this conference and subsequently launch the Government Asset Management Strategic Documents. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic had tremendously hit the global economy as well as social life with devastating loss of human life. The pandemic had also caused job losses with millions of people at risk of falling into extreme poverty. The global economic growth shrank by 3.5%, world trade volume decreased by 9.6%, and unemployment increased to 6.5% worldwide. Malaysia's annual gross development product was recorded at negative 5.6%, the worst scenario since the 1997 Asian financial crisis. The pandemic has also affected the country's construction sector, which suffered a large decline of 18.5 billion ringgit during the interval period of the Movement Control Order between March and April 2020. Most construction activities, except those categorized as critical and essential services, were halted due to the MCO in March 2020. This resulted in a loss of workforce and labour wages at a rate of 30%, worth 3.3 billion ringgit, as well as the decline in the use of construction materials by 42%, worth 4.6 billion ringgit. During the conventional MCO in May and June 2020, contractors continued to experience difficulties such as the incorporation of demanding standard operating procedures for construction sites. Such challenges prevented contractors from continuing their projects in a conventional manner. Despite the MCO 2.0 and 3.0 announced in October 2020 and May 2021, respectively, daily COVID-19 cases continued to rise. Thus, the construction sector also continued to be hit by, among others, financial issues, project delivery issues, labor constraints, and supply chain management issues. In a recent development, with a reducing number of COVID-19 cases, the government had decided to allow more economic sectors to reopen safely and responsibly. We must therefore address the need to operate and maintain our assets in a renewed manner to ensure that we are comply with the new norm of doing business. Ladies and gentlemen, in the construction industry, when the government allowed contractors to resume work, they were faced with the new challenges. Common issues include shortage of workers, restricted working hours, and delay in supply chains. Such disruption have led to significant reduction in productivity and caused further delay to project completion dates, resulting in additional costs being incurred by contractors. The enforcement of MCO has caused the construction industry to suffer an estimated loss of 11 billion ringgit per month due to the halting of 7,500 ongoing projects. Based on statistics, 50% of these losses were due to unpaid wages amounting to 3.3 billion ringgit, 40% of unused materials amounting up to 4.6 billion ringgit, 12% of idling plants and equipment amounting to 1.3 billion ringgit, and 8% of head office overhead amounting to 0.9 billion ringgit, as well as losses of profit at 8% amounting to 0.9 billion ringgit. The losses suffered by the industry will hurt the economy if no containment measures are implemented. In view of this situation, the government had decided to allow some construction works to continue operation with limited workforce under strict SOP. Construction sites will reopen systematically in order to avoid sudden surge in demand for human and material resources. This reopening has vast consequences for the construction industry. It is estimated that 4.4 billion ringgit worth of projects will be involved, and this, in turn, will help to reduce the industry losses to 6.6 billion ringgit. Immediate actions are needed to help recover the construction industry. Actions that can be taken include: number one, adopting technology to lessen reliance on foreign labor and boost industry productivity. Using digital construction, such as building information modeling, to make the industry more efficient and resilient in the face of economic challenges. In addition to that, increasing usage of the industrial building system, IBS, in the Malaysian construction industry would result in more environmentally friendly buildings, increased productivity, and more efficient resource use. New technologies will, among others, increase productivity, minimize project delays, and improve building quality. Second, to enforce the policy for the use of local resources. Imported products are causing problems for projects that rely on them because they are produced in pandemic-affected nations and can take 6 to 8 months to arrive as compared to using local resources. Third, to increase the maintenance budget, which includes roadworks. The government must place greater emphasis on facilities management by investing more funds for upkeep, particularly road repair. Fourth, to accelerate project implementation. Using new procurement processes, such as the fast-track approach of JKR's pre-approved plan, could speed up the design process and allow projects to be completed more swiftly. The government's decision to construct new projects will help to boost the country's economy and growth. Fifth, to improve training and development in technical and vocational education and training. TVET is in desperate need of improvement. Over-reliance on foreign employees has increased the industrial vulnerability to economic conditions. More highly qualified and capable local personnel must be developed through TVET to fulfill the industry's need. Ladies and gentlemen, strategic and tactical action plans cover the short, medium and long-term period. This will be the basis of the government agency's approach to managing assets effectively and achieving optimal asset performance. For example, the government has established a government asset management policy which covers an important instrument in delivery of government services, namely comprehensive and integrated asset management covering planning, creation, use and disposal. Good governance in managing government asset assists government agencies in improving the efficiency of asset management and fostering a culture of best practices in maintenance by each government agency. Implementation through the Government Total Asset Management Manual and the Government Immovable Asset Management Procedure, which states the responsibility of the controlling officer as asset owner to appoint qualified officers representing asset owners to manage assets effectively, namely the Facilities Management Unit. In addition, the Key Performance Indicator (KPI) approach through the Immovable Asset Management Strategy Plan 2021-2030 document is a very important element for the purpose of evaluating the achievement of best practices in the total asset management model from the planning phase to the disposal phase. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference can achieve the objectives and aspirations of the government toward a successful national recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us also work to ensure a successful implementation of the 12th Malaysian Plan, the Shared Prosperity Vision 2030, and strategic documents on the government assets management towards dynamic and sustainable outcomes for the country and its people. Let us also work to ensure a successful implementation of the 12th Malaysia Plan and Shared Prosperity Vision 2030 and strategic documents on the government asset management towards dynamic and sustainable outcomes for the country and its people. Thank you. I end my keynote address with Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our next agenda is the presentation and panel session on government policies and guidelines on asset and facilities management. The moderator for this session is Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Zohari bin Haji Yaakob, President, Malaysian Association of Facility Management, MAFM. Datuk Sri Zohari bin Haji Yaakob hails from Kuala Lipis. He received his early education in Kuala Lipis, Pahang, and pursued his tertiary education at University Pertanian Malaysia and University of Leicester, United Kingdom. Datuk Sri Zohari holds a master's degree in economics and has over 30 years of work experience as a government officer. His last position was the Secretary General of the Ministry of Works Malaysia. After retirement, and he continues to contribute to the industry by joining the corporate sector, dealing with construction and services. His vast experience is expected to assist the Makmur Gold group of companies achieve its business goals and aspirations. Without further ado, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Zohari bin Haji Yaakob.
Thank you, Dr. Dina, for your kind words of introductions. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all of you. As you all know, this session will be conducted in two parts. First, we kickstart with a panel speakers, and then immediately follows by a discussion by three panelists. The three panelists will have their comments or add on their opinions to the topic presented by the panel speakers. As panel speakers and all panelists will stay on for the whole duration of this session for question and Q&A session. All attendees, participants are invited to submit questions anytime during this session via the chat box. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on board our panel speakers, Yang Bahagia Datuk Dr. Haji Zulkifli bin Sulaiman. Before I invite him to deliver his presentation, let me read his CV. Datuk Engineer Haji Muhammad Zulkifli bin Sulaiman is the incumbent Director General of Public Works Department of Malaysia, PWD, since 23 July 2020. He is a bachelor graduate of University of Malaya in Civil Engineering and holds a master's degree in Assets and Facility Management from University Technology Malaysia. In the last 35 years, he has served the PWD and the Economic Planning Unit, Prime Minister's Department, in the various offices and positions. Datuk Engineer Haji Muhammad Zulkifli has a diverse and extensive experience in strategic and operational level, ranging from the field of project management, design, asset management, technical advisory services, public management, and value management. He is currently the President of Board of Engineers Malaysia, or BEM, and the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association, MAPMA. Without further ado,
thank you, Datuk Sri Moderator. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Senior Minister of Works. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki bin Ali, Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Haji Zohari bin Haji Yaakob, President, Malaysia Association of Facility Management or MAFAM, who also a moderator for this session 1 presentation. All panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Firstly, let me express my highest gratitude to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to deliver a presentation among so many distinguished guests in conjunction with the Asset and Facility Management Conference, or AFMC 2021. I am very confident this conference will benefit all participants as we discuss and share ideas on strategies and future directions on asset and facilities management towards a post-pandemic world. As the world moves progressively to normalcy and the economy gradually reopening, the pandemic served as a reminder for all of us on the importance of resilience and the ability to adapt and react to crisis in a timely way. Indeed, COVID-19 has fundamentally changed the way we work, learn, and operate. All of us have experienced varying degrees of impacts arising from the outbreak. What matters most now is how we embrace the new realities and collectively advance beyond the pandemic and rising to the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is well acknowledged that the construction industry is a major driver for economic development and growth of our country. This is largely contributed by the industry's multiplier effect, which creates sustained benefits for the supply chain and generates spillovers to other sectors, including logistics, manufacturing, and services. Statistically, the slight drop in the industry national GDP from 4.7% in 2019 to 4% in 2020 was mainly due to the impact of COVID-19 containment measures, which affected construction works and other related activities. Remarkably, in the second quarter of 2021, the growth rate of the construction sector has soared up to 40.2%, probably driven by recoveries in our economic conditions. Under Royal Plan Number 1 of the 12th Malaysian Plan, over 69 billion ringgit has been allocated for development expenditures on approximately 6,300 projects across the nation, including the development of affordable houses, schools, hospitals, and roads. This further reinforces the strong commitment of the government in ensuring sustainable development and prosperity of our country, underpinned through a thriving construction industry. As such, the outlook for the industry is projected to remain resilient and favorable in the foreseeable future. The government also strives to ensure the socio-economic well-being of the country is safeguarded, and this commitment is manifested in the Shared Prosperity Vision, or SPV 2030, or Wasian Kemajuan Bersama 2030, which outlines a 10-year strategic blueprint to help Malaysia achieve sustainable development and growth. The implementation of the 12th Malaysian Plan is expected to drive economic growth, inclusiveness, and sustainability towards accomplishing the goals set by the SPV 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia places strong emphasis on infrastructure development as part of the national effort to remain globally competitive, where every infrastructure project undertaken has a specific purpose and target group. Thus, in ensuring infrastructures are built and remain functional during its projected operational lifespan, a proper asset management strategy needs to be established. In line with these desires, the first National Asset and Facility Management or NAFAM Convention was held in August 2007 in Kuala Lumpur, which witnessed the establishment of the Government Asset Management Committee, or JPA. The Strategic Committee, headed by the Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia and consisting several high-ranking public sector officials, are mandated to establish policies, strategies, action plans, and create national standards and guidelines to ensure that the government's assets are managed efficiently, economically, and safely. As the technical arm of the government, the Public Works Department is entrusted as the Secretariat for the Government Asset Management Committee in establishing good practices and formulating policies in total asset management, that inculcates a new regime of maintenance culture, including facility management in the public service. Through the total asset management approach, asset governance is better streamlined, whereby each Ministry Secretary General is fully responsible in ensuring that every asset developed based on the needs of respective ministries are well managed, beginning from the planning stage to the disposal of the asset. Ladies and gentlemen, soon after NAFAM 2007, the Government Asset Management Policy, or DPAP, and Total Asset Management Manual, or MPAM, was drafted, where the two documents was later launched during the second NAFAM in 2009. A decade later, both the policies and manuals were thoroughly reviewed to reflect current changes in the industry, and the amendments were subsequently approved by JPAC this year with some major improvements, such as improving the asset definitions and enhancing strategic planning in terms of governance, risk management, monitoring the quality of asset management through uniform KPIs, and the use of smart technology. In addition to the aforementioned documents, Immovable Asset Management Procedure, or TIPATA, a widely used document for day-to-day management of government assets, were also scrutinized with notable amendments as follows. Further strengthening the governance of government immovable asset management and increasing the number of the government asset management committee members, ahli jawatan persiapan aset kerajaan, to include more relevant agencies, and also improving work processes, especially in reporting immovable asset management at all levels of the government. Objectively, these strategic documents serve to provide complete asset information for planning and control, effective operation and maintenance, budgeting, and performance rating measurements. To strengthen best practices in asset management, the key performance indicator, or KPI approach, was introduced through the Immovable Asset Management Strategic Plan Strategi Perusahaan Inisiatif Alih, or PSPATA 2021-2030. It should be stressed that this document is identified as a pertinent element in evaluating the achievements of best practices in total asset management and are in line with the requirements of the implementation of accrual accounting by the government. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has brought about many challenges and grave impacts in our effort to manage government assets. Undeniably, these challenges that I will share in a short while are the results of disruption experienced by the workforce due to ripple effect of many regulations and standard operating procedures, or SOPs, implemented to curb the spread of the pandemic. As we are aware, timeliness and strict due dates are imperative in any project implementation. It is widely reported that during the pandemic, construction projects, repair, renovation, and upgrading works struggle to meet deadlines as a consequence of disrupted progress of work at sites due to the SOPs laid out. Consequently, the number of projects being granted extension of time, or EOT, has increased exponentially as operation continues to struggle in adhering to strict SOPs. In short, the direct impact of the pandemic ranges from strict compliance to SOPs, disruption at work site, and EOT, which collectively affects the expenditures of projects. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenges faced during the pandemic, JKR is fully committed in ensuring that projects undertaken by the department is delivered on time, within budget, and to the expectations of our stakeholders. JKR has proactively adopted various strategic initiatives and tools pertaining to the total asset life cycle management. For instance, The government has recently embarked on value entry VAE initiative in emphasizing on the concept of do it right at the first time and comprises three strategic tools, namely acquisition categorization or ICAT, value management at strategic phase VMS, and gerbang nilai kosong. The main objective of VAE initiative are to establish project viability as well as project readiness in terms of scopes, site, cost, and project implementation strategies prior to project submission by the client. This initiative is in line with the approach at planning phase of the whole life cycle of asset management before the government commits on its investments. By incorporating pre-approved plan through building information modeling or BIM tools in our workflow, the initiative is expected to deliver operational efficiencies and further drive maximum value-added outputs for our stakeholders. Building information modeling provides tangible benefits in every phase, from design to asset usage to greater interdisciplinary collaboration amongst project and maintenance team members, while eliminating many of the inefficiencies and problems that may arise throughout an asset lifecycle. Ladies and gentlemen, managing a space efficiently is part of the facilities management scope. The use of government office space needs to be better optimized to avoid any unnecessary wastage. The implementation of space audit is one of the elements in the implementation of building performance assessment or BPA, which is used as a KPI in JKR Strategic Plan 2021-2025. In line with the VA concept, JKR sees the possibility of conducting an asset condition assessment as a basis for identifying the scope of work for project maintenance, repairs, renovations, and upgrades. Valuation and inspection of immovable assets needs to be carried out to ensure that the allocations targeted are wisely distributed to all government agencies based on their priorities. To add up, the Building Condition Assessment or BCA assists in preparing the justification of allocation requirements for operations and maintenance of assets based on the actual condition of the premises of building assets owned by government agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, JKR has embarked on short-term and long-term planning as the way forward for asset and facility management in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic challenges. An innovative system known as the JTAM, which was launched by Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Fadillah Yusof, Senior Minister of Works, Malaysia, comprises of 10 phases of the total asset management of the project management life cycle and government asset facilities management cycle. It was implemented with the aim of transforming the department's business process by leveraging on digital technologies in establishing a single point collaboration platform for project management and facilities management. J10 serves as an integrated tool to enhance the management, monitoring, and performance reporting capabilities of projects handled by JKR locally and abroad. It is envisaged to revolutionize JKR's conventional working methods through digitalization of the existing JKR ISO 9001 standard, which will integrate the various systems from related agencies and establish an effective up-to-date information sharing ecosystem. On 17 September 2021, JKR Malaysia signed a Memorandum of Understanding MOU with JKR Sabah to collaboratively integrate project administration, leveraging and management system or PALMS and control and reporting system SCALA as an effort to further facilitate the process of monitoring and implementation of federal projects in the state. This initiative will ensure accurate and up-to-date information of federal and state projects are made available through an online monitoring system. It is paramount that in this era of era 4.0, technology and online communication are optimally leveraged in an attempt for faster and more efficient reporting, communication, and monitoring. With this smart partnership, data can be shared instantly, where stakeholders will be able to obtain information on physical progress and project reports on the fly, as well as substantially saving costs while embracing digitalization. Meanwhile, in ensuring the continuity of the government procurement process, JKR took the initiative to develop an in-house online tendering system. Albeit to some minor changes pertaining to the readiness of the industry, the department is positively confident that the end-to-end online tendering system will help increase public space delivery efficiency. During the construction phase, JKR Malaysia embarked on another new technology-centric initiative to collaborate with industry players on utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning for construction projects known as the new generation ICE provision. This innovative technology will analyze images gathered from CCTV cameras and drones at construction site to generate useful information on construction resources management, progress analysis, and prediction. This further allows for more accurate and comprehensive project monitoring and control, and at the same time, providing useful information on safety and environmental aspects of project management. Apart from the mentioned digital initiative, the government also proposed and embarked some other initiatives, such as proposal to the National Security Council to expand the implementation of the vaccination program for workers at construction site, which is aimed at reducing the rate of COVID-19 infection and transmission among workers at construction sites. Streamlining all inclusive project-based application and approval processes for the permission to operate during lockdown. This helps to ensure all the respective parties in entire supply chain, contractors, consultants, suppliers, etc., can operate simultaneously without any disruption. Initiative on variation of price, or VOP, was introduced to cater to the increase in the cost of building materials. Approval of the implementation of the VOP will allow price adjustment to be made to the price of major building materials in line with the impact of the current fluctuation in building material prices. Ladies and gentlemen, in assets and facilities domain, data is undoubtedly invaluable. It is collected on a daily basis. Its amount may reach certain value that may become overwhelming to the maintenance staff if it were to be done manually. As of October 2021, 62 facility management and maintenance and 35 custody contracts have been managed by JKR Facility Superintendent Officer or FSO officers throughout Malaysia, whereby the majority of these contracts are concentrated in the Federal Territory of Putrajaya. Combined FMM and custody contract amounted to approximately 3.19 billion ringgit, with 5 more contracts to be issued and assessed before the end of 2021. This contract imposed a challenge for our FSO team, where 23,000 total order per day, besides complaints from users on a daily basis, needs to be monitored. Needless to say, these tasks definitely require technological support for it to be sustainable. Acknowledging this problem, the department collaborated with Computerized Maintenance Management System, or CMMS, service providers to develop a tailor-made system that meets the needs of the government, known as Centralized Facilities Management System or System Facility Berpusat, ESPFB. The system is used by the government facilities management contracts all over Malaysia and facilitates the department to monitor and manage the performance of the contractors on a regular basis. This real-time data used by the system increases the efficiency of services and helps to improve many issues concerning complaints and grievances faced by users. Regular maintenance of the assets is done to ensure that the asset is always in good condition. Nevertheless, periodic assessment on the physical condition of the assets ought to be conducted regularly. This asset condition assessment activity is not something that is easy to implement and consume a hefty amount of time because of the details involved. Another game changer initiative introduced by the department is in the identification of the physical status of an asset using a mobile phone application known as Building Condition Assessment Rating System, or BCAS. This technology is being used to measure the level of physical condition of existing building and for continuous scalable inspections, evaluations, measurement, and transmission of data, which will help determine the action necessary in managing the assets in terms of maintenance, innovation, upgrading, and disposal. Ladies and gentlemen, JKR building projects costing above 10 million ringgit are now subjected to the Industrialized Building System, or IBS. Moving towards fully factory-made building components during construction, JKR's workforce must be competent in IBS project execution to meet the needs and expectations of its client. JKR has established a competency framework which strategizes to build up and strengthen multidisciplinary skills and knowledge of its employees. The aspiration of this strategic framework is to become a center of excellence for our nation's public infrastructure development. With reference to that, please allow me to mention several initiatives taken to empower skills and knowledge related to IBS. The implementation of training programs for specific technical competencies which nurtures the talent pools of experts in JKR. Through its Center of Excellence in Engineering and Technologies, operate technical courses ranging from basic to advanced level of JKR employees to improve their knowledge and competency in the field of IBS are regularly conducted. Intensifying the participation of officers in certification and professional programs which allow them to achieve prescribed skill and competencies that renders them as JKR subject matter experts. Initiative taken to continuously improve the effectiveness of training program offered to JKR employees. Lastly, the challenges that come with the pandemic demands all of us to leap out from our comfort zone and respond appropriately to survive the crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic presents us a perfect opportunity to accelerate the transformation process through new policies and initiatives that will contribute towards the development of sustained economic growth by harnessing integrated and comprehensive total asset management philosophy. As such, I'm confident this conference will yield new ideas to create more sustainable environment for all of us to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Bahagia Dr. Zulkifli, for sharing with us the latest policies and guidelines and the way forward for asset and facility management in Malaysia. And Dato', please stay on board for Q&A session.
Sure, Dato' Sri.
All right, thank you, Dato'. In order for us to get a deeper insight on the AFN policies, let me invite our first panelist to give his view on the topic presented by Yang Bahagia Dr. Zulkifli. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yang Bahagia Dato' Wan Ahmad Uzair bin Haji Wan Sulaiman. Dato' Wan Ahmad Uzair was born in Kedah, first joining public services in 1997, and recently been posted to Ministry of Work or MOW as a Deputy Secretary General for Policy and Development. Prior to his current posting, Dato' Wan Ahmad Uzair has several posts at State of Perlis and Sarawak, as well at the federal level. In August 2014, he was promoted as Under-Secretary at the Ministry of Agriculture and Agro-Based Industries, or then called MOA, the Director of State Development at the Sarawak State Development Office in 2018, and as a Deputy Director General of Road Transport, Ministry of Transport in 2019. In recognizing his excellent services, he has received many medals and awards, among others, Darjah Bintang Kenyalang Sarawak in 2012, Anugerah Darjah Mahkota Pahang 2016, and Panglima Mahkota Wilayah 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 8 to 10 minutes, let us hear what Dato' Wan Uzair wants to say on the topic of discussion today. Dato', the board is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dato' Sri Zuari, as the moderator for this session. Berbahagia Dato' Zulkifli, KP, Director General of Works, and all the member panelists. Firstly, I strongly agree with what was presented by Berbahagia Dato' Zulkifli regarding the government approach in ensuring that the construction industry is regulated in terms of its operation during the post-pandemic. In line with the statement of Yang Berhormat Minister of Works that 6,340 sites willing to 98% comply with SOPs to ensure that the safety and security of construction site in Malaysia, and also the negative implication on the national economy if no containment measures are implemented for construction industry, as stated by Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri KSN. Asset and facilities management was developed as an approach, especially in the public infrastructure sector, which promised to achieve more value with fewer resources. The key for an objective asset management is a preparation of high quality assets, management policy and strategy, which is supported by asset management plan. The process may focus on things that value for money and give support to council in engaging with communicate in order to keep a balance between service level, risk and cost. The government has given serious emphasis on asset management because of huge investment that have been made towards the development and provision of assets. A systematic, comprehensive and integrated asset management system must be established in line with the policy of continuous improvement of delivering system in public sector service. When we're talking about facilities management, the facilities management is an industry has emerged as one of the fastest growing over the years. In fact, facilities management is the multidisciplinary kind of works that covers a wide range of various activities, responsibilities, and knowledge. What is more interesting, every aspect of an organization seems to be drawn into facilities management. If the building is said to be one of the important things in real estate, facilities management is a part of the management of the buildings that needs to be emphasized by the management team. One of the facilities management objectives is to reduce maintenance costs while maintaining quality or the quality of facilities provided. Management of facilities also required to increase the provision of facilities management to ensure the building is clean, safe, and a healthy environment. One of the example of facilities management practice in Malaysia, we can see is in the office building. Normally, we'll have their own management team to monitor the condition of the buildings. The management team usually lead by maintenance or the building managers. Maintenance, cleaning, landscaping, lighting, heating, ventilating, and others, sanitary and plumbing, and then among the service provided by the building managers. Based on the government asset policy or the government asset management procedure, TPATA, as said by the Yang Bahagia Datuk Engineer Zulkifli, public sector employees are responsible to ensure that the assets and facilities are well always in perfect condition, safe to use, economical use, and longer use life. The efficiency of asset and facilities management will impose financial burden, affecting the government's reputation, affecting the quality and efficiency of the service, safety and certification of the customer. However, public organizations in Malaysia at every level, whether the federal, state and local government level, continue to be criticized for the lack of the good governance. As mentioned by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Director General, Datuk Engineer Zulkifli, on the latest government asset management policy, the Ministry of Works strongly supports amendment to the government asset management policy document, which incorporates risk management element in managing government-owned assets. Covers the entire asset life cycle, starting from planning phase, the creation phase involving project management, the operation and maintenance phase involving the maintenance management and facilities management, as well as the disposal phase. It shows that if it's a strong evidence that effective is integration of facilities management, which needed at the early design development stage of the building construction project. All these phases need to be managed with risk management in mind. This will provide direction and ensuring government assets are well managed in the event of any disasters such as flood, landslide, and the latest COVID-19 pandemic. The government asset management policy document also meets the need of the Ministries of Work through the implementation of National Policy NCP 2030, where one of the pillars is to strengthen the facilities management industry in Malaysia. Facilities management is a new direction in ensuring that existing government-owned assets are managed effectively and sustainably. Facilities management includes providing guidance and managing operation and maintenance of building, infrastructure, and others on behalf of the owner. The key to effective facilities management measure is term of providing best value. Facilities management may be include an early stage during the planning and design stage, so the design failure can be avoided. The space planning also can be made better in order to avoid problems in the future. Thus, the upgrading or renovation costs as well as maintenance costs can be expected earlier. The initiative also commitments by the Ministry of Works through Public Works Department and CIDB in developing project monitoring software, building condition assessment, delivered on time with budget and to the expectation, and others application to determine the physical condition of asset, and the use of building efficient modeling BIM to improve service delivery, also in line with the 12 Master Plan requirement and current needs to the construction industry. That's all. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang Bahagia Datuk Sri.
Thank you, Dr. Wan Ozair. So far, I think we have heard from the two speakers, which focuses mostly from the perspective of those whom formulate the policy and guideline. Now, let us look from the different angle, from perspective of the people or organizations that carry out those policies and guidelines. In that note, please allow me to introduce our second panelist, Engineer Tauran Haji Zaidi. Okay, before I invite Engineer Tauran Zaidi bin Ahmad Zaidi to deliver his thought on this issue, let me read his CV. Engineer Tauran Zaidi bin Ahmad Zaidi obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering in 1985 from University of Iowa, USA, and a Master's of Science in Building Service Engineering from UK. He started working with the government in 1985 as a Mechanical Engineering and Ministry of Health, Pharmaceutical Laboratories and Store, Petaling Jaya, Selangor. Currently, he is the Director of Engineering Service Division, Ministry of Health Malaysia, MOH, and have more than 35 years of experience in the field of healthcare engineering services. He is also a president for the International Healthcare Facility Management for Certified Healthcare Facility Managers, or in short, CHFM competency development with the Institute with International Islamic Universities Malaysia at University Malaysia Sarawak. He is actively involved in the development of various Malaysian standards and guidelines. In addition, he is also the executive member of Facility Management Malaysia Committee, CIDB. He also presented various papers at both international and national level, including the paper entitled Privatization in Hospital Support Services, Ministry of Health Malaysia, at the International Federation of Hospital Engineers Conference in Norway, and the paper Certified Healthcare Facility Managers at the AFMC Congress in Brisbane, Australia in 2018. Without further ado, the floor is yours, Engineer Tauran.
Thank you very much, Dato' Sri Johari and Haji Yaakob. All my honored guests, Yang Berhormat Senior Minister of Works, Dato' Sri Haji Fadilah, Yang berbahagia also Tan Sri Dato' Sri Chief Secretary General of the government, and also yang berbahagia Datuk Engineer Haji Muhammad Zulkifli and all the panels this morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all our honored guests. So I just want to give a brief view on aspect from the Ministry of Health Malaysia, and also more on the implementation of asset and facility management in the Ministry of Health and also in the health sector. So one of the big initiatives that has been implemented in the Ministry of Health is the privatization of the hospital support services since 1997. So this is way it's a game changer. It's a major game changer in facility management in the Ministry of Health. So it covers 148 hospitals, and now it covers 6 services, namely the facility management itself, the facility engineering, maintenance, biomedical engineering, linen cleansing services, and also the healthcare waste in the Ministry of Health. And also the outsourcing of the facility management is expanded to the clinics. So now we have the clinic support services as well. We cover all the major clinics in Malaysia, 225 clinics. But these are short-term contracts, 3 to 5 years contracts, compared to the privatization contract, which was previously 15 years. Now it's a 10-year contract until 2025. And also the another privatization on the biomedical equipments for all the 9 states in Malaysia clinics. So that it will be extended to all the other 5 states in Malaysia. So 13-year contract. Yeah. So basically, in the Ministry of Health, outsourcing is the way to go. Yeah, and because the issue of manpower, equipments, competencies, and so on that we face in the industry, so we have to work together with the industry and private sector to optimize their skills, competency, yeah, that they have in the industry. So together we can also do the facility management in the health sector. Yeah. So another recent development is to improve the competency in facility management in the health sector. Yeah. So this is one of a major initiative which together with Ministry of Works and also CIDB. So we developed this competency in certified healthcare facility manager, where all the facility manager in the hospital, both in the private sector and also the government sector. So we have to train our engineers and professionals to have this certified healthcare facility manager. So that we have consistency in competency, common understanding, yeah, which is based on the international facility manager practice, yeah, but it's localized to our health sector requirement in Malaysia. And this collaboration, working together with CIDB, TKR, Public Works Department, the International Islamic University, and also UNIMAS, yeah, to cover Sabah and Sarawak. Yeah. So complying also to Act 520 of CIDB. Yeah. So up to now, it's more than 300 competent certified healthcare facility manager in the health sector. Yeah. So there are more to be trained. Yeah. Yeah. So, and then I want also to share experience on the COVID-19 issue. Yeah. So this is a pandemic happened more than this type of pandemic happened more than 100 years ago with the Spanish flu, and we were caught by surprise actually at the end of 2019, and we didn't really expect it become a world pandemic. Yeah? So it's the biggest challenge faced in Malaysia and also the world, especially for the health sector. Yeah? However, with the collaboration with all the agencies in Malaysia, both internally and also international collaboration, especially with Majlis Keselamatan Negara, NADMA, yeah, with also with the Ministry of Works, yeah, and Department of Works, Malaysia, with all the state government, yeah, and even the industry, the private sector, and so on, under Act Emergency Act 342, yeah, Akta Pencegahan dan Pengawalan Penyakit Berjangkit 1988, which enable that we have to work together to face this pandemic, and it is a very challenging situation. And up to now, we are still in the pandemic situation. Hopefully, we move to the endemic phase soon. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that COVID-19 is over. So most likely we have to live with COVID-19 but with all the SOPs in place, so things are safer than it first started. Yeah. So in the Ministry of Health, in engineering division itself, we have to form 14 task force groups. Yeah, established, and all these task force collaborate with all the other agencies. So, namely, a few of the task force we have to form is because we have to come up with emergency facilities. So to build special field hybrid ICU throughout the country. Yeah, up to date, 14 field ICUs has been constructed, each having 10 beds. Yeah, with negative pressure. And then our collaboration also to increase the capacity of the healthcare facility, the temporary facility. We have to work with other agencies, the hospital, universities, yeah, with the army, yeah, and the army also assists the Ministry of Health to set up the field hospitals throughout the country, yeah. The private hospital also come into to assist to expand the capacity of our ICUs and also the beds, you know, through outsourcing. Yeah. And also we have to increase the capacity of essential services, especially the medical gas, the oxygen. Yeah. Because these are necessity for COVID-19 for the patient. Some of the patient, especially the category 3, 4, and 5, yeah, they need medical oxygen. Yeah, so we have to increase the capacity throughout the country, increase the VI tanks, the bulk tanks, and oxygen cylinders. Yeah, use and ventilators. Yeah, ventilators also. We have to double the number of ventilators throughout the country, yeah, and also ambulance services. And some of the services we also outsource. Yeah, we purchase the service from the private sector, yeah, like the ambulance services, yeah, and also the clinical waste management services. Yeah. Increased to about 300%. Yeah, even though we have contingencies for the normal operation of clinical waste, but during pandemics the contingencies is not enough. Yeah, increased by 300%. So we have all the mechanisms and the support from the other industry to help us to deal with all this situation. The cleaning services and sanitation of healthcare sector, yeah. The linen services also tremendously increased with the increase of patients throughout the country, yeah. And to set up temporary quarantine centers, hundreds of quarantine centers and COVID centers, yeah, to treat patients is also in place, you know. And some of the emergency facilities were set up within the same day. The instruction come on the same day, has to come and operational in the same day in certain situations, yeah, throughout the country. And all the technical advice and development of standard operating procedures, you know, required during the pandemics has to be done, and with the collaboration of all the industry, this is possible. Yeah. And there are even like mobile generators in place. So this is collaboration with the Department of Environment, yeah, Jabatan Alam Sekitar, yeah, to help us to deal with the backlogs. Yeah. So, and then the guidelines especially. So development of guidelines is very important because the COVID-19, it changed to the new variants, and when we face the latest variants of Delta variants, COVID-19 initially is more like droplets transmissions, droplet transmission. So if the patient sneeze or cough, the droplets can go to as far as 13 feet. But lately, with the Delta variant, it become temporary airborne in aerosols. And aerosols can stay in the air for hours, for a number of hours, and it can spread to the other people who are in the same place. So the ventilation become critical. So the normal requirement for ventilation change. So we have to improve the ventilation, and together with the Department of Safety and Health under the Ministry of Human Resource, to develop 4 guidelines. 4 guidelines. One is for residential setting, non-residential setting like the office space and so on. For the health sector, for the health sector facilities, and also for the public area. So these 4 guidelines hopefully can assist for all these requirements at home and also in the office or in the factory, to reduce the risk of infection of COVID-19. So this is a very important preventive measure. Preventive measure, because if the preventive measure on this control of ventilation is effective, then the number of patients will be controlled and reduced. So this is we need to have support from all in the industry based on these guidelines to improve the ventilation situation, so that the spread of COVID-19 is under control. And on top of that, there is more detailed guidelines for the health sector, and also we also have available international guideline from the World Health Organization, as well as ASRI, and also from Chartered Institution of Building Services Engineering from the United Kingdom. And also in the coming initiative, we will also try to assist for the school setting in the Ministry of Education, because the schools are opening up, and there will be millions of students from the primary schools and also secondary schools is coming to the back to school. So hopefully the ventilation that they have is good enough, to control the COVID-19 infection in the school setting. So I believe there are rules from the industry and also the Ministry of Works, especially in the school setting, on the ventilation. Now, on the way forward, the way forward of facility management and asset management in the Ministry of Health, I totally agree with the DG of Works about the building condition assessment initiative. So this will be very helpful, especially for the Ministry of Health, for us to address one of our main issues is aging assets, aging building and aging assets. We have now 47 hospitals that age more than 50 years. So we are working with the Public Works Department and also to select some of the consultant in the BCA to assist us to do condition assessment for our buildings, yeah, and also to do measure drawings, yeah. So that we require to refurbish our hospitals and also to comply with the fire safety certification under BOMBA, yeah, especially for the old buildings that don't have the SB drawings that we require, yeah. And we also need to address the new requirement, yeah, for healthcare facility design to face issues like pandemic COVID-19, where we found that the wards that we have, the isolation room is not sufficient old, because in most cases we have to convert the whole hospital to become an infectious hospital, negative pressure type of hospital. So the 2 or 3 isolation room is not sufficient. So we have to convert the wards to become infectious wards. Yeah? So the new design requirement in the future has to address the issue, space for screening of patients, where in the clinics we have to set up temporary tanks, which is not comfortable for the patients at all. Yeah. So have to address this in the future designs, and also the waiting areas that required, that also require social distancing in between the patients. Yeah. And look into the 4IR approach, yeah, in industrial revolution, and also the new emerging technologies that we have to introduce in the hospitals, yeah, like robotic technology, where the cleaning service, or even the transfer of clinical waste, linen, or even drugs, yeah, food, to use robotic technology, which also reduce our requirement for foreign workers and also reduce infection. Yeah. So in the appropriate areas, for example, like maybe in area where we have local workers, then we can continue with the local workers, but with new way of doing things. Yeah. But where we require more foreign workers, maybe we can also introduce robotics, yeah, to reduce our dependencies on foreign workers, yeah, and the competencies issues. Yeah. Also, introduction of drone technologies, yeah, to address diseases like dengue, yeah, dengue, and also transportation, alternative transportation in the healthcare industry, yeah, and also more research and development initiatives to work together with MOSTI, yeah, for us to look at how we can innovate, yeah, and improve designs and technology requirements in the healthcare facilities. Yeah. And we also need to address, I think COVID-19 is also a climate change issue. Yeah. So we must also seriously address to make our facilities become green. So the Ministry of Health is also seriously converting our hospitals to become green hospitals, to be sustainable, yeah, to face the future requirement. Yeah. So better energy management, indoor air quality, and also to promote the 3R approach, the reduce, reuse initiative, yeah, and recycle, yeah, cost saving on energy, the use of renewable energy, together with the industrial players, maybe Tenaga Nasional, to install the solar PV, yeah, to use solar energy, or to heat up the water supply, the hot water supply in the hospitals, and reduce the use of diesels, yeah, which pollute our environment. So all these initiatives, I believe we have to promote and also practice in the healthcare facility. New challenge on design as well, like the operation theaters. So people are talking about infectious control operation theater. So we have to look into the new design requirements. Yeah. And then there are also negative ambulance, negative ambulance being used in the industry. Yeah. So the Ministry of Health is also being involved recently with the international body to develop the design requirement for emergency facilities, because the emergency facilities will cover all the temporary ICUs, the wards, and also the healthcare facility and quarantine centers to work together with the hotel industry and so on in time of needs. Yeah. So I think finally I would like to highlight some of the issues that we face, in the healthcare sector. So one of the main issue is aging assets. Yeah. So both the buildings and also the equipments. So there must be new budgeting and new business models that we need to look into, yeah, because of the limitation of budgets. Yeah. And then competency issues, yeah, and workmanships of foreign workers, and communication. Yeah. So there are issues here because issues on defects of works and so on, yeah, on the projects. And then again, as I mentioned earlier, the challenge that we may face in the future related to climate change issue like COVID-19. So thank you very much for listening. So I'm back to Dato' Sri. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Tauran. Please stay on board for question and answers. Let's now move to our third speaker, Tuan Haji Muhammad Shahrizal bin Muhammad Idris. Allow me to quickly read his CV. Muhammad Shahrizal Muhammad Idris is currently the Managing Director and the founding members of JFM Services Berhad, also known as JFM, established in 2016. In the local FM industry, he has been regularly invited as subject matter expert in various government policy making panelists, market research activities, and industry-centric convention events. Among his notable contributions were as a committee members in the development of a government asset management manual and policy in 2009, subject matter expert in FM market research conducted by CIDB in 2010, secretariat member of National Asset and Facility Management Convention for 3 years, for 3 consecutive events, 2007, 2009, and 2018, and a member of the ISO Technical Committee 267 Facility Management Standard Development Committee for the period of 2013 to 2016. Through his active participation in FM Industry Development Initiative, he has been selected or elected as a Deputy President of MAFM for session 2019 to 2021. Currently, he is served as member of Industry Advisory Committee for Polytechnic Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah and University Tun Hussein Al Malaysia since 2018. Due to his position in the development of the FM industries, the facility of Environment University Malaya has appointed him as an external assessor for master's program of the facility and maintenance, position he held since 2014. Muhammad Shahrizal holds a master degree in science and facility management and bachelor of engineering in mechanical engineering from University Technology Malaysia. Without further ado, let her hear what Shah is going to discuss with us. Shah?
Yeah, thank you Yang Bahagia Datuk Seri Zohari Yaakob, our moderator today. Yang berbahagia Datuk Engineer Haji Muhammad Zulkifli Sulaiman, Director General of Public Works Department Malaysia, members of the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Public Works Department for the launching of the 4 government strategy documents in relation to the asset and facility management of the public assets. I think this has been a long-awaited document. It has been launched in 2009, but again, it has been updated in 2018. I think, again, I would like to congratulate on this. We in the public sector, especially the service providers, are keen to support whatever initiative or the policy of the government in respect to managing our public assets. Yeah. It is good to hear that from the presentation by Yang Bahagia Datuk Engineer Zulkifli just now, that government has embarked on the approach of adopting the total asset lifecycle management, which what it means is that we will be managing our assets, especially the public assets, using a whole lifecycle cost approach, right from planning, development, construction, handing over, operation, maintenance, repair, replace, upgrading, refurbishment, and probably even until the demolition of the assets. Right? So I think this is great to hear for the country that, you know, when we develop our asset, we have already put enough thoughts in the how much it's going to cost us to manage. We might be developing an asset worth 300 million, but to maintain it, might for the next 15 years or 50 years, it will take us maybe 1.5 billion. So the cost is more on the operating the asset rather than developing the asset. So how do we manage this asset so that it will last longer and it will cost us lower in terms of the maintenance? I think quite a number of things that has been touched by the other panel member, but I would like to take this opportunity to provide some other inputs and feedbacks in relation to the what has been presented by Datuk Engineer Zulkifli this morning. I would like to touch in 4 areas. One is let us discuss about the procurement process, asset and facility management procurement process. Secondly, I would like to touch about how do we get value for money from the investment from the government, looking at the budget announced by the finance minister. It's quite a huge amount of operating expenditure that has been allocated for 2022. The third matter I would like to touch about is, I think, which has been also deliberated by my colleague Engineer Haji Tauran tadi just now. That is about aging building. Yeah? So there's some certain things that we can discuss here. How do we address this matter? And last but not least, I think in the closing remark by the speaker this morning, he did mention about the function of CREATE, which is an institution on asset and facility management. So how do we get the private sector to be involved in this? Now, let's move on to the first topic, or rather my first review on the what has been spoken. Procurement strategy. I think pandemic COVID-19 has actually taught us a lesson. It has actually pushed all boundaries to the edge, and we have no way but to live within the norm. And in doing so, whatever that we have been doing today is no longer, or previously, is no longer relevant. In a sense that a lot of things has got to change, and we have to make room for improvement. Success in the implementation of these policies, as mentioned by Bahagia Datuk KP just now, can be only assured with various factors to be adjusted, or rather to be improved. One of the things that I would like to highlight here is that an effective procurement process for engaging and outsourcing service provider. So I believe the current norm, which is traditional competitive bidding with ordinary performance-based contracting approach, be it whether it is a performance-based contract or it is a task-based contract, but whatever the method that we have used before may no longer be sufficient to bring value in the built environment under the current situation and moving forward with the pandemic moving towards changing into endemic. So how do we improve this? Yeah. So one of the a few things that can be brought forward, among other things, are the elements of innovative, creative, collaborative, integrated, a data-driven approach of engaging an outsourced party, partnering, engaging an outsourced party through a partnership approach rather than client contractor or client service providers relationship. So it has to be upgraded to a partnering outsourcing approach. And then I think we have been talking about this. The next matter to look into is probably the maximizing the use of technology and also advanced system in delivering AFM services to the public buildings or public assets. Yeah. And in nature, in any part of the world, government is the largest asset owner. So if we do not take this opportunity to make these changes because we have been pushed to a different boundary, then we will lose the competitive advantage very soon. Now, moving to the next topic, we talk about the value value for money. In the recent budget 2022, as announced by the Minister of Finance, the total expenditure of the government is totaling about 332.1 billion estimated. Yeah? And out of this, 70% is allocated to operating expenditure, 75.6 billion, which is 22.8% is allocated for development expenditure, and the remaining 23 billion is for COVID-19 fund. The COVID-19 fund was never there before. So this is something new. It is a pressing issue. We have to put allocation, and how do we manage our assets moving forward in addressing the need to comply with SOPs and regulation, perhaps maybe new regulation or new guidelines will have an impact and bearing to our nation budget. So if you look at the OE alone, the operating expenditure, which is 233 billion, which I managed to dissect a little bit, there is a huge amount of allocation put forth for the improvement of our current public assets. 2.9 billion on schools, office, buildings, bridge, roads and pavement, inter-village roads and federal roads, street lights, local authorities, rural water, electricity, camps, army camps, and upgrade of sports arenas, and also our frontliners infrastructure assets. So these are amount of money that we're going to spend in 2022. But more importantly is that how do we get value out of this amount that we spent? My concern as a private sector is that, you know, for every money that we spend, we must look into the in the private sector has always been a profit, but in the government sector, I believe what would probably be the benefit that it brings to the public. And you know, if we spend $1 today, our hoping is that we get $1 worth of service that been rendered to the public. So my personal view is that we have to be very tactful in managing those assets. Once the work of repair, replace, or refurbish or upgrading has been implemented or completed. Yeah, so focus would be in getting value for money. Now, the question here, if you talk about value for money, how do we do this? Yeah, so probably the answer is getting the right people with the right knowledge, with the right experience, at the right place at the right time. So this is a challenge to the public sector, the government, to actually screen through those probably the best in class, or probably the better ones in coming with the program of partnership, rather than only delivering or rather engaging an outsourced party in the form of client contractors relationship. So that covers the value for money. Next, we discuss a little bit on the aging building, which was brought by Haji Tauran just now. For the last, ever since we independence, and even for the last 30 years, we have spent a huge amount of fund allocated for development. The last 30 years alone, we have spent about near to 340 billion developing the country. And these assets are still in use. And now we will be facing aging issues. One of the common thing that normally we tend to ignore is that how much do we need to put aside on maintenance costs of these assets? Maintenance does not start when it deteriorates. It should start right from when it is in use. Yeah, so I believe this is one of the things in the total asset management concept. It has been clearly defined at what point that we need to put our effort to do maintenance. Aging building requires not only ordinary corrective or preventive maintenance, but most importantly, it requires total replacement. And this is very costly. Yeah, it can no longer perform to its fullest efficiency capacity, or even in some cases cannot be used at all. So it's good to have a good maintenance strategy to address more on the plan rather than the unplanned. It is something that the private sector, I think we are looking forward to be given the opportunity to explore more into how do we address these aging building issues in the public sector. Yeah, so there are a lot of other options. Government may not necessarily be the one that is bearing the cost. It can be done through a partnership program where the private sector will be bearing the initial cost of what do you call that? Putting in the capital asset replacement cost or program, and in return allowing the private sector to recoup the investment over a longer period of time, together with the maintenance contract as one. So this is a public-private partnership initiative that I believe we can assess, or rather the government can think of to reduce the burden at the initial stage of getting the current asset back to its fullest efficiency and effectiveness in delivering the public service. There must also be a clear mechanism on how do we allocate budget to address this asset replacement program. Currently, I believe in the Public Works Department, from my observation, in the recent tender that has been called by the Public Works Department, there has been an element of repair and replace line item in the BQ. But the challenge is that how do we put in the numbers? Yeah. So at the moment, we do have a method. I mean, we do not have a single method, but we do have methods of how do we come up with the cost to address the repair and replace. But the best approach is that to have an estimate being done by the department, the agencies themselves, in order to know that to gauge to what extent of quality that they want to achieve with the amount of money that is being allocated for that particular scope of work. And through the policy and guidelines, I think addressing aging building, I see that what Public Works Department has done on the coming up with the documents or the guidelines to exercise building condition assessment, facility condition assessment. I think that's the best method to capture the condition. But the challenge is that how do we put a figure on addressing the replacement cost? So there is, again, as I said, mechanism on how do we put a cost to it has got to be properly established. I think the private sector would definitely be more than happy to assist the government to look into the matter of how do we establish a methodology to address this issue. And last but not least, I'm also being the Deputy President of the Malaysian Association of Facility Management together with Datuk Sri Zuhari. It is our dream actually to have a public-private partnership platform where we can actually work together to exchange ideas and also share of knowledge for us to bring forth an idea to have an institution where we can have a formal interaction between both parties, seeing problems from both angles, because we in the private sector also facing certain difficulties as well as challenges in trying to deliver the best service that is required by the government sector. So I believe that covers all 4 key areas that we want to, or rather, providing input and feedback to the Public Works Department in relation to the government policies in managing public assets. With that, I thank you for inviting me to provide this input. Back to you, Datuk Seri Zuhari. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shah. Due to limited time that we have, the remaining time, I think I take one question, whether, even though there's a lot of questions here, I address the question to Datuk Zul, and probably the 3 panelists, you just think about what you're going to say in next 30 seconds. I give every one of you to wrap up the most important or the most pertinent thought in your mind now for us to end this session. Datuk Zul, the questions is from the audience, from the participant. How can this amended asset management policy policy assist the government in ensuring that the construction and operational work are not disrupted during the adverse situation, such as pandemic or probably later on the endemic? Datuk Zul?
Datuk Seri Moderator, you don't mind to repeat the question?
How can this amended asset management policy can assist the government in ensuring that the construction and operational work are not disrupted during the adverse situation?
Okay. So when COVID-19 first struck the world back in early year of 2020, actually no one had an idea what kind or type of medication that can help heal this disease. Things are getting worse as the disease has spread uncontrollably, affected from one local place to neighboring states, nation, and worldwide. It even worse when it starts to grow from one single variant to many. So only through the application of risk management, the spreadness of COVID-19 is slowly managed and controlled with the introduction of movement control order, standard operating procedures, and enforcement. Well, as we all know, the application of risk management is based on 4 elements: processes, or some may call it as risk management cycle, which are first to identify the threats and opportunities faced by the organization across all of its function. And number 2, we have to prioritize the risk according to livelihood, speed on onset, and magnitude of impact. And number 2, to respond to these priorities by researching emergency risks, avoiding unacceptable risks, reducing the potential impacts of negative risks, piloting opportunities, and shifting some risks to others where appropriate. And lastly, number 4 is to assess and improve by evaluating how your response has played out and how each risk can be better managed in the future. Where in asset management, we apply the same processes and make use of it in our amended asset management policy. The only thing we look further is to configure and establish the processes towards government existing procedures and circular that are in force. To risk management, all government assets can be planned in terms of building and facility ownership data that meet the requirements for operation during natural disaster or pandemic. And asset owners identify risk mitigation to ensure building assets operate at a minimum during any disaster, and how the construction work can be carried out during the worst case scenario. I think
Okay.
that's my
Okay, thank you, Dato'. The central theme is risk management.
Yeah.
Okay, 30 seconds, Shah. We start with you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sri. I believe I would like to again reiterate the importance of the public and private partnership relationship in managing our public assets, because there are a lot of opportunity or other method that has been practiced in the private sector that can be beneficial to the government. Because people like us in the private sector, we are not only addressing issues on public assets, but we are also managing private assets. And we have found, I'm sure we have found many approach and method to resolve common issues, which are not really being shared with the government. So if a partnership platform can be realized, that would be the best approach for us to manage our public assets more effectively moving forward. Thank you, Dato'.
Okay, Engineer Tauran, 30 seconds.
Okay, terima kasih, Dato' Sri. I think for the health sector, the most urgent attention is to address the aging asset issue. Okay? The old hospital, old clinics, and so on, and to find the business model or even partnership as suggested by Mr. Shahrizal. So new business model to that is sustainable for the future refurbishment and also development of healthcare sector. Yeah, and also the ventilation issue. So we have to together address the ventilation issue in all our sectors. Yeah. To reduce the infections of COVID-19 or other disease in the future. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Dato' Wan, are you still there? In conclusion, I think one thing strongly surfaced or agreed by many speakers is the need to have the FM procurement strategy. I think we heard from Shah just now, doing the same thing that we used to do is no longer relevant or no longer appropriate, probably. So I think the other important point is because there's a government is spending huge amount of money for AFM, not just government but also private sector. The way forward, there is this bidding condition assessment. I think a few speakers talk about the need to address the aging facility, especially for the views from the private sector, I mean from the health sector, and also the needs of the new design. Probably JKR have to work together with various ministries and agencies using for fourth industrial revolution or Internet of Things to look at what are the things that we should focus on in the next few years or to sustain the industries. With that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your lending your ears and eyes to us for the last 1 hour. It's a pleasure for me to be your moderator today. And back to you, Dr. Dina.
Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that you have benefited from session 1. And thank you. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our gratitude to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Zohari bin Haji.
Today is a very glorious day for us. We got our award from CIDB on the 5-star score rating being delivered by Yang Berhormat Minister of Works, YB Barubian. And this is a very auspicious day for GFM, and I hope with this award, it motivates all GFMers to work harder in the future. And we also would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who are involved directly or indirectly in putting up the effort for us to be recognized as a 5-star score rating company in the facility management space. Thank you very much and congratulations to everyone.
Hi, my name is Shahira Osman. I am one of the client engagement manager for GFM Solutions. And as you can see today, we are participating in ICW event from 19th to 21st of March. And we basically one of the only FM company participating in this event. And we basically promoting consultancy and advisory from the angle of pre-construction stage until completion stage. And we also bring in some of our own selling point or our own key product, which is such as CMMS, which is we call it GEMS. As a GFM, I would say that I'm actually proud.
Facility management, is it exclusively for building? Is it any available for any type of facilities such as maybe parks, stadiums, public transports?
Kemudahan means everything. So the application of facility management practice, you can practice it, you can apply it to any built environment.
From perspectives others don't. More productivity, flexibility, and employee well-being. Opportunity to invest in the future. Potential in every business, in every space, in every person. Insights that transform. Because the more perspectives we have, the more dimensions we see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Session 2 on future workplace will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Maimuna Binti Sapri from the University Technology Malaysia. Associate Professor Surveyor Dr. Maimuna Sapri is a lecturer at University Technology Malaysia, and she is the Chair, Business Management Division, Office of the Vice Chancellor, Development, UTM. She has more than 20 years experience of the academic related works and has accomplished in all areas of real estate, ranging from property economics, property management, asset and facilities management, real estate appraisal and development. She has held numerous funded research grants with impact demonstrated by the extent of citation, direct application, industrial application, and community involvement. She is.
Hello, everyone. It is really nice to be a part of this conference today. Thank you for all the organizing team for organizing this session. I'll first start with a brief introduction about myself in the session this afternoon, and we can go from there. So my name is Shobhit. I am a managing director in CBRE in Asia Pacific. I am responsible for a business we call CBRE Host, which is an employee experience platform. But personally, I have been, over the last 16 plus years, have been involved in developing real estate strategies, workplace strategies, and property technology across the region and globally. My background is in engineering and in business administration, and I have been working with CBRE for the last 8 years. And it's been a really interesting time for all of us as we are across the globe trying to define how the new world would look like post the pandemic. And my area of expertise as well as interest is around workplace strategy, property technology, and the future of work. So today I'm going to be touching upon 3 key topics. First of all, we would like to understand what is the impact of the pandemic on how we work and how our workplaces are changing. Secondly, we would look at the way forward on what companies and landlords and developers should be doing to prepare for the new normal. And then we would sort of conclude with some key points around recommendation. So I'll go. So as I said, let's start with the impact of the pandemic. And I have a number of different, experts on the panel today, and a number of you who have been joining these sessions since yesterday. You may have come across some of these key trends personally or in the organizations that you are a part of. But there is a very healthy but a very prominent debate going around on how the pandemic has impacted the workforce and workplace. So I wanted to share my perspective and what I see happening across the industry. So the first thing that I see is that there is definitely some sort of a Zoom fatigue and burnout. And I think this is across different industries and different sectors. By Zoom fatigue, I'm not sort of targeting a certain product, but I'm trying to sort of use that as an analogy that because of the number of people across the last year and a half, or a good part of 2 years now, are working at home, primarily working, virtually, it has had an impact on people psychologically. I'm talking about both employees who are working for organizations, businesses, as well as even students. Everybody is really craving for that human connect. And in the corporate world, it is causing an increased rate of attrition. You may have heard about the Great Resignation. This is a term coined by some publications in the US about number of resignations that have happened in the last 6 to 8 months, especially between people of age between 35 to 45, where people have started to really look into improving mental well-being and health. So that's one key focus that we see. Second trend that I see is the acceleration in adoption of remote working and automation. This has been happening for quite some time now. The pandemic has just accelerated the speed at which this trend in remote working and automation is happening. We see that more and more people are relying on technology to do their job, and also people have equipped their homes and remote locations to work, which has been an interesting development. The third is the emergence of hybrid work. So hybrid work, I will actually touch upon this in a little bit more detail in subsequent slides, but basically, because now employees are working from home, they're working in a co-working space sometimes, they're working in a cafe, they're working sometimes in the office. That has a bearing on the workplace strategy and design of the office, which we'll touch upon in a short while. The fourth thing that we see is an increased adoption of digitization in the workplace. And I am personally in this space, so I see a lot of that happening, where companies of all sectors are investing time and resources and money in creating a digitized workplace environment. The fifth, and in my view, one of the most important trends that I see happening is the change in the mindset of employees. Now, I'm talking about young talent, or experienced talent, or resources, or people who are working across different disciplines. Everybody is looking for choice. If you come to think of it, some people want to continue to work from home. Some people want to go back to the office. There are a lot of us, and including myself, we want a combination of, I want to work in the office, from Tuesday to Thursday, but on Monday or Friday, I would want to work from home. And this is basically a sign that employees are looking for choice, and they have new preferences, and they want the organization and the workplace to evolve to offering choices to employees, which I think is a very positive development. But obviously, it presents landlords as well as enterprises with a challenge on how to manage a very diverse workplace and workforce. Those are some of the global trends. We in the organization also do some research around what's happening specifically in our region, in Asia Pacific. And one of the glaring trends that we see, apart from the 5 that I talked about, is that the leadership in offices, in workplaces, are taking some key decisions on future of work. One of the glaring trends that in Asia Pacific, including in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Southeast Asia, in India, we see that managers do want their employees to be back in the office, but they're starting to give a little bit more leeway for people to work from home and remotely. So there is a shift in mindset in leadership in Asia Pacific, which is good. The second trend that we see, that organization as a whole, whether you're the HR teams or the real estate teams or the leadership or management in general, have started to become really serious about creating remote working policies. I know of a global technology firm which is quite prominent in Malaysia, in India, and in Singapore, have this new rule that they want their employees to first work remotely, and when they really need to go to the office, then they choose a space in the office. So they are establishing what we call a virtual first strategy, and this is an interesting shift. And there are other organizations, especially in the sector of automobiles or industrial services, where there is still a very traditional approach in terms of allowing remote working for employees. So we see the whole spectrum in our region, but certainly there is an overall trend. About 72%, people that we have researched and interviewed, that they are working on remote working eligibility and schedules, which is great. So with all these trends and these findings of research, what does it mean for both occupiers and landlords to be ready for the future? That is the key question that we are trying to sort of address today. So I'll sort of share my perspective and what we have been learning from working with a lot of landlords in the region, as well as a lot of occupiers and enterprises. So the first key trend that I see here is that across the spectrum, organizations have to get ready to adopt and thrive in a hybrid work model. Now, we will touch a little bit more about what hybrid workplace or what means, but it's quite important to know that regardless of which industry you are a part of, whether you are an organization that is focused on technology or automobiles or industrial shipping, your workforce is expecting to some way, shape, or form for organization to have some level of hybrid or flexibility in the workplace, which is what the organizations have to get ready to adopt. Now, the first question that I wanted to focus on is, what is hybrid work model, and what does it mean for an individual, and what does it mean for an organization? So now, or this is pre-pandemic, if I can say that, when an employee wakes up in the morning, he or she would either go to their headquarters or a office close by, but they will start their productive day by traveling to the office. And in some cases, especially in some organizations which are focused on tech or sales, they have also adopted flexible spaces, the co-working spaces, the WeWork, IWG, VJus. These co-working spaces offer also a productive environment. So employees may also have a choice to go and sit there. But predominantly the key trend before pandemic was that people will go to a certain office, and that's where they would be predominantly productive for the day or for the week or for whatever time that they are sort of with the organization. This is now changing rapidly and dramatically. The future, which is what you can see on the right-hand side, is hybrid. Now, employees, because of the pandemic, are working from home. They might be working in the satellite office. They're also sort of toggling between cafes and flexible spaces and so many different places, that the bigger challenge for organizations now is to adopt a workplace and a location strategy that allows for hybrid work ecosystem to happen. And this is fantastic, because this will actually drive improved engagement and experience from an employee standpoint. But when you come to think of it from an organization perspective, they can be a lot more efficient in the way they use real estate. So that's one key trend. For landlords, it means that they have to not only build buildings and real estate to service employees while they're working in the office, but they have to build an ecosystem that allows for a connected workplace that offers choice. I'm getting some background noise. Yes, sorry, there was some background noise. Yes. So the one thing that we see happening is that the companies would have to work out an optimal portfolio mix and location strategy according to a workplace. I'll give you an example. One of the banks that we are working with is a global consumer bank, and they have decided that they are radically going to be shifting their portfolio strategy to allow employees to work both at the office and at home. And I am not at liberty of sharing numbers, but the bank is making some significant investments into this space by taking a strategy of reducing their core footprint of how many offices they have, but helping employees to equip their home and remote working environments. So this is definitely a trend that is catching up with banks, with technology firms, and with firms which see a lot of flexibility and mobility within the employees. I know a number of different progressive and technology-focused organizations in Malaysia that work both in the insurance sector as well as in the fintech sector are testing these models currently as pilots. The next sort of component of all this is understanding, what strategy should we be using to get ready for this change. So the question that I'm asking is that what can organizations do to create a comprehensive model for hybrid? So the first thing that I have to realize, and we have realized, that hybrid work and hybrid workplace is not suitable for every industry, for every sector. There will be organizations that will go back to the old model when pandemic ends, but there will be many organizations that would want to embrace it and make sure that they use this as a strategy to attract and retain talent. That's point number one. Point number two is that high adoption of hybrid work and workplace will require a change in the way we think about our offices and how we design our offices. And I'll touch upon that in a little bit more detail. Third is that, we have to actually focus on change management and in ensuring that when we instill any change of introducing hybrid workplace for organizations, it needs to be adopted with satisfaction. So we can't just implement anything for the sake of savings or reduction in real estate. But the key point around all this is that employees and the people who get impacted by this change should be happy. So employee satisfaction is a huge focus, or should be the huge focus, and change management is key. And I'll touch upon that also in subsequent slides. So first of all, what is the spectrum of hybrid work models that we are seeing in Asia? So first one is office first, which basically means that many organizations that we are working on have decided that when the pandemic is completely over, I want my employees, or we want our employees, to be back in the office, go to the old sort of, so they may have some opportunities to work remotely, but they want their employees to work predominantly first in the office. So that's some companies are adopting that strategy. The second is blended. So this is actually, I would say that about 60 to 70% of organizations are falling in this category across in Asia, where it offers employees the flexibility to work outside the office at some time, and it expects a balance of time spent in offices and at home. So this is actually quite prominent across industries. A very low percentage of organizations, especially multinationals in the region, especially in Southeast Asia, are using virtual first. So this is a very radical strategy where organizations are telling their employees that we want you to work continuously at home, and you come to office only when you really need to. The plus side of this is that the companies can save a lot of real estate cost, but there are a number of downsides because people, as I was talking about, are craving human connection, and they are not able to sort of really build the ecosystem which can be done when you are physically meeting people. So virtual first is predominantly used by companies that are very global in nature, where they have satellite offices across the globe. They anyways don't have the liberty to connect physically very much, so they want to have employees working virtually or remotely predominantly in the day. So what does hybrid work model mean for our offices, our workplace? So let me sort of, before I talk about that, let me explain like a concept of me space versus we space. So I'm sure a number of us here have either worked in the office or have seen offices in the past. Predominantly, when we design an office space, we design for me space, which is basically for individual or desk work. So when an employee is doing some focus work, or when he's working at the desk, writing emails, writing programs, or whatever activity that the person does individually, these are individual desks that have to be designed. And predominantly over the past so many years before pandemic, the offices were being designed with keeping the me space or an individual day space in mind. The second part of it is the we space, which is your meeting rooms, your collaboration areas, and all that. And that basically is how people come together to connect with each other. So the one key trend that we have seen and what we are working with a number of clients is that activity-based working environments are evolving into hybrid work models. Let me explain that. So the first concept here is the solo-based workplace design, which basically means that, which is very similar to pre-pandemic times where you have 65% of the space designed to cater to individual work and 35% for collaboration activities. We're seeing a trend towards designing the offices on a team-based environment where you have 50-50 balance between me space and we space. And event space is predominantly collaboration and very less individual spaces. I have to highlight that not even a single organization will just adopt one model. So they may have a building where few floors will be very solo-based, but few floors will be very events or team-based. So that is the norm that we see across the board and is to be followed. So that and we have to work to understand organizations' preferences to be ready for that. So that was around the space and strategy in the workplace design. The second key resolution or the key action that we see from various companies is to plan for a digital workplace transformation. So because employees, are working from home and they go to the offices only to to do events or activities or collaboration, in some cases, they also are more used to using digital tools to enable that to happen more seamlessly. So as I think most of us have seen, that real estate is being heavily disrupted by technology. I mean, you look at a building and a foyer, and you can see that every part of the building and real estate ecosystem has had some technology interface. So whether it's wayfinding or CCTV cameras or booking systems or signage, we do see a trend towards adoption of technology across real estate as we speak, and this is no surprise. There are three key factors that are guiding a robust digital workplace strategy. So when somebody or when an organization has to take a decision on what technology do I need to use to elevate my building performance or workplace performance, they need to first of all plan for experience. Then they have to think how technology is going to increase efficiency and thereby reducing cost. And the third part is, and which is huge now, is how it is influencing the environmental. Can we save energy? Can we save, can we instill sustainability ecosystem through our platform? So that's a massive focus in how companies are designing and using technologies to transform real estate and workplaces. So there are different components which can be, sometimes technical, but let me just, go over that for the benefit of the session. So what does digital workplace mean? So digital workplace is your meeting room technology, your technology to, book spaces, but the key fundamental requirement of a digital workplace is employee-centric. So when an employee is planning their day or their meeting in the offices, they need systems to enable that to happen seamlessly. So right now everybody is so used to using Outlook to book meeting rooms and use different systems to register entry and exit into the office. But as more and more people are getting used to using apps, more number of workplace experience apps are getting designed to help buildings and workplaces become smarter. A simple example of that is that nowadays there are apps where you can see which office has how many seats, which meeting rooms are available or not available, and where are my colleagues sitting today. So you can actually do that all from using mobile phones and apps. So there is a surge of that. The second component is smart workplace ecosystem. So with the advent of IoT devices and sensors and the whole ecosystem, we are making the buildings smarter and more intelligent to first of all be more energy efficient, and second, be more experience centric. And the third part is around smart building portfolios. So for all the facilities managers and real estate experts out here, nowadays more and more technology is available for you to visualize how the space should be designed, how the space is being managed. A lot of the work that our FM team does from an operational perspective is now being aided by having technology. So these are smart building and portfolio tech that is out there. So these are the three different dimensions of real estate and workplace technology that we see being adopted by both landlords and occupiers readily. So I talked about the employee experience apps, and there is like more than 70, in fact, even more than that, apps are available across in the region. If I think about like globally, there are more than 100 apps that can be configured in your workplace to make your employee experience and building operations more efficient.
Mr. Shabir,
yes.
You got another 5 minutes, yeah?
Yes, I'll wrap up in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. So there is a huge focus towards getting the employee experience further augmented by these apps, which is fantastic. Now the third and the final sort of aspect of the trend or the strategies that I see in this post-pandemic workplace is establishing a user-centric experience and well-being approach. Now we all know that an app or a nice workplace is not the only tool that is required to improve workplace experience and efficiency. So although technology and the space design is extremely important, but we need to have the right type of talent managing the workplace. And I'm sort of now, relating to all the facilities managers and property managers and real estate coordinators and leaders in this call, where you can have the best technology and the best workplace design, but if you don't have the right talent managing your spaces effectively every day, we would fail to deliver efficiency, cost savings, as well as experience. So the experience outcomes and the efficiency outcome has to be driven by people who manage space. So there is a new thinking around enhancing operation services. So what we call, experience ambassadors. These are your facilities managers. The future of a facilities manager or a facilities coordinator is to become like an ambassador for change in organization. This could be your receptionist standing at the front desk, or a facilities management lead in your office, or a property manager. These talented individuals have to now cater to a demand where employees, because they're working in offices, third spaces, and home, the experience ambassadors have to be trained and in elevating employee experience across the organization. They're also responsible for implementing an adoption of technology that I talked about, and they're key in making sure that there is a sense of community, especially when the workplace is remote and hybrid going forward. So there is a new breed of talent that is coming in and joining the facilities management and property management teams, and that is very heartening to see. And we need to train them, make sure the talent is preserved and looked after. We also are looking at productizing experience. So an individual himself or herself is not able to solve for everything, but we have different dimensions with which we need to deliver experience and efficiency in workplaces and real estate. So whether it's community management, delivering really good content, well-being services, food and beverage, these are different channels for the facilities management team to drive experience and engagement. And it doesn't have to be done all by yourself individually or internally. We can actually, there are companies that are providing these services, so we can pick and choose what works for every building or for every organization. The focus is hugely towards fostering connected communities and culture, especially in an environment where people are working in office, flex spaces at home in a hybrid way. We need to focus on building a culture that drives the community regardless of where people are. And it's not easy, but through spaces, communication channels, digital tools, and influencing behaviors, there is a way in which we can, redefine, communities and focus on building more connected ecosystem. And then the other part is around real huge focus towards health and well-being offering. I talked about the great resignation early on. One of the key reasons for that is that people are fatigued. They are basically craving for human connection. There is a surge towards mental and well-being and health issues across a number of different employees. So companies have to solve for both physical and digital means to bring health and wellness at the core of their the strategies and how they deliver real estate services and physical environments. So that is hugely focused. And the 4 key elements here is that focusing on fitness, mind, health, and nutrition of your employees and building community. And many companies are offering some extremely fantastic tools to enable that. So with the last slide, I would just like to conclude is that all these 3 strategies are adopted by different companies in different ways. But I would like to sort of end by saying this, that please, as you are thinking about this for your clients, for your own organization, involve your employees or end users in the conversation. They would actually tell you what works, what doesn't work. So have an inclusive approach in building that strategy. Second is prioritize workplace equity. Everybody should have an equal experience and a performance in the workplace. So ensuring that every section of the workplace, whether it's old or young, whether it's male, female, or other demographics within the organization, their needs all have to be catered to. Third is that I talked about proper change management and communication. We need to make sure that whatever strategy that you implement is properly supported by a robust change program, and you can't communicate enough. You communicate across all disciplines to have the strategy come to life in a very effective manner. With that, I will stop my presentation. Hopefully this was helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Shahid, for the very informative and a very good content on future workplace. And we are living through a fundamental transformations in the way we work. I think that's the key point, and we're talking about workforce and workplace. So on behalf of the AFMC, I think to be fair, I have to read your profile, because being a very prominent as a managing director of CBRE and leads the business line host in Asia Pacific, I reckon you have very good experience on people services, and adversary-led technology platforms to elevate experience as well as increase agility for occupiers. So your content about the workforce, workplace, and the digital economy, I think is very good content for us to foresee what is the future of our workplace. So thank you very much, Mr. Shahid. So I will come back later during Q&A session, But for now, I would like to invite our panelists, which is we have SR Azman Shah bin Muhammad Arifin, AR Saifuddin bin Ahmad, and Dr. Daniel Mian. So for the first round, I would like to, it's my great pleasure, I would like to welcome SR Azman Shah bin Muhammad Arifin for to present about or to comment or to give some ideas about the vision and missions from Mr. Shahid. Before that, I would like to read SR Haji Azman Shah Muhammad Arifin profile. SR Azman Shah Muhammad Arifin graduated from Universities of Glamorgan, United Kingdom, and is a registered valuer, asset agents, and property manager registered with the Board of Valuers, Appraisers, and Asset Agents, as well as Chartered Surveyor accredited by the Royal Institutions of Chartered Surveyors, United Kingdom. Presently, he is founder and CEO, Chief Real Estate Consultant of Extra Strata Solutions Numberhad, providing consultancy services for retail design development, mall repositioning, tenant mix planning, marketing, and leasing, including securing anchor tenants and management of shopping centers. So, SR Azman, I think would like to hear from real estate point of view how you see the future workplace. So the floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mai. I'll just share my screen for a moment. I have a very short, brief slides to share with you. Can you see the slide? Okay, very good. I'll just put it on the...
Yes, Arasman, we can see clearly.
Thank you very much. So, Assalamualaikum and very good morning, everyone. First and foremost, thank you ever so much for giving me this opportunity. Basically, my role in this period of pandemic is more being also the immediate past president of the Malaysian Institute of Professional Property and Facility Manager. During the pandemic period, we had a lot of challenges, not only in residential properties as well as workplace as well. So I would like to just perhaps add on to the points that have been shared by Mr. Shobi just now, and I kudos to Mr. Shobi for the sharing on his thoughts on the future workplace post-pandemic. And on my side, I just wanted to share a few things. Generally, I would say the points that were put forward by Mr. Shobi is something that actually is something that we really have got to embrace. Things are actually moving very fast now in the market in order to adapt to the situation post-pandemic, especially when a lot of the workforce is coming back to work. And this is where, in fact, we are looking at a lot of challenges, and this is what I see, perhaps, adding on to what Mr. Shobi has mentioned, being the challenges to the property and facility managers, especially in Malaysia. Okay, and the first point I wanted to say was that there is this challenge of making the workplace safe. That means we need to make the staff, the returning staff, feel safe coming back to work. Knowing that basically the employer has actually put in a lot of measures to help to prevent the possibility of infection. Now, this is, of course, related to the safe proofing of the workplace. But of course, as usual, there can never be any 100% foolproof situation. And this is where I think a lot of things which are visible to the workforce or the visitors, in fact, to the buildings, which will make them feel safe. And this experience is very important for the employer to look into. Next, of course, enforcing the protocols and SOP. It's not easy for us to actually do this, especially when there's a lot of movements of people. And this is where we need to see what kind of solutions that have been adopted. And of course, the next part is, in fact, constraints in the existing building premises and infrastructure, where you have the existing HVAC, heating, ventilation, and conditioning system, which is probably has not been been serviced for a few months due to the pandemic, and thinking that during the pandemic, you can actually just skip a few things, which is quite normal, I would say, in order to save costs. But of course, these are the things that we have to look at, especially when we know that indoor air quality is very important. Then, of course, apart from that, we are looking at the possibility, the cost implications in retrofitting and transformation, when we have to look at how we can actually put into place the measures and also certain treatments to make the building actually, I would say, conducive for the workforce to return to and work safely. And last but not least, I see a challenge is the fact that a lot of people are still struggling to embrace technology. A lot of people have been able to embrace technology in terms of online shopping. So far, I can see that online shopping is what they are able to adapt to. But there are actually a lot of issues when we first had the MCO. In Malaysia, for instance, a lot of sites were not actually using any apps, to communicate or to actually really have certain line of communication with the occupants and the residents, and also with the owners. So I think this is where a lot of people suddenly realize there's no other way. Like Mr. Shobi was saying, digitization has to be really implemented in order for us to move forward post-pandemic. So based on all these challenges, what I'd like to share with you is basically what are the solutions that I've seen so far in Malaysia, in addition to what Mr. Shobi has shared with us. Basically, I would say that the most important aspect of it is to be able to create a safe and healthy environment using technology. So this is where a lot of people were actually, I would say, getting to know the users of IoT, Internet of Things, as well as the AIs. And a lot of these things are actually moving towards making it very convenient for the workforce to come back, especially when there are a lot of touchless measures and also technology that can be actually adopted instead of just having a plastic screen at the on the lift panel buttons. You can actually, in fact, have sensing type of panel buttons, and at the same time also the usage of certain apps using your own handphone to switch on the air conditioning and systems in the office and as well at home. Next is the challenge of making sure that everybody understands the need to follow SOPs, protocols, and all that. And I agree with Mr. Shobi. There has to be the right talents to execute this. And I can tell you the ambassadors, which Mr. Shobi has mentioned, is very important. A lot of officers now are finding it very difficult to find the right talent, actually. Receptionists are receptionists, but what you need is somebody who is able to communicate, and to translate what are the measures has been taken by the management in order for the workforce or the visitors to feel safe. And this is where the proper communication, especially when you're using apps, for those owners who are linked into the apps, they will get constant reminders. Like in Malaysia, we have what we call the PPN, the national oh my goodness, I forgot the word for it, but it's the plan for the transformation during the phases in the pandemic period. And every so often you'll get one from the federal government, from the Ministry of Health, and then you also have where there's a special SOP issued by the Ministry of Housing for stratified development, including offices and malls. So a lot of people are not able to keep up with all this because they are not really going into the website to check and all that. And basically, all this can be actually communicated very easily if they are all hooked on to a certain apps whereby the management can be the one to actually disseminate all this information. Okay, and next, of course, we all know that with the issue of indoor air quality, there's always this need for the workforce to actually feel comfortable coming back to work. And so a lot of us forget to communicate to them to say that, okay, we've just serviced our air conditioning system, everything has been sanitized and disinfected. And these are the kind of things sometimes we do not communicate. We take it for granted that everybody would have understood, we have done it. But the communication on this part of the service is very important for property and facilities managers. And the fact that we also have visible movements of cleaners using the PPE, personal protection equipment, with the mask, with the face shield, and the sanitizers. And this is where I think a lot of people would be more confident when they see all these things moving about visibly. All right. And the next, of course, I would say that implementation of the SOP for the situation where you have COVID-19 infection situation. Now, this is really bad. In the past, when we first started the first 6 months, a lot of people were in a mess. They don't know how to handle it. And the first thing someone would do is they just viral it and create panic. And I think what Mr. Shobi was saying about the ambassador. Now, I think the ambassador is the first person who's actually going to be the one to calm down the public and also the workforce, and to understand, how crisis management can be dealt with very easily with proper communication and also a demonstration of the action step by step. So I think this is very important, and I totally agree with Mr. Shobi earlier on the steps and measures to have the right talent to handle these things. And last but not least, of course, there are simple things that we can invest on. We do not have to go overboard on a lot of things, notices, signages, and of course, simple communication of information on day-to-day basis. And I think a lot of people are able to go into the apps that we have provided by the Ministry of Health, which is the My Sejahtera, where it provides the information about, how many cases and then how many people have recovered and how many, are actually without symptoms, with symptoms. Because I would imagine that a lot of us, when we hear about infections, we immediately say, we have to close down we have to lock down immediately. But nowadays, when people have the 2 jabs already, that a lot of people are not showing any symptoms, and there is different stages, in fact. And at this point in time, you can see that a lot of people understand that doing the RTK, the saliva test, and doing the PCR test are not exactly the solution or the medication. The idea is to isolate the person quickly, and actually making sure that he's not in contact with anybody else. I mean, he has to quickly go into a quarantine. So in the workforce where a lot of people are moving about and very difficult to actually control them from, touching each other and having gatherings, physically.
Azman, 1 minute, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And it's not easy for us to do that. But I think with all the proper action by the and constant reminders, repeat reminders by the management, that should be able to help us to actually reduce or minimize the infection. So I think that's just about what I would like to share. I think the biggest challenge now is actually to find the right talents to carry out building management. And actually, it's not really about building or equipment or facility management. It's about managing people. That's the biggest challenge. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you ever so much again for the opportunity. I hand back to Professor Dr. Maimuna.
Thank you, Azman, for nice sharing. So I think it's very impressive when you mentioned about investments on maintenance. Yeah, normally we see maintenance as a cost center. All right, thank you. So now we have to move to AR Saifuddin bin Ahmad. Yeah, so his background is an architect. So I believe within the workplace, when we talk about workplace, it varies. It involves office, retails, industries, in fact, a place of worship. All right, so I think this is very good explanations by AR Saifuddin later on. Yeah, so as AR Saifuddin, I think it's to be fair, I read this profile so that we know from the perspective of an architect what should be a workplace in future. So AR Saifuddin is a fellow of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, registered Asian Architect, APEC, architect and honorary member of Australian Institute of Architects, Associations of Simis Architects by Royal Patronage, council member, Region 4, the International Union of Architects, UIA 2017-2021, and Vice President Zone B, Arcasia 2019-2021. Past presidents on the current Council of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia 2019-2021. He was awarded by his alma mater, Deakin University, Australia, Alumni of Year 2022, the first Malaysian to be accorded with the award. And he is the architect for the Low Energy Office, LEO, for the Ministry of Green Technology and Water Malaysia, which won the Malaysian Construction Industry Award 2003 and the Asian Energy Award 2006. So the Leo building was also chosen to be on the Malaysian 50 cents commemorative stamp for the Energy Efficiency Building series in 2009. His firm, SNO Architects and Berhad, was sworn the SME Corporation Enterprise 50 for the years 2013, 2014, and 2016. So, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Mai. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Since the World Health Organization declared the pandemic on 11 March 2020, was imposed in almost all countries and has disrupted daily life, shuttered businesses, and created hardship for many. Work from home and study from home became the norm for everyone, because life must go on and under such difficulties and uncertain times. Like what Shobit has mentioned, digitization became a new norm in every aspect. Previously, it was only common for the young, but now it's across the board. We have no choice but to learn and adapt. Shobit also spoke about the future workplace in general and how hybrid is the new alternative. I totally agree with him that hybrid is not suitable for all, and some may even go back to the old model. It depends on the work nature and the profession we are in. He also elaborated and suggested some hybrid workspace model. I would like to just share a bit of screen now. Okay, as mentioned earlier, okay, I'm the Vice President of ACASIA, or Architects Regional Council Asia. Okay, just to mention, at ACASIA itself, which consists of actually 21 countries, or in fact, end of last month, North Korea joined us, so it's now 22 countries. We have come out actually with what we call the 13 ACGS, or ACASIA COVID-19 guidelines. And this was actually launched end of 2020. And what it encompasses is actually like what actually Sobit mentioned, even Surveyor Azman mentioned, with regard to the space planning, building technologies, adapting to environment, flow management, and so on, 13 altogether. And of course, at that point of time, okay, it's a generic guidelines, okay, which we were hoping that at that point of time, 21 countries would actually customize to suit each country itself. And under my positions at Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, we have actually looked into this, the Malaysian Built Environment Guidelines. Instead of COVID-19, we use the word pandemic, meaning to say that this guideline can be utilized at any time when a pandemic occurs. Okay, and instead of 13, okay, we have actually increased to 15. And this is just a bit of comparison between the 13 and the 15. Okay, and you look on the right-hand side, okay, the one in the dark brown, okay, some of the additional, or what they call the adjustment to what the guidelines that was done under ACASIA. Like what Azman has mentioned, and also I think Shobi also did mention, okay, this is what came out in the papers on Monday in the Star. Okay, good ventilation curbs the spread of COVID-19. And of course, virus spreads easier in low humidity environment, okay? And they have also come out with this particular chart, okay? Maybe we just focus on non-residential setting, and it emphasized on the word system evaluation, okay, under the air conditioning or system maintenance. So basically, even though we spoke about a good workplace, but if the ventilation is not good and whatnot, okay, we will still have an impact on the occupants itself. And in my capacity, okay, although it was not mentioned, actually I'm the chairman of 2 hospitals, okay, and one of that is actually University Malaya Medical Center. Whereby, as I think Malaysia know, during this current pandemic, is actually a hybrid hospital. What is meant by hybrid hospital, besides being a COVID hospital, is still continue to be a teaching hospital and still continue to entertain those who have medical problems. And together with Ministry of Health, okay, we have come out with this guideline, ventilation in the healthcare setting to reduce the transmission of respiratory pathogens. The first edition was just out a few months back. And again, if you look into the table content, okay, ventilation is actually also important. Although this is actually specifically for healthcare environment, it can also be adopted to any other workplace. And I'm one of the advisor for this. And of course, I would like to also add over here, okay, besides digitalization and whatnot, okay, networking is very important, okay. Network and data line is very important, as even though you have a good workplace, okay, and if you need to do things virtually or even hybrid, if your network or data line doesn't work, everything else doesn't work, okay. I'll just cut short over here so that there's more time for question and answers, because basically what Shobit or even Azman has mentioned is what I'm going to mention. So I'll just cut short on that aspect. Thank you very much, Dr. Mai.
Okay, thank you, Mr. A.R. Saifuddin bin Ahmad. I think very good content, how we have to look on the future workplace from health sectors. Okay, so next panelist is Dr. Daniel Mian, which is the Principal Regional Asset Management, Australia. So Dr. Daniel is an award-winning project manager with 24 years experience in assets, project, program, and design management. While originally qualified in electrical engineering, Dr. Daniel has successfully delivered numerous infrastructures and building multidisciplinary projects in Australia and overseas. So Dr. Daniel has also designed and delivered capability development programs. Dr. Daniel is Arup's regional leader for asset services. He is the first point of call whenever there is assistance needed with an asset management opportunity within the ARUP Australasian region. So, Dr. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maimuna. Really appreciate the introduction. I would first of all congratulate the conference organizers. They've done a really good job, and thank you for providing me the opportunity to be on your panel. I shall share my slides. Can you see that? Yep, thank you very much. So overall, a really fantastic presentation, Shobit. Really enjoyed it. Especially the Asia Pacific perspective that you have presented. I myself, while working for Arab, travel quite frequently to our offices in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, and am involved in the delivery of rail, water, and highways projects, so know the Asia Pacific workplace quite well. But what I would be presenting today is more of a global perspective, because I work for a global organization. Most of my clients also come under that category. A lot of our partners who are consultants or contractors are also global organizations. And the perspective is not very different, but there might be some things which might be good for Shobit and others to consider for Asia Pacific going forward. All right, so interesting, some statistics coming from Shobit's presentation. I think Shobit did a survey where 15% of respondents said that post-COVID organizations might go back to the pre-pandemic. Then Shobit presents the different work models as well, some hybrid work models of in the office blended and then completely virtual. I think understanding the global workplace, I don't think that it will go back to as it was before the pandemic. I think it will be a hybrid model, and there are some reasons for that. I think a large number of the workplace is, and I can share some statistics later, is includes the millennials, and so they're quite comfortable with the current model. So I don't think they'll go back to the completely in the office model. But at the same time, it won't be the other extreme either, because some of the clients are wanting us now to come back and talk to them and work from our offices. So I think it will be a hybrid model. Um, agree with Jobit. I think we post COVID and perhaps now we need a proper change management process to be implemented. I think a lot of the people, because of the post COVID, the overall culture of an organization might get affected. Some of the people join organizations because of their specific culture. So not getting that would be a shock to them. So I think getting them prepared for it is very important. And as Shobit said, that's the biggest reason for the great resignation. So I think we need to prepare them, because right now it's a very difficult market. People are just, because they're not getting the cultural aspect which they signed up for. They're just going changing organizations because of remuneration and more salary. So I think that needs to sort of be looked at, and focus on digital, as my colleagues Saifuddin and Ajman also said. There is a recent statistic that because of COVID-19, organizations have let go about 15% of their staff. So how do you, because of economical reasons, so how do you react to that? So there needs to be predictive analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning to offer, to be able to mitigate the reduction of those people. And then, but for that too, there is another challenge, that they need to be properly skilled to be able to do that. And then, as my colleague Azman said, I think it's all about the well-being and the safety of the staff as well. I think they want to be secure in the new workplace, whatever that is. And some of the issues that we are coming across globally are things like not a clear boundary between the workplace. You don't know when it's impinging in the family life. And then lockdown directives, disrupted travel plans, social isolation, feelings of insecurity, media information overload by organizations as well. Panic buying that happens a lot in Australia currently. I'm sure that's happening in Asia Pacific as well. So it's led to overall anxiety and depression. And so you can see some alarming statistics coming out. I've been reading some of the reports from McKinsey's, from Harvard Business Review. I'm also a professor at one of the local universities in Brisbane, so a lot of credible research coming out. One of them was interesting. 100 million workers may need to switch occupations by 2030. That's across some of the major countries like China, France, Germany, and so on. And then 2/3 proportion of executives are expecting that that increased investment in automation and AI. So that's a huge bearing on the investment of organization. And then 20% estimated decline in business travel. That's obviously affecting airlines and all that. And so in my view, I think we need to go back to some of the basics, which was pre-COVID, because some of those principles are very relevant even now, or would be post-COVID as well. Some of the ones that I want to mention, we need to look at a model of organizations which are globally distributed, but with smaller, more cohesive teams. And the people within the teams are connected through technology. Focus on innovation, obviously. And the organization should be agile to adopt to change faster. Gender diversity or every other type of diversity is important, and having female representation in senior leadership. For example, within Arab, our co-chairs are both women. So that's sort of that different perspective, different view is absolutely fantastic for the organization. And shifting from just focus on profit, I think it should be about the health and wellness and overall community involvement. And then looking at the sustainability and how can the workplace make a positive impact on the world as well. So that's important, the environmental sustainability aspects, as well as my colleague said about air conditioning use and energy and renewables and all that. So that's very important. And then having a flatter structure, and then in the structure having a clear line of sight for both for horizontal and vertical, so everybody is singing from the same hymn book. And then usually what happens in COVID, when when the chips are down, people start focusing on reducing training. That's not the way, because if you are going to be adopting AI and all that, people need more training. And I was looking at the statistics by US Bureau of Labor. By 2030, 75% of our staff will be millennials. So, and they're not just happy with having cafeterias and different type of coffees. They want a culture of inclusion, as you would see in Asia Pacific as well, and a workplace that makes things go faster and rewards to people who stay hungry and humble. So it's all about humility as well. So within Arab, I would just want to quickly talk about the our approach within Arab. So we are currently going through an internal benefits realization program where we are trying to understand what are we doing well in these different conditions and how we can use that to improve the future workplace. And there are three areas that we are focusing on. And starting with when can we work? So we're offering flexibility anytime to start it, early in the morning, later in the morning, so that everybody gets the opportunity to go to the mosque if they want to, or if they want to go and see their child in school play, they can do that. And for that we have implemented a flexible work policy, and that too, you don't have to specifically adhere to that. If you feel you want more flexibility, you can get that. So I think it has to be focused. A great focus has to be flexibility. And then where we work, blended work, as Shobit said as well, you can work from your office, you can work from your home, you can work in isolated areas in the office, or in meeting rooms, whatever makes you happy. And then the last point is how we work. And so that's more driven by our values, because we want people to have to demonstrate behaviors of professionalism, so they trust each other and there's good communication, so that they're all aligned to deliver outcomes. We are proactively using artificial intelligence and natural language processing to extract information from reports, because in some projects we've got massive reports, so why not use that? And then on some of our sites, we are using sensors to improve and estimate exposure, and potentially predict adverse events at the workplace. So another use of AI. And then using for our clients, for their assets, using data to predict the behavior of the assets. So
Daniel, 1 more minute, yeah?
Yep. So in my view, what the roadmap that I can propose has to be focused on dehumanizing people, where people are, it's inclusive culture. They work together. They have holistic skills, so social, emotional, and technological, because that's will prepare them for higher bracket promotions in the organization. More investment in AI and technologies, and get the diversity balance right. And then finally, look at the UN SDGs focus as part of the vision of the organization: climate change, decarbonization, and a whole of life cycle approach. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Daniels, for very nice presentations. And I believe a key point is that we have to appreciate employee well-being as it is the important to increase their productivities. Okay, and it's subject to the livable housing. Yeah. So now we are on the Q&A session. All right, we have not really so much time, but look at the chat box here. There is a question for Mr. Shophe. Okay, so the question is that I am wondering if there is a difference in the acceptance of the new normal at workplace across age cohorts, genders, or extra. So, Mr. Shafiq, could you please respond? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to all the panelists. I think every session, every presentation was really informative, and I think a part of this question was already responded by Dr. Daniel, because I think that we certainly have to create a more inclusive culture in the way we establish the hybrid model, and also it needs to take into consideration different demographics, gender differences, and preferences of people are changing. My view is that company has to engage with the different demographics within the organization while preparing a strategy which is more inclusive. I think that we can actually give a lot more onus on the employees to be more self-governing in identifying what works really well for them and what works really well for their outcomes that they are wishing to achieve for their bosses and for the organization. And most cases, studies and research have shown is that when you put the onus back on the individual to take the right choice and be responsible, more often than not, they make the responsible choice. And in fact, actually, it ends up being more profitable for the organization. That's the reason why a lot of people actually have seen more long working hours during the pandemic, because people actually went out of their way to sort of support the organization. But long story short, I believe that I think employees and the different demographics have to be considered while we are responding to the change. But organization has to take like a very practical, future-looking decision which is inclusive. Hope that answers the question.
I think so. Yeah. Okay. So, I have another question. It goes to SR Azman. Yeah. So the question is that how is we going to estimate or identify the relationship between the space and return on investment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maya. Actually, when we look at the return of investment, you have already a ready building. Everything is existing. There's no other way for us to look at other than tenant or occupant retention. If you don't invest in the measures or whatever it is that you have to do post-pandemic in order to make sure that the tenant or the occupant is feeling safe to come back to use the space, then it's very difficult even to actually meet your current return of investment. So this is where actually when we look at the aspect of investment, it depends on what objective is. As you can see, a lot of offices are giving rebate for offices which are empty during the pandemic period, and that has already affected your return on investment. So I think we need to look at tenant retention rather than return on investment at this point in time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think the people, as mentioned by SR Azman, that matters, which is human dimensions in asset and facilities management. Okay, there is another question for Mr. Shophe, from Rosita. All right. In hybrid working arrangement, should employees be given the choice which days they want to work from home or work at office?
I certainly think so that they should be consulted. I know that there are departments or work streams which may not benefit from like everybody working from home, or I'm talking about and Mr. Azman actually did sort of mention that as well, that hybrid working may not be relevant for everyone or every department, but I think because of the pandemic, everybody has every department, every individual has found a way to work remotely, and they found a way to work remotely productively as well. In fact, productivity in some cases has gone up. So the choice for the employee should be there, and they should be consulted in coming up with a strategy that is viable. I think that if you do not give a choice, then there is the risk of employees really, being disengaged and leaving the organization. So, but having said that, I know that the practical implication of just asking everybody when do you want to come, and it would be difficult. So if we are consulting the majority of the team, then you can actually come up with a program or a model that works really well. So I think team leaders and team managers, as we have discussed as well, will play an important part in defining what works for the team. And then, communication, as I mentioned, is extremely important in this space. I would like to, make one good point where one of my colleagues in my office shared that she was a young mother during COVID. And when she came back to work, she really loved the fact that, and I think Dr. Danielle also mentioned this point, that now she was able to really define the overall way of working, because she was able to give time to her young newly born, as well as define how much time she would be spending in the office, and she loved the fact that she had the choice. So I think there are people who are really enjoying it, but we just have to communicate and consult them in the process, if that makes sense.
Very encouraging.
Dr. Mike, can I say something on this one?
Yes, sure. On top of that, we have question for you from the audience. So you want to address Mr. Shoaib, or you want to answer the question first?
Okay, can I answer this one first? Okay, just add to what Shoaib has mentioned. Okay, like what he has mentioned earlier, it all depends on the type of work that we are doing. Okay, because of course, I'm talking from my perspective in the building industry. Okay, it all depends on the stages that we are working. Okay, in an architect's office, for example, okay, the CAD operators, they can work from home, no problem. Our accounts can work from home. But there are certain times we need to be actually sitting down to discuss on that thing itself. Okay, and one thing, even just not this, even for example, a board meeting, there's something like the physical eye contact that is important. Okay, and also when we do presentation to our clients, that sort of thing, you can't help on that aspect. Okay, that's where, okay, like what Shoaib had mentioned, which I totally agree, it all depends on the profession that you are in, the timing that you are in. Okay, and that's how we dictate whether one can do hybrid, one can do virtual, fully virtual, one can do even physical. That's my answer to this one. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I think it's very impressive, and you can see that the connectivity, when we talk hybrid. Okay, there is a questions. Okay, the question is that we have to get to the basic. Okay, for AR Saifuddin, the question goes to you. So as an architect, how you incorporate the design element without technology for future workplace? Okay.
That's the key word, future workplace. Again, future workplace, whether it's a new building, an existing building that need to adopt to this whole thing. And one of the key areas which I have stressed earlier, and I think even Surveyor Azman has mentioned, is about ventilation. Okay, ventilation is most important element, especially when you know that the virus is actually airborne. Okay, even in places whereby what they call have taken care of social distancing or whatsoever, but if it's fully aircon, that's where I think in the building industry, it's just not the architect alone, the whole team need to work hand in hand. Meaning to say that mechanical engineer need to work hand in hand, the maintenance manager need to work hand in hand to ensure that the whole place is what they call safe. And not only that, okay, the occupants themselves, okay, need to look into the SOP, okay, which I didn't elaborate earlier, whether it's the Acacia, what they call ACGS, or even the PAM MyBack that we are looking at. Okay, the SOP need to change consistently. Okay, meaning to say that today, for example, we have for example, 5 SOP you need to address. But has time changed, a lot of things has changed, okay? The SOP also changed, okay? So these are the things that we need to address clearly. And of course, as architect, I need to work hand in hand with my client, okay, to advise what needs to be done. So it's no longer that normal thing that we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. As A.R. Saifuddin, I think there is one last question for this session, which is the question is posed to Dr. Daniel. Yeah, the question is that what is the differences in terms of adoption of strategies within different countries in the globe? So is there any differences between Australia perhaps and Malaysia, because the technology is different, the culture is different, the people is different?
I think we all agreed on that it's all about the people, right? And people are driven by their the cultures. And luckily, I originally come from Pakistan, so different culture, and travel to Malaysia very often, so different culture, and been in Australia for 22 years, so different culture. So I think there are some subtle differences which are being driven by the cultures. And then obviously the biggest difference that I see, I think right now, perhaps with Asia Pacific and Australia and UK as well, is I think the technological differences. So I think cultures we will never change because we all love our cultures. So that's not going to happen. But I think if the technology aspect, we can recover and focus on that quickly, learn from each other, because this is a global pandemic. We are all in it together. So we need to help each other. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Daniel. So, an audience of AFMC 2021, we are about to the end of the session 2, Future Workplace. So, on behalf of the Secretariat, I would like to say a gratitude and thanks to all the speakers and the panels, which provide very fruitful discussions in our topic today, Future Workplace. So, what can we conclude from the discussion is that when we talk about people, process, and place within the context of asset and facilities management, the people is matters. Yeah. So I think that's the end of the sessions. Thank you very much. Hope to see you for the near future within different kinds of future workplace. So Dr. Gina, I pass to you.
Well done, Dr. Maimuna and the panelists. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our gratitude to Associate Professor Surveyor Dr. Maimuna Binti Sapri for moderating the session. We will now adjourn for a lunch break. And once again, everyone is encouraged to visit the exhibition, and the conference will resume at 2 p.m. for session 3. So enjoy your lunch, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Session 3 on People and Leadership will be moderated by Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Insinyur Abdullah bin Abdul Rahman, Vice President 1, the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association, MAPMA. Datuk Insinyur Abdullah bin Abdul Rahman graduated from the University of Wales, United Kingdom, with a degree in Civil and Structural Engineering and qualified as a Certified Professional Engineer registered with the Malaysian Board of Engineers. He has served the country for 36 years as an officer in the Public Works Department of Malaysia in various capacities and places, from being project resident engineer to director in the Public Works Department's headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. And he retired from the Public Works Department in 2015. His expertise is particularly in the areas of project management and asset management, and he has many accolades and awards to his name due to his distinguished service. Datuk Insinyur Abdullah is currently in the Board of Directors and the Chairman of the Nominating Committee and a member of the Audit Committee of TRC Synergy Berhad, a public listed construction and development company. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, please join me to welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Abdullah bin Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Dr. Dina. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to session 3 of the Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021. In a moment, we will be witnessing a very interesting presentation by Mr. John Hardwick on the topic of creating value for organizations through asset management, the Australian experience. Mr. John Hardwick has had a distinguished career of over 30 years in asset management in Australia, particularly within the electricity and transport industries. In addition, he has proven to be a passionate leader in implementing world-class asset management strategies and systems for customers and communities in Australia and abroad. He is a certified fellow in asset management, a graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors, and is the past chair of non-profit organizations, the World Partners in Asset Management, WPIAM, the Global Forum on Maintenance and Asset Management, GFMAM, and the Asset Management Council of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that throughout this session, if you wish to pose any questions on the paper that's going to be presented, you can do so by sending them to the chat box that has been provided, yes? We will try to answer your questions during the Q&A segment of this session. So without further ado, I would now like to call upon Mr. John Hardwick to present his paper entitled Creating Value for Organizations Through Asset Management, the Australian Experience. The floor is yours, John.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And it's lovely to be with all of the people in Malaysia today. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all about some of our experiences in Australia and specifically around mine. Really, today I wanted to talk primarily around creating value and showing how asset management will allow that to happen. So really importantly, in a time we've all been through with COVID and other things happening, it's really showing us that how we can adapt and change to the world around us. And I think hopefully what you'll get out of this session is, one, understanding the value of asset management, but two, also hopefully some new tools and techniques you might use to think about the way in which we do these things. So, and now my screen has stopped. Okay, so what I'm going to cover with you today is really, I'll set the scene a bit first, and then I'm going to talk to you about what value is possible through asset management, and then go through some personal experiences, and then the adaptability and maturity of asset management, and then really finish with some value creation that happens as an outcome of that. You may not know, but some of the things in the last couple of years that have happened in Australia, we had one of our worst bushfire seasons ever. You can see the size of the land that was burnt through those fires It destroyed over 3,000 homes. And really, over 1 billion mammals were actually injured or killed during that event. Really importantly, understanding the outcome of that and what caused it and what did the impact have on the community. And I think there was a financial issue with it, but obviously with the 34 people that passed away and the causes and the outcomes of that, it was what we would class as a 1 in 100-year event. But it happened 10 years earlier and it happened 5 years before that. So these events seem to occur very frequently. And this bushfire that occurred was only put out by a flood. So the fires came, then we had floods. So the country moved through one natural disaster, then we moved into another natural disaster. And that's very unprecedented in the way in which that occurred. So in an asset management sense and a community sense, how do we build and manage our assets in a way that allows our communities to be able to get through these types of events? So I'm going to talk about sustainability and resilience of our infrastructure and things in a little more detail later. But if you look at it, we spent 6 months in bushfire, then we spent a month in floods, and then guess what happened? We then had a pandemic roll out. And in Australia, I don't know whether it was the same in Malaysia, but the one thing that people couldn't get enough of was toilet paper. There were fights in the shopping centres, people trying to fight over making sure they had enough toilet paper to survive the pandemic. So very irrational things occurred. But those three events have really made us think differently around asset management, but it's also made us think differently around how we build, operate and maintain our assets as well. So a very key component of that. So you put those three events and then you go, okay, technology is moving very quickly. Are we planning for designing and building our assets into an ecosystem and our services in a way that is resistant to those events that I just showed you, is reliable? Does it need redundancy? Are we building things appropriately for what we need? Does it actually withstand disruptions? And if you look at the picture here, it's a self-driving vehicle. So what does that do to the way in which we build roads and infrastructure around roads and communication networks to communicate from vehicle to vehicle and vehicle to the things on the side of the road? Do you need traffic lights? Maybe not. And do you need signs to tell you how fast to go? Maybe not, because it'll all be connected to your vehicle. So our ability to adapt and change is becoming faster and faster. And one of the things for asset management, we need to think about that as we move into building and managing assets into the future and how we then deploy them. So I've just got a couple of the business benefits from a strong asset management culture. You'll hear me talk today primarily around leadership and culture or behaviours. And the reason for that is I have a strong belief that the only difference between a high-performing organisation and one that's not is people. All of the other things you can build structures and things around. But if you're looking at why do we need to do asset management, it does improve results. And people have probably heard things like a triple bottom line where it's sustainable. Yes, you're making profits and those types of things. But when you're a government organisation like where I work at the moment, you find that you're looking more at community outcomes and the expectation of the community and trying to meet those needs. So the other benefits around there, it actually should create a positive, cooperative or engaged workforce and environment. It improves the productivity and reduces operating costs. These are all possible things through asset management. But when you implement it, you need to plan for it. And just a couple of the others, the ability to quickly adapt to changes. I just showed you some of the things that have occurred. How quickly can your business transform itself into delivering new and innovative projects and different ways of thinking about solving problems? And I think innovation and asset management need to very carefully come together. And most importantly, if you're doing asset management well, you should actually have a greater level of confidence that you're achieving the outcomes you expected to achieve, and it creates the right conditions for a sustainable culture. So if I look at those outcomes. And for me, I have three models I use whenever I implement asset management these days. So I'm going to now talk about the models I use quickly, and then I'll launch into 4 examples over the last 25 years of my experience of large implementations of asset management in different organisations. They had different contexts and they had different cultures that I had to start with, and you'll see how that informed the benefits, but it also informed why am I doing asset management and what is it I'm trying to achieve. If you don't ask the question why, you'll never know whether you got the outcome you expected. So there's 3 perspectives I look at an organisation through: a strategic, a tactical and an operational perspective. The leadership of the organisation have a language they use, which is a strategic language, and the diagram I use here for the concept model is really important. These 3 models are from the Asset Management Council, but I've applied them into my business. And it makes it simple for people to understand when you're having a conversation at an executive or a president level or senior level of an organisation. Firstly, you're actually interested in what is it we are trying to achieve and what's the output we're trying to get. What are the outcomes we're trying to achieve as an organisation? If you start with that in mind, then you can actually test whether you've been successful or not as to whether you've actually succeeded in achieving the outcomes. That should inform the planning that you go through and planning for the capabilities. What capabilities do I need? What people do I need to deliver the outcomes that I'm expected? And that's not just the people capabilities, that's the asset capabilities, your asset information capabilities. You plan for that, you build the capabilities you need to deliver the outcome, and then you do the things you need to do. So all the way through that first half of the cycle is all about getting yourself into a position in an asset management sense to deliver the things you need to deliver the outcomes. Then when you get to the red part of this under the level of assurance, this is about, do I have all of the right things in place to assure myself that I'm going to deliver the outcomes I expected? And what assurance programs do I need to put in place, and what reporting and what testing of the outcomes do I need to do? It's really critical that when you're doing things, you're having someone check that the things that you expected to get are happening. And that reporting and assurance should be things, and you'll see audit reports and you'll see reporting going up to the executive or the board that'll tell you how you're performing. When you get that information, a good organisation will understand that and actually analyse what it's getting. And then as a learning organisation, it will act on doing things differently to improve its performance going forward. And that cycle goes round and round. But if you're putting papers or documents, or you're trying to get funding for things within an organisation, the language that you're using is around, what are the investments I need to make? What are the outcomes I'm trying to achieve? So that you're clear about that, and then you're talking about how you're going to achieve those outcomes. So really importantly, that's showing at a strategic level how the language that I use when I'm talking at that level. If I look at the tactical level, this is actually around the asset management system, and this diagram here is very much ISO 55001 compliant, and it's talking about how do I put a management system in place that allows me to get those outcomes I expected to get through the strategic area and deliver the outcomes. So you'll see the top 3 boxes on this diagram: stakeholders, leadership and organisation. There's a little line that goes down the back of those that connects down into asset management and into the system. You need to make sure that your asset management system is connected to the requirements of the stakeholders and meeting the outcomes of the leadership and organisational objectives. If you don't do that, then doing asset management won't connect to the broader organisation. So then you've got the system itself, which is encompassed by the performance monitoring and improvement of the orangey yellow colour. And that is where all of the activities of the asset management system occur. The red and the purple box in there, decision making and risk management, is all about who's got the decision rights in achieving the asset management objectives, and are they managing the risks. So those 2 pieces come together to allow you to understand when you're making decisions, you're managing risks. And that could be opportunities and risks. You could be looking at getting an improved outcome, and you're actually making a decision to get a better outcome by using a risk management technique. And the three boxes in the middle, competency, engagement, organisational roles and process management, are the things you then do to connect all that together. And I'll talk a little bit more about those as I go into the next one. The process management box is then very much, how do we do at an operational level? How do we connect all the things we do to achieve the outcome? So if you look at this diagram, it actually now gives a process. Now this is for a critical asset, things like a power network or a power station or a petrochemical plant. You would expect them to go through all of these stages of delivering an outcome to an organisation. In simple assets, you may take some of the boxes out, but you still need that process to be continuous and connected. So it's really important how we do that. And at this operational level, or what we call a capability delivery model, the connections and the black lines here is usually where there's handovers between people in one organisation or people in multiple organisations that are delivering that outcome for you. So if you contract work out or designs out or design and construct, you're accountable for the end-to-end process, but different people are doing it. The key is, how do you connect it all together? Because at the end of the day, you want to deliver the outcome to the organisation. So that whole integration of that is critical. And I always say the place at which people usually fail to deliver outcomes is on those black arrows you see there, where the handovers between one part of an organisation to another part of the organisation is where it usually fails. So that's the reason why I use this, because when we're not delivering the outcome we expected, going back to this and understanding where the failings were is really important to getting continuous improvement. So that's from that diagram perspective. So if I now look at, I've got 4 examples here over those 20 or 25 years of my experience. The first one was very early on in my career, and I was in the power industry. There were lots of failures and breakdowns of the power system. I don't know if there's anybody on this call who's had to manage a power system before. But really importantly, when you underinvest in your operations and maintenance of your power system, that pole that's upside down in the picture is sort of things that could happen during events that occur. And what we went about doing was changing the culture of the organisation to look at the customer at the centre of this. How do we improve the customer outcome? One is improve the reliability of our assets. And to do that, we needed to reduce the numbers of failures. We needed to get more customer-centric in our decision-making. It wasn't about the asset, it was about the customer outcome. So we were only doing activities that had a positive impact on the customer outcome, not just because we owned assets. Then we did the holistic view of the planning. So capital investments in large builds, plus the operations and maintenance piece, we brought it together and connected it. The other thing we did was we uninstalled we had very old, antiquated financial and asset systems. We uninstalled it and reinstalled it as an asset management system in an IT sense, which connected our financials and our technical asset registers and information together. 2 other key components of the outcome of that, because we'd improved the reliability of our power system, we also significantly reduced by many millions of dollars our insurance premiums of the business as well as an outcome. And people don't tend to think about that when they think about asset management. And then lastly, our investment decisions were underpinned by consistent decision making. If I now move on to the second one, and what I'm trying to show here is the different outcomes because we had different sets of objectives. The second one, we brought together 3 power distribution businesses to prepare 2 of them for sale or for lease. And in doing that, there were some key drivers. We wanted to reduce costs. We wanted the board and that to get confidence in the costs and the risk prioritization we were using for decision making. We also wanted to benchmark between the 3 businesses. But what we didn't want to do was have what I call a sticky implementation. In other words, we implemented asset management to the level that the new owners could pick up that capability, value that capability and build on it to the new world that they were going to take that business into. And what we really needed to do was actually get the value because this was a state-owned organisation, many billions of dollars the private sector paid for the leasing of that business, we added somewhere between $4 to $6 billion to the value of the two businesses we sold just by doing asset management well. And I think that's a massive, that's 4 billion Australian dollars. And we needed to do some cultural change over a very relatively short period of time. So if I look at the third instance where I was now in the road sector, I was in government now. What I found when I got there is I had to look at the culture of the organisation. And what I realised that they'd tried to implement asset management before, and they'd been what I call burnt by that, and that's meant that they'd had a negative experience. They'd spent millions of dollars and got no value out of it. And what I found as I did that is they were focused on producing documents and an asset management system, not on the customer outcomes and not on the value they could create through doing it. So I needed to, first of all, get them to understand what the value was. So we actually did some things. And the second bullet point there, I did implement asset management, but I did not label it as asset management when I first did it because they'd had a negative experience. So what I did was we'd implemented some changes. They had a positive impact on the business. They saw the value. And then when I introduced the language of asset management, they all started to understand it could create huge value to the organisation. Through that, we did a lot of capability uplift, where we brought a lot of people in and we did asset management fundamentals. And I know Abdullah, there's some asset management fundamentals courses that have been done in Malaysia, and we did exactly the same thing in our business. I think that was a key component of it for the success of that implementation. And I also put in place, it was a business that did not have strong governance and assurance. So as we moved into the new way of working, we put good, strong governance and assurance over the assets, the data, the systems, the information, and the analysis. So we put that across the whole thing. And the last example I'm going to give before I move into the final area of the presentation is actually multimodal transport. So at the moment, I'm accountable for all the assets of New South Wales in the government sense, all of the transport assets in New South Wales. So that is all the roads, all of the railways, the light rails, the metros, the buses, the ferries that we have, all of those modes of transport, $168 billion worth of assets. I am doing at the back end of an implementation to transform all of that into one way of doing asset management across the whole of the state of New South Wales. So I built on the lessons I'd learned from those three other implementations. First thing I did was capability uplift. We've now trained more than 1,000 people in asset management, and we're now training them in strategic asset management plans and asset management plans in how to put those together and create value to the organisation. We've also put in accountability through the capability uplift, we've deployed the leads for asset management across the whole business. So they don't sit in a separate part of the business, they're actually in part of the normal line management of the organisation. The executive level reporting on progress and improvement outcomes. We're measuring the success of our asset management implementation by the value we create, not by the things we do. So if we don't create value to the organisation, then we shouldn't have done asset management. We've improved the whole of life decision-making and financial sustainability through this implementation. Everything has been the customer at the centre. So what is it the community of New South Wales and the customers need from us? We've had to do a massive cultural change program to get people that were working in silos. So people that were doing bridges on railways and people were doing bridges on roads had different standards and different ways of working. We've brought all those to one set of standards, one set of technical assurance across all of our assets so that we get efficiencies of that across that. And it's helped the market who deliver that work to us. It's actually helped them enormously understand that there's one set of standards. So we're saving huge amounts of money when people bid on projects because they now know that we only have one way to do things. Again, I put strong governance and assurance in place. Asset information was extremely poor. We didn't have an asset management system, and we're in the middle. We've built an asset information strategy, and at the heart of it, they were not treating information as an asset in its own right, and we've started to have that way of working. And lastly, risk management and prioritisation of investments for, I call it TOTEX, it's total expenditure, it's capital and OPEX, and operational expenditure. So they're the 4 implementations. Couple of critical points I just wanted to pull out of that. Evidence-based decision making. We all have assets, we have data about those assets, we create systems, whether that's a SAP system, a GIS system, whatever that system is, we do that to turn it into information. That information is actually used, that information is the restructuring the data for use. And I know Paul a little bit later on is going to talk about a little bit about information, so I won't spend long on it. But we do that so we can do analysis of it. Interestingly, a lot of people think asset management is about managing assets. It's not. That's just one small component of it. We then start to build models to determine the future investments. What do we need to do in 10 years' time and in 20 years' time? So we use that information to build models. It helps us prioritize where we should invest and what are our investment decisions. We develop options with the risk appetite of an organisation. What one organisation will decide to do out of that information is different to another one. And then we have our justified investments. That's asset management at the heart of it, and that's how we make decisions. So, just recapping on where we've gone. Strategic, tactical, and operational. When you're thinking about asset management, you need to think through those 3 lenses. A lot of people think it's just a cookie cutter or a way you just do things like this and you'll get great asset management. You actually need to think carefully about it from a strategic, tactical, and operational perspective. And those 3 models help people think about how to implement it. So sustainable value, out of the ISO, cost, risk, and performance is important. What are the assets that I need to invest in to deliver what customer outcomes, and how do I manage risk? This diagram shows that the value you create is by the balancing of the cost, risk, and performance. So what's the performance I want to get? So what costs and what risks am I willing to take? And in different countries across the world, you'll see they have a different risk appetite, so they have a different value proposition that's in the middle of those balance. So lastly, if I look at the tangram, this is adaptability I talked about earlier. As an organisation matures, you need to have this in mind when you're implementing it, that the world around you and the context of the organisations is ever changing. So your asset management system needs to be flexible. It needs to think about that. And what I did was we came up with an idea of a tangram, which is basically 7 shapes that you can turn into any type of figure. So if you look at that as an organisation, you're transforming an organisation into something new, but the 7 components of that is what we use to think about when we're doing it. And the 7 areas I look at to make sure you've got an adaptable approach to your asset management. You need to continually check in and understand your stakeholders. You need to have strong management and governance in place that can turn on a dime. It can actually change quickly. The leadership of the organisation needs to set the right behaviours and culture and what you're going to do. The box down the bottom on information, it's critical to your success. If you've got good information, you'll make good decisions. You need people capability, and you need to continue, as technology is moving, that people capability is ever changing, and you need to use your asset management system to continue to change that. You then have your processes, which is really the way in which you connect the organisation together or multiple organisations together to achieve the outcome. And the most important part is managing, did the results achieve what I hoped to achieve? And that adaptable model really is something that I wrote a book back in 2012 called Living Asset Management. And it was focused on trying to get people to not think of asset management as a technical discipline, but to think about the human and behavioural and the people side of that. The technical piece was important, but what I'd actually learned was if you got the wrong people with the wrong attitudes, you would fail to deliver the outcome. So I wrote that book before the ISO and asset management came out. And as I've learned over the last 8 years myself, is I've gone on a journey to adapt my thinking through my implementations, through reflecting on the ways in which I do things. And the tangram has transformed that original model I had to being clearer with people around the adaptive model. And the outcome of that was actually our adaptive maturity model that we built. And the important part is my journey has been, I wrote the Living Asset Management, and now I've written with a group of other people, Living Asset Management Maturity. And that journey has now connected me into the current day. And I will learn over the next 10 years and continue to build on those learnings. So in summary, those things that I said we'd achieve, if you look at it in the sense of those 7 boxes, you'll actually see the things that we did. We did things related to our stakeholders, we did things with our leadership, we did things related to our information, but all of those 7 boxes we were working on at the same time to produce a different outcome and achieve that. And every one of those boxes created value for us. And we're now looking at a more sustainable future because we've transformed the business. So in summary, if I look at this, the key component, left-hand side, koalas, we actually need to live within the environments we work. Malaysia has a very different environment to what we have in Australia. So what's the environment within you're doing asset management? How do you make sure that what you do is sustainable and environmentally friendly and delivering sustainability into the future? And the one on the right shows, I don't know whether you can see, but the old road is on the cliff side, very susceptible to landslides and other things. So getting people to think outside the square and build that road out on the side of the ocean has actually given us a more sustainable and better customer outcome. That road used to get closed once or twice a year with a landslide, and people were always stranded in different locations. So we adapted the way in which we decided to build that road and transformed the way we were thinking about it. So in summary, what I've tried to do very quickly, and you may have questions about any of those areas because I've taken a lot of information and put that into the slide pack, but what I wanted to show is that depending on why you're doing the things you're doing, the value is if you can achieve those things you desire, then asset management is the what that achieves and helps you deliver that outcome. So thank you for your time. Hopefully that, I think I kept right to time for you, Abdullah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. You've been very punctual, right on time. Very well done. Managing your time and also your assets, I suppose. It comes naturally. So thank you very much. We're very stimulating people, and thank you very much for the benefit of your experience. That people is something that I know that you have built up over so many years, and that you're sharing with us. Thank you very much. This is a very, it will help us very much on our journey to do asset management professionally in this country. Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. David Daines, our first panelist, to share his thoughts about the paper which was presented by John, and also to add on if you would like to the thoughts of John. So you have the floor, Dave.
Thank you very much. Once again, to reiterate what John said, it's a pleasure to talk to this conference. I've got a small paper on international collaboration that I was going to talk about, but we do touch on a little bit of what John mentioned throughout his presentation. So the Asset Management Council, who I'm representing today, views itself as a global leader in asset management, and we have strong partnerships around in the region and beyond. A membership-based organisation with over 2,500 members, and we have affiliate agreements recently with MAPMA and AMC from India as well. So we have a number of chapters working in Australia and one in New Zealand, and also have some special interest groups that target either industry focus or diversity focus. And of note, one that we've just created is the Sustainability and Resilience Special Interest Group, which currently has 2 project teams looking at asset management in climate risk. And they're looking at using the 3 generic models that John explained so well earlier on. So our strategy is to have three main goals in there. So strengthening the asset management community, which we term as engagement, sharing asset management knowledge and experience, which we talk around influencing, and building asset management capability and organizations and individuals, which we term empowerment. Specifically, there we're engaging with strategic partners. So we have alliances with peak bodies and other like-minded non-for-profits and universities in Australia and within the Global Forum in Maintenance and Asset Management, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We have strategic industry partnerships with our corporate members, and some of our platinum members include Rio Tinto, the Australian Submarine Corporation, and Transport for New South Wales. We're looking at developing best practices in asset management. We do a number of representations and submissions. As I said, we're a member of the Global Forum of Maintenance and Asset Management, and also in World Partners in Asset Management, and very strong influencer on the ISO committee of TC251. And we have a body of knowledge which is freely available to all our members. As we mentioned before, 9 chapters in Australia and 1 in New Zealand. We have an annual conference and symposium which we attract international speakers to and try to align with either the ISO meetings or our Global Forum meetings to increase the participation rates there. We run annual training programs, and we also have a very strong certification program, which I'll just talk a bit later. As mentioned, the Global Forum in Maintenance and Asset Management is a group of 14 like-minded organisations, and those of you in MATMA would know have been the most recent addition to that group. So we're there to promote asset management around the world. We participate, as I said, in the ISO along with a number of other countries on the ISO TC251, and we're members of our own standards body within Australia who we provide the representation back through. But the ability to engage with our membership is high in there and to provide input into those very important documents. As I mentioned, our body of knowledge is, we have it's a curated resource with over 1,000 documented experiences and information and knowledge which is freely available to our members. And last but not least, World Partners in Asset Management, and we were the founding members of that group, and which now run the global certification scheme. So just briefly around the Global Forum in Maintenance and Asset Management, on the screen is the asset management landscape, which is probably the most seminal, or the seminal document from the Global Forum. We are currently, we as in the Asset Management Council, are currently leading the review and revision of that document, taking into account a number of other documents that have been recently published. And some of these documents you can see pulled up on the screen here. So we talk about value of asset management, we talk about asset management maturity assessment, the maintenance framework, which was released recently, and the competency specifications for assessing and auditing asset management and asset management systems. So these documents are freely available on the website. They're produced by the technical societies that are there. And I guess the point in that global collaboration, they do represent the thinking of 13, 14 international bodies. The ISO has grown in stature, is probably one way of looking at it, since the original format to produce the ISO 55001 standard and the 55000 and 55002 guideline back in 2014. That was reviewed as an interim review, and then the 55002 document was updated, so the guideline in 2018, and it's now time for the 55000, which is the overview document, and the 55001 document, which is the actual management system standard, to be reviewed. And the revision process is currently underway in that at the moment, and taking a significant amount of time for a number of people as we move through that process. So we will be issuing committee draft documents for that at the end of the year, and that then provides the ability for members of the societies and members of the Standards Association to engage in the review process and have input into those standards updates. As you can see from this chart, we do keep an eye on the number of certifications around the world and the industries that they do represent. So the chart on the left-hand side shows the sectors and their strength, and this is from 300 organisations that have been identified in 43 countries. And on the other side, you can see that the certifications per country. And certainly very pleased to say that Australia and New Zealand combined lead the pack, slightly ahead of Japan in the interest in the certification area, which is an indicative, some level of indication of how important asset management is viewed in the region. So the global certification scheme has been developed by the World Partners. World Partners is a worldwide partnership established in late 2014. And we are as a founding member there. The other member organizations are from Canada, Brazil, South Africa, US, and the Arab states and Japan. We have the Karma exam, which is probably the most well-known product, which is available in 5 languages and now has been sat in 29 countries around the world. It's an online proctored exam, so people can freely undertake training and participate in those examinations. The Karma exam or equivalency to that Karma exam forms an important component of our global certification scheme now. And the certification can provide global recognition. It covers the ISO and the global forum asset management landscape and provides a career path for people to follow. So the World Partners has provided the designations the various certifications of member organizations need to align with, and the member organizations get their certifications accredited. And that gives people transportability and recognition on an international basis with their certifications. And just finally there, the process, as we say, if people want to get certified, the member organizations that people can go to get this done, the qualifications that people need, as we said, their own domain knowledge or prior learning, and plus the Karma exam or equivalent, that then gives them the ability to, combined with their experience, can sit the various levels of the accreditation that are there at the moment. CTAM, which is you don't need the Karma for, and then CPAM and CSAM. So some indication of that is CSAM in Australia. If you hold a recognised engineering degree, you can go through Engineers Australia to get chartered engineer status. So that gives you some idea of where that sits in the overall scheme of recognition. And that a lot of information, and that's all I have for now. Thank you for your time, and hopefully that prompts a few discussions as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dates. Actually, MAMA is really indebted to the Asset Management Council of Australia because for giving us this connection or collaboration at the international level. First of all, we had an alliance, an agreement with Asset Management Council of Australia for certification of asset management professionals, which we have already done, and it's still running this year. And at the same time, Asset Management Council has eased our membership into the Global Forum for Maintenance and Asset Management. Thank you very much.
Right. It's a very important relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Now, I'm sorry, Dave, I forgot to give a little bit of your background. It's never too late. I'm going to do it now.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Dave Daines is an asset management professional with extensive experience in all aspects of asset management at the operational and corporate levels in Australia. He is passionate about learning and sharing his vast knowledge and experience in asset management across a broad spectrum of industries, with individuals and organizations, not only in Australia, but around the world. He was the past chair of the Asset Management Council of Australia, is the Australian representative in the Global Forum for Maintenance and Asset Management, GFMAM, a member of the Technical Committee for the development of ISO 55000, and is a director of the World Partners in Asset Management, as mentioned now. With that, I would like to now call upon our next panelist, Mr. Izwan Hasli bin Ibrahim, to give his thoughts. But before that, I would like to give a little bit of background about him. Mr. Izwan Hasli bin M. Ibrahim is currently the Executive Director of the KL City Centre, Urus Harta Sendirian Berhad, which is a major property management company in the country. This company manages assets owned by Malaysian oil and gas giant Petronas, including the Petronas Twin Towers and the Kuala Lumpur City Centre Precinct, KLCC. He is an engineer by training and holds a BSc in Mechanical Engineering and a master's degree in Information Technology, both of which he obtained from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in New York, USA. He is also a certified professional technologist, accorded to him by the Malaysian Board of Technologists. Mr. Izwan has held a number of leadership positions within the Petronas Group of companies prior to his current post as Executive Director of KLCC, Urus Harta Sendirian Berhad. He is also passionate about sharing his considerable knowledge and experience with various institutions of higher learning in the country, including University of Malaysia, Pahang, University Tenaga Nasional, UNITEN, and Asia Pacific University. With that, Mr. Izwan, can you please share your thoughts on the paper presented by Mr. John Harvey, and maybe give your views, possibly, on whether the ideas he has put forward in this paper can be adopted and adapted to Malaysia in general, or to your own organization.
Thank you, Dato'. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me fine. We tested it many times. But you know, the Murphy laws, right? Sometimes when we tested everything and when it happened on the day.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Yes.
Thank you, Dato'. I appreciate the introduction and great presentation, John, Dave as well. Thank you. I will take roughly about 6-7 minutes just to share my thoughts, and later I will link to Dave's presentation. But since we have an international audience here today, allow me to just take 2 minutes to share KLCC. So most of us know KLCC as the Petronas Twin Towers, the twin towers, previously the tallest building in the world, now still the tallest twin tower. The precinct itself is the KLCC precinct. It has many buildings surrounding it, and our KLCC group owns considerable skyscrapers around here, 60 stories, Menara 3, Menara Maxis. We own some shares in that, Menara ExxonMobil, and the new state-of-the-art building of Lot 91 will be open in end of the year, hopefully. We also have convention centers around KLCCs, a couple of hotels, 3 hotels operated by Mandarin Traders and Impiana. Shopping center. If you come to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, make sure you visit our Surya shopping center and KLCC parking, and of course the famed KLCC Park, when in 2020 has been awarded one of the best urban parks in the world. So that's really what most of us know. But the KLCC group of companies is much bigger than just KLCC precinct. So we own buildings, we own a lot of skyscrapers as well, but we also have our sister company of Putrajaya, which is the master developer, Putrajaya Holdings, which is the master developer of Putrajaya Malaysian administrative capitals, 3 malls, and a number of our own project management company, our own car park company, our own gas district cooling. So we also operate a lot of Petronas campuses, our research campus, our leadership campus, our technical training campus. So that's really the KLCC group overall. So the view that I'm sharing in the next 5 to 10 minutes is really relating to our experience, and how can, is it relevant or not, John's presentation to us. I put this in here, our commitment to quality and excellence.
to connect to Dave's presentation, actually, we have a lot of ISOs, 9000, 14001, 45,000, 18,000. But interesting, Dave, I just learned about this 55,001. So something for us to look, and on asset management, we're looking at 41,000, the facilities management, but it's something for us to explore as well, the 55,001. So thank you, Dave, for sharing just now. It certainly looks relevant to us. It's something that we can explore further. Okay, so now in recent years, new trends are emerging within assets and facility management domain, which are key to creating value. So this is where I want to connect to John's presentation. This is our view of things in managing our property, managing our assets. We feel there are six key trends that we need to work on. Right? That is really relevant for us today. Give me a second. The first one is digital at facilities management, or Industrial Revolution 4.0, and that's here today. And that's really something that is here. It's something that we need to continue investing and continue to adapt. There are many new technologies such as big data, Internet of Things, advanced analytics, something that we are certainly relevant. If you look at John's presentation just now, John, you spoke about evidence-based decision-making. We have your triangle, where the bottom part of the triangle above the asset is the systems and data. And this is where I feel without the base, without our asset today, without having a good data and having a good system, we will not be able to fully leverage on this digital and IR 4.0. Good example is today through our OT, operational technology system, or our IoT system, we literally, within KLCC Urusata, we literally collect hundreds of millions of data points per second. Hundreds of millions per second. Anything from our vertical transport, electrical, energy, HVAC, everything, right? But how are we using that? So that's something that the trend is here, the technologies are here, the enablers are already here. So it's something that we should leverage more on that, especially when it comes to the analytics part of it. And that's really the holy grail. I can give a separate presentation on analytics, but talking about our predictive analytics, predictive and cognitive and all those analytics. So that's really one, and I can relate from where I'm running the assets, the KLCC assets. It's really the evidence-based in decision making. I think having the data structured properly, collected properly, so you don't really have the garbage in and garbage out. So that's really the first trend today. Second trend, in our opinion, and John has said it multiple times in his presentation, is about sustainability. I think the key value here is about sustainability, and ultimately as well, after that is the energy efficiency. Some of our assets, they're quite old. One of the most iconic building in the country, Menara Daya Bumi. It used to be in one of our currency notes, right? Menara Daya Bumi was built in 1984. That's roughly 37 years ago. It was designed much earlier, but it's built in 1984. So that's really, it's designed with that technology, and 30 years has passed. Almost 40 years has passed since then. And there's a lot of better technology, a lot of better philosophy and architecture that we can put in place. Our newest facilities, our newest building, our Lot 91, that's going to be launched end of the year. And that's really quite efficient. It's LEEDs, or in Malaysia we have this GBI, Green Building Index, or equal to LEEDs, right? So that's all the platinum or gold or platinum certified for here. To share with the panel today and the audience today, KLCC Petronas Twin Tower was live in 1997, right? That's roughly 24 years ago. And we managed to convert it or get the GBI, which is Malaysian equivalent to LEEDs, gold rating in a live building of a building as iconic and as custom built as Petronas Twin Tower few years back. So that was a challenging feat. And I think sustainability and energy efficiency is important. And I know Australia has a lot more stringent regulation, stringent regulatory framework in terms of sustainability. That's that we can learn and adopt. The third one is the topic of the moment, right? Pandemic, and it's completely changed the world. Not just the property industry, not just our business. It's completely changed the world, the way we work, the way we do everything. And it's something that, in terms of the asset and facilities management, something that we need to address. And it's key trend at the moment. I do believe it will stay, even though once it became endemic. After pandemic, it will become endemic. It will stay. It will stay. Something that we as industry will need to manage, right? You go everywhere today, you have the scanning. As in Malaysia, we have a very simple code of scanning, MySejahtera, location tracking, thermal scanning. So it's something that we need to manage that. Security has been persistent. That's number 4. Security has been persistent. The threat change, the threat actors change, the risk change, but security has been persistent, and we need to be able to adopt security. It's a whole adaptation to it, right? For example, a few years back, we have this great technology of CCTV, video analytics. We can put that in place and can really make things a lot more secure. But at the same time, human being human, when they don't see policemen around, and they don't see our security auxiliary police around, they still wanted to see that as a comfort. So it's really managing perception, and also managing the whole security risk. Number 5, I see this a lot in my previous role within Petronas. I was looking after the digital and IT. It was really used to be the IT thing, but now as you get a lot of operational technology, a lot of our building system or asset system connected to the similar protocol as our IT system or our digital system, cybersecurity is a real concern. In fact, in Malaysia today, cybersecurity is a board matter. It's not just a management matter, it's a board matter. It's something that need to be addressed, and the board is accountable for cybersecurity. I feel there are still ways to go for us in the cybersecurity, in the asset and facilities, but it's something, the journey that we must take. And finally, before I wrap up, just your comment here, it's John, one that from your presentation, the one that really gets my eyes, the tangram. I just learned about tangram when I saw the presentation. It's really about the adaptability, and nothing talks about the adaptability, the ability for us to be agile, than the 6th trend, in our opinion, which is the whole new ways of working, the whole new remote working that we have today. Give an example. During the old days, right? If you're running the Twin Towers, for example, the capacity will be 70-80% consistent. The variance will not be much. People go on leave, people go travel, but you're going to have that variance in. So all our systems, our vertical transport, our air conditioning system, our electrical system, energy system will be managed with certain sense of certainty. But in the new ways of working, or remote working, which is the standard now and will be in the foreseeable future, you don't know. You can have 80% one day, 50% next day, and maybe 10% the other day. And the whole system needs to be configured, the whole asset needs to be configured in a different philosophy. And perhaps I will summarize my slides in terms of these trends will require us to look at this whole asset management, facilities management in a different light and context and philosophy as well. And the whole topic today is about leadership, right? This session is about people and leadership, and I feel.
Izwan, can you wrap up, please? You have 1 minute left.
Okay. The whole point is about leadership, and I feel that leadership will need to take this trend seriously and adapt to their own organization or industry. That's it, Dato'.
Thank you, Izwan. Thank you very much for sharing your experience and knowledge about your experiences before this, and then especially with KLCC Urus Harta. I've always admired for your information personally, how you guys managed to maintain so well the KLCC precinct area, especially Petronas Twin Towers and Surya KLCC. So it is kudos to you guys. Okay. Now, all right. I would like now to call upon our third panelist, Mr. Paul Sazewski. He is currently the Managing Director of Copperleaf Asia Pacific and Japan. Copperleaf is a technology solution provider which works with companies in diverse industries, such as those in the electrical, water, transport, and oil and gas industries. It helps them redesign their asset management systems by using decision analytics as a tool so that they can derive maximum value from their investments. Copperleaf is currently partnering with the National Electricity Company, Tenaga Nasional Berhad. It is a patron of the Institute of Asset Management in Canada and actively participates in shaping the future of international asset management standards, including ISO 55000. Paul graduated from the University of Queensland in Australia and Jochi University in Tokyo, Japan, and has also undertaken studies at the Ross School of Business at the University of Michigan, USA. Prior to Copperleaf, he has held regional and global executive positions at blue-chip multinational companies such as SAP, the Linde Group, Ingram Micro, and Goodman Fielder. Can you please share with us your thoughts on the paper presented by Mr. Paul Hartwig, Mr. John Hartwig?
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me nicely?
Yes, very well.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for the introduction and for the opportunity, Dato' Abdullah, and to my fellow panelists and the AFMC. It's interesting how linked we all are on the way through this journey. Interestingly enough, Dave, I think in one of your slides you had one of our colleagues highlighted the convener of the WG3 TC251 committee, Boduan Nyans, and Boduan's he's been involved with ISO since for many years. We are a software company based out of Vancouver, literally creating assets for organizations through asset management is the only reason we exist. That's all we do. We're a niche provider of software that links a lot of the outcomes or the desired outcomes from asset management strategies and strategic asset management planning. The outcomes and the KPIs, we link that with the investment strategies and the way that clients of ours deploy resources. The best way that I can sort of give you a quick snapshot of who we are is to show you who we work with. Dr. Abdullah, you kindly introduced Tenaga Nasional as a client of ours. We're substantially involved in energy in Australia, and the company is more and more moving out into other industries. John, since you and I last spoke a couple of years ago, we've added Caltrans and some highways and transit organizations to the fold. So we're an increasing organization, managing effectively the ability to implement asset strategies with granular asset investment planning. And I'll talk a little bit about what that means. So at the core of what we do is a thing called the value framework. And taking a lot of the things that John was talking about in terms of the strategic outcomes, and then adding to that, the value models inherent in an organization, including those business KPIs, including a lot of the softer KPIs, which are a little bit harder to capture and quantify. Financials of an organization, looking at risks and quantifying and valuing risk, and looking at the cost of intervening. Adding to that risk, and I think everybody here who's been involved in asset management recognizes the probability consequence matrix around risk tolerance and risk management. And then building into that corporate assumptions around things like weighted average cost of capital and time value of money, we turn that into a value framework, which we code as software and use that as a calculator for value, which we then use to optimize and prioritize investment strategies for our asset management and asset investment planning, either short-term or long-term. And the idea of that is that we're trying to build a steel thread between strategy and the outcomes implied by strategy and the investment planning in order to get the absolute maximum possible value from the investments that are put into asset management, asset sustainment, and also growth. So in terms of what those KPIs might look like, or what a value framework might look like, this has a smattering of things from different organizations and different industry verticals. But effectively, you've got strategic buckets where you need to generate value, and we've all got some version of a balanced scorecard in our organizations that we're trying to drive. And in this case, reliable service, affordable service, but then bringing in things like safety and more important recently, protection of the environment. We've seen all of the things coming out of COP26. One of the things that many of our clients, particularly those who are more material carbon producers, are trying to wrestle with is how they balance the investments in things like environmental impact mitigation, decarbonization in the electric grid group, grid modernization, EVs, distributed energy resources, all of that kind of thing. How you balance off the investments in those things with your traditional sustainment and asset management to ensure that you're getting the absolute maximum possible value and that you're truly driving this balanced scorecard in a balanced way, and your investment strategies, where you're putting your money, how you time those investments, making sure that that represents the strategy that you're trying to drive and gets you the maximum possible progress against that balanced scorecard. So what we find is that thankfully I don't have to do all of this myself. Dato' Abdullah, you introduced me. I've worked for industrial companies as well as software companies. And I've been involved in CapEx committees. And back in the day, the best we could do was almost to look at our balanced scorecard, print it up on very large paper. And as we went through the week of trying to prioritize and optimize how we were going to fit all of our investments into the amount of money and manpower and people and time and everything that we had, we'd have one eye on the KPIs, and we'd try to somehow, in an analog way with our committee and our collective wisdom, we try to balance that up. Back then, it was very difficult to do. I imagine that I know that since then, the world has gotten a lot more complicated. It moves a lot faster and that point's been made a number of times today. We have to react a lot quicker. Climate change is a thing. We have 1 in 100-year events happening every 10 or 20 years now. And so recovering from those things requires a level of agility that just doesn't line up against an annual planning process that takes many, many months to complete and is analog in the form of a committee. So we're trying to solve that through a software intervention. And the way we're doing that very quickly is that we work with two sides of the coin. One is assets, which we call bottom up. So we're looking at assets, we're building degradation curves and asset risk models, running predictive analytics, and that then advises asset strategies. That advises and says, okay, you need to do these things. And we start to build projects and programs associated with those asset strategies based on the underlying existing asset fleet that we have. But there's also stuff that's not asset related, or it's new. It's not associated with existing assets, it's new assets. So you do that from a top-down point of view and put that into a group of projects and programs, you build a business case, you optimize using the value framework that we've got, incorporating all of the different aspects of value, including some of the things that that we were talking about before, that John was talking about, which are hard to quantify things: public perception, public good, ESG, as well as the hard, tangible, profitability aspects and other things. And that helps us to build an optimized plan. It chooses timing on projects. It chooses, potentially from alternatives that you could employ on any one given thing, whether you want to do sustainment or replacement. And then we push those into flight and we bring back the actuals and reforecasts. And we're able to continually update that and re-optimize based on actuals in case you have a shock of some description or something you need to recover from. And all of that is underpinned by ISO 55000 principles and standards. And at the heart of it is this concept called the value framework. So it's the link between the strategy and the things we say we're going to do and the actual things that get planned and done. And the amount of complication in that involves billions and billions of calculations. It's well beyond the human brain to get the best of. And so we employ a software solution to that. And the beauty of it is you can apply multiple constraints to all of the different things that you want to do over long time periods and let the computer go to work to build a plan that satisfies and respects all of the constraints and gets you the maximum possible value according to the way that you've described that value in your strategy. And that in a nutshell is what we do. So we are a company that's built on the principles of ISO 55000 asset management. It's about value-based decision-making, and it's the link between strategy and execution is what we do. So many of the things, from a strategic, tactical, and operational point of view, it's a good link, we think, between that top to bottom pyramid that John was talking about in his presentation. And that's Copperleaf. I hope I didn't run over time too much.
No, you didn't. No, you just about the right time. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you
for sharing your knowledge and your experiences. Now, I remember very clearly trying to form a strategic plan for my own organization. And I remember how tedious it was to do that. I think anyone who has done that using balanced scorecard knows how very tedious it is. I'm glad that you have a software, that can make the process easier. So that's something that I think a lot of organizations will be interested in. Right? So now we've come to the end of our panel session, and we now move forward to the Q&A section or Q&A segment of our session. I have a question here for Mr. John Hartwig. The question is this: how do you get cultural change over a relatively short period? Right? It's from engineering, operational exactly, to asset management. I think this question is vital, is important, because everybody who has embarked on asset management will experience this. We in Malaysia experience this. From a reactive maintenance, now we are going to preventive maintenance and proactive maintenance. So the question is, how do you get that cultural change? I think you did cover a little bit about change management. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, thanks, Abdullah. And it's a really important question. I'm really pleased. The first question was about behavior and culture. So it's really important. My experience has been the rest of the organization actually is more willing to change than the engineering fraternity, whether we like it or not. Engineers have gone through a training course and an education. And one of the challenges I think, is getting that cultural change and behavioural piece to understand risk and risk management, and to understand how you create value through the things you do. It's not about technical excellence, it's about value creation. If we look at the buildings, for instance, the parallel buildings with the piece across the middle, huge amount of engineering in that. But importantly, it was the uniqueness of it that's where the value has been created, and it's the cultural change that you need in your engineering area. So for me, very much top-down built. One of the things we've done within the 1,000 people that have been trained in asset management, we trained a lot of engineers in asset management and ensured that they did the fundamentals course. It gave them a different perspective, because you then had to understand what procurement, the importance of inventory and logistics and procurement and contract management, they all impact the outcome. So without going into a longer answer around this, the way in which to do it is to work on the culture, but also work on, I gave the 7 areas to work on. You must work on them together and work early on the engineering part. So my role, I'm the executive director for asset management. Within my role, I also have all the engineering standards people. I have the supplier assurance. So anybody who does work for us, I have an assurance framework that they must comply with. So we do the front end, we set the standards in the technical area. So I have a whole engineering area of my business, but they fit within asset management. Asset management doesn't fit within engineering. And I think once you get that breakdown, your culture breaks down very fast. So my chief engineer, for instance, he did the asset management fundamentals, and he is the best advocate for asset management in the whole organisation.
Thank you, John. Now, the other, the thing that struck me in all of your, in your presentation, John, and in all the panelists' elaboration of their views, I'm glad, when I first conceived this topic, creating value through asset management, the first thing I thought was about, when we talk about value, it's money, it's financial. But I think that's a completely obsolete way of thinking, because I'm glad all of you are thinking about sustainability, about the environment, about the social impact and things like that. And I'm glad the world has actually shifted, right, from a very narrow definition of value to a very wide and very humane set of values about value, and that can be created through asset management. I'm glad that this is happening. Now, I myself, I have had a lot of experience actually in road maintenance, road building and road maintenance, right? Now, I do realize, after spending so much time involving myself in construction of roads and buildings, I do realize that, the way that we maintain our buildings, right, needs to have a sort of a change, more or less like a revolution, if you like. Now, because at the present moment in Malaysia, largely our maintenance, whether it's road maintenance or building maintenance, is being done by contractors using a contract which is prescriptive in nature. That is to say, the contractor, we tell them what to do and how to do it, But that, as we all know, that is not a very good way of contracting, because it doesn't give the incentive for the contractor to innovate, because he's happy as long as he's paid and follows the specifications, he gets paid every month. But there's no progress in the way that we do things. So we do know now in Malaysia that we should move from this prescriptive type of contracting to performance-based contracting, where we do not specify how the contractor does his work. We may specify service levels, but not how he does it. So, John, can you draw on your experience in Australia? Did you have this sort of issues before, prescriptive going into performance-based contracting. Can you share your experience?
Yeah, great question. So in 2016, 2017, I moved into the roads area. First thing I did was globally looked at how roads were being managed. And what I found was exactly what you've just said. Predominantly organisations are telling the contracting market what needs to be done prescriptively. So I actually did a research piece, and then we actually implemented performance-based contracts. But within that, they have become what we call the steward. So they have the end-to-end accountability for the road. So where you would have had people doing the activities for you, we actually asked them to build an asset management plan. They put in place, so the contract is for a minimum of 9 years, maximum of 15 years. But it actually means that we have given them the outcomes we want, what the customer outcomes are, what are the community expectations and the emergency responses they need to give. We told them what the outcomes were. They came back with prices and plans. And interestingly, we'd already contracted it out and saved money by doing that. It became cheaper. But when we did it this way, we've saved between 15 and 20% more. And they are now owning the accountability to deliver the performance, not to do the tasks we tell them to. And I've also incentivized them to innovate. So my people hold the standards, but what I've encouraged them to do is if they find improvements to those standards and we implement it, they acquire the savings through that implementation of innovation. And then I apply that innovation across all of the other contracts. So the contractors are incentivized to find innovative and new ways to save us money in the long term, and they get actually greater value out of that because they get paid for things that they then don't have to achieve in an outcome sense. So performance-based is where we've moved. The big trick to that is getting the right metrics to manage the performance of the outcome. You've got to realize it's a behavioral thing because the thing that stops it from happening is the people that are on your side of that, Abdullah, where they're trying to manage the contract and they want to tell them what to do, whereas they're actually managing the outcome. And I'm sure Iswan would probably understand this quite implicitly around buildings. And I've been talking with the health side of here in Australia, trying to encourage them to get a build, operate and maintain contracts so that they're managing the asset for a certain length of time after it's built. So any flaws or issues carry through into the operations phase and they wear the consequences of a poor construction, not us as the government or the owner. So it's very interesting. And the only way to do this, if I connect it into Paul's component, if you don't have the right asset information, really hard to do performance-based contracts. And you can only extract the value through doing that. So hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you very much. Yes, it did. Now, I just like to ask Dave. Yeah, Dave. There's a question here. Is the Global Forum for Maintenance and Asset Management? Yeah? You have a number of associations all over the world. Are there any in Southeast Asia now who are under that umbrella of the Global Forum for Maintenance and Asset Management?
No. So we've got in the Asian, well, you're going to test my geography now.
MAPMA's one.
MAPMA's one, obviously, yeah. So you're the only one in that, and then the closest would be Japan, I think.
How about even? Go on, John.
No, I was going to say, and India is considering it. So you've got, obviously MAPMA for this part of the world. You've got Australia, you've got Japan, and you've got India. That's the only ones in the region. I think there's huge value. One of the reasons the Global Forum is so important is the value is in the difference, the different backgrounds, the different ways you think about solving problems. And, Dave and I talk about this all the time. That's massive, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, that's right. In the middle of it as we speak.
I'm surprised that Singapore is not in there under the Global Forum. It's not, yes?
Yeah. It's a matter of the country setting up their non-for-profit organisations, because as you know, there's certain rules that we go by to be a member, and it's basically having that that non-for-profit status that is the key. So one of the things that we're keen on is, from an asset management council point of view, and this is what we're doing with India, is helping them set up societies and providing some sort of support on and guidance on how to set up their society so they can then go on and become members of the Global Forum. So we're very active in trying to encourage organisations to participate.
Thank you very much. I think Malaysia will benefit a lot from being under that Global Forum. We can see that happening already. Now,
and I think the fact you're a member will encourage other countries in your region to think about it as well.
Yes, we are thinking on that lines as well. It could be, we could start the ball rolling in Southeast Asia, and be a sort of a regional player, for this part of the world. Yeah.
Yep.
Now, Izwan, I'm just curious. Now that you know about ISO 55000, I think you would be very interested actually to actually engage with us in MAPMA and to explore the ways in which your organization can be certified. Now, absolutely, yeah. So, because actually, even MAPMA, for your information, currently we are doing a joint sort of exercise with the Asset Management Council of Australia with regards to certification of asset managers, people, or the professionals, right? But we have not gone into ISO 55000 yet, which is accreditation of organizations. So we will be working with the Asset Management Council of Australia. And we will be glad to have you on board.
It's something that's certainly interesting that we can consider. We are today, we're supposed in the next 1 month or so, we'll be certified in ISO 41000, which is the facilities part of it. But as we go on, the first question was right on the spot. How do we move from facilities to assets? How do you link the cost part of it? Facilities mainly is the cost part, maintenance, engineering, to asset, which is the revenue part of it. And that's something that is the next evolution for us. Just 2 quick points, if I can touch your question, Dato' and John, just now in terms of performance-based contracting. One area that I feel it's quite critical to make that a success is our own internal people, from management or become a manager point of view or thinking, operating thing as a supervisor or manager, to act or behave a little bit more as an owner. Yes, then exactly. It is important. I do believe based on my experience, the next few years within this generation, you will see this become standards. And the basic fundamental is the data. As you get more and more intelligent building coming in, if you want to do energy performance contract, for example, right? 36 years old building, how do you set the baseline? How do you determine the ringgit or Australian dollar to that contract? But as you get more and more intelligent building, if we treat the data right, if we keep the data right, I think it's easy to do performance based. And energy is a next no-brainer if you got that right. So that's my view, Dato' and John.
Correctly. Would any of you like to comment on that, John or Dave?
I 100% agree with the comments, and I think as we move into this, everybody will be looking for the value creation, and energy is a big one, certainly in facilities. Yeah, in all asset management, if we look at it, we're looking at how we can actually get renewable energy to run our trains, and we're going to zero emission buses. So we're actually looking at the hydrogen cells and the electric, but putting a plan in place to say, how do we transition? And I think to Izwan's point, that transition is the whole procurement, it's the whole inventory. You got to look at it from drivers. There's a new skill required. The technology for buses has changed. The mechanics, you need training courses at your your universities and your colleges for people to understand how to maintain and manage these assets. Then the electrical infrastructure, do you have enough electrical infrastructure to supply the batteries and those sorts of things? You've got to look at the whole problem, not just say, I want to have zero emission buses. You've got to look at the end-to-end inventory and logistics and understand how you're going to make all of that work. And Iswan's point is people used to think narrow. You've now got to think broad and work out how to stitch it all together.
Right.
I think it's interesting in Australia within the resource sector in particular. You know, the big resource companies are taking a lead in this now. They really are. And you know, years ago, if you thought about a mining company or an oil and gas company taking a lead in sustainability, people would have laughed you out the room. But they are actually pushing the boundaries now.
Can I just build on that point, just with one of the things that we're seeing globally is the cost of decarbonisation is skyrocketing. And the cost of not decarbonising is skyrocketing as well. So, you know, to your point, John, I mean, you know, the abatement process, if you're trying to buy carbon offsets 5 years ago, they might have been $3 a tonne or something of emitted carbon. And it was a relatively cheap and straightforward thing to do. But now that we're sort of getting into this, you know, category 2 and 3 calculation process, and some of those early carbon credits are disappearing, the abatement curve in terms of the cost of abatement is massive. So if you can calculate that into the value of the interventions that you're making and the conversions that you're making, you can afford to do quite a lot that you couldn't afford to do a couple of years ago because it just wasn't a priority. And one of the other things we're seeing is you know, some of those high emission companies are just finding it impossible to insure. Insurance companies won't touch them. You know, lenders won't touch them because, you know, we've just got so much consumer activism around what people are willing to invest in. And you know, those companies are having to show really good, clear plans in terms of how they're decarbonising and how they're cleaning up their act in order just to get funding from the banks and insurance from the insurance companies. So it's a very quickly moving space. And we've got just a lot of clients building that into their value frameworks, trying to make sure that they're calculating that and looking forward and predicting where that game is going. It's a really interesting thing. And I got to say, Australia's at the forefront of it. Yes. I'm always super proud to be an Aussie these days because in the asset management space and the value-based decision-making space, there's nowhere better in the world than what's happening in Australia. It's amazing.
That's true. Right? That's why we're looking towards Australia now, because we know that in the world you're probably among the most advanced in terms of asset management.
This whole Dato and Paul, this whole ESG is critical. It's almost a requirement right now. If I take a part of our business, which is the convention business, the MICE business, you know, when people come and wanted to organize events, international conferences with us, ESG is such a critical part. It become a requirement. They wanted to know how much we recycle, how much, what are the materials that we use, and that's really become the fundamental part of the business. It's no longer an option. It's no longer a value add. It's really the requirement. It's like a safety or security, right? That's really it. So
all in the space of a few years, right?
Absolutely. A few years ago, we don't even have this conversation. You know, it just it's now it's different. Yeah.
ESG is environment, social impact, and governance.
Yes.
But the most prominent one is actually the environment. It's because of this climate change. You know, so there is this sense of urgency for us, for all organizations to make sure that we don't make the environment worse. You know, that the world needs to be relieved, to be revived. You know, from all these carbon emissions. So that is happening now. Yeah. So anything else that we have about 2 minutes left, and I wonder, I don't have any more questions here. Okay, I'll give all of you.
So just on that, Abdullah, there is a question. There is a question in the chat, which is what's the best way to get asset owners to see value and asset management can deliver to their balance sheets.
Right.
And I think the mindset is the language we use to talk to the executives of organisations needs to be around the value that asset management creates to them and their bottom line, not about the things we do. So we know we can do technical solutions and we know we can solve some whole of life cost things, but we need to use the change of language. So just to try and help with that question that came in from Ishak, I think it's important that we have an obligation. That strategic, tactical and operational piece is there for a reason. When you go to put a paper in front of an executive or you go to want to engage with them, think about the language they use and try and pitch your position in the language that they use, and you'll get a much better reception from them. So hopefully that helps. Sorry, it wasn't where you were headed, but I saw the question. I thought it was worth answering.
Actually, you're right. I'm thinking out loud now. When you talk about values, there's a lot of things in there. Values means what do you take as priority? What is important to you? So I think the definition of values today has changed very much from what it was many years ago. So
really importantly on that one. So I have my engineering department. We spend about $50 million in my part of the business on doing things. I expect a 10-to-1 ratio of delivery. So I'm expecting $500 million of value to be created by spending that $50 million. I believe engineering departments and asset management areas should be measuring their performance on the value they have created for the organisation. And you watch senior management come and want to do asset management because all of a sudden they're seeing that if you can get a 10-to-1 ratio from any investment, that's better than anywhere else they can spend their money.
Exactly what we're seeing, John, everywhere. That shift in thinking.
All right. So I'll give you guys 2 minutes each to just wrap up and give us your final thoughts on what we discussed today. Starting with John.
I think I just used my 2 minutes, I've got to say, but it's been really great, and it's great format with the panel, I think, and to get that connection between the talks. So Abdullah, I've really enjoyed participating, and I always love learning as I go out into these different conferences around the world. So thank you.
Thank you, John. I think all of us have enjoyed too, listening to your paper and discussing it. Yeah. So Dave, do you have anything to say for your 2 minutes?
A much used phrase is people do asset management, and I think that the pitch that I had there today was really around the people side of things, the collaboration forums for people's learning, and also the competency and assessment and that the knowledge for people in the asset management space. And that doesn't limit them purely to the technical aspects of asset management, as the other speakers have said. This is the finance people, engineers, accountants, supply. It's the group, and the definition of asset management is the coordinated activity of an organization, and that's exactly why that definition is the way it is. All activity.
All right. Thank you, Dave, for your thoughts. Izwan, your final thoughts.
Thank you, Dato', and all the panelists. It's been a pleasure not only be able to share our perspective from property and oil and gas, but it's also listening from transport. And Dato' has the road and bridges, so that's great. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Paul?
Similarly, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Fantastically interesting things. I'm always amazed at the different approaches, but the commonality of thinking. And there's just such a massive trend around this now. It doesn't matter where you are in the Americas or EMEA or Oceania or in Southeast Asia or here or in Japan particularly. This is such a rapidly emerging space, and it's super exciting. It's literally kind of changing the world to a great extent.
Yes, it is. I'm really glad to be in it.
Yeah.
Management is the thing of the future. You can see it coming. So with that, I thank you very much. John as our paper presenter, and all the panelists for a very stimulating discussion. I think we have learned a lot from today. There's a lot to absorb actually, but there's also opening our minds to many different ideas. So thank you very much for sharing all your knowledge and experience.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then, so over to you, Dina, Dr. Dina.
Congratulations to the moderator, presenter, and panels of session 4 for a very lively discussion. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our heartfelt thanks to Yang Berbahagia, Dato' Insinyur Abdullah bin Abdul Rahman for moderating an interesting session. And before we move on, there is a message from the organizer for the participants that the program book is now available at icw-aseansuper8.com. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break and we'll resume the conference for session 4 at 3:45 p.m. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Have you ever wondered, how do they maintain a big building? There's a $1 million question that most people ask. How did they manage to maintain all these buildings? The answer lies in KCJ Engineering Sdn Bhd, a Bumiputra solution provider for the built environment. The man behind all this, a visionary Bumiputra, the chairman of KCJ, Tan Sri Fuzi Harun, who is the 11th former Malaysian Inspector General of Police and the Managing Director of KCJ Engineering, Dato Azman Yusof. KCJ Engineering has experience of over 22 years in the service and has over 285 technical and non-technical staff and also 300 support services staff. The biggest project handled by KCJ Engineering is Facility Management and Maintenance Green Building Index GBI at Platinum Rating Certification, Ministry of Works, Facility Management at Ministry of Agriculture. KCJ Engineering have accomplished a various amount of achievement such as Grade A Certificate of Bumiputra Contractor, recognition by Ministry of Work, and many more. Pioneering in mechanical, electrical, civil elements, audiovisual and energy efficiency and non-technical facility service in meeting the demand of our client. Our people are highly skilled, experienced and committed to deliver quality service to our customers. KCJ Inventions to the horizon with the objective to be the leading Bumiputra contractor in the country. As a competitive company, we ensure our clients with facility management service in optimizing your environment. KCJ Engineering promises excellent accuracy and precision in every aspect of technical and services. We always deliver high-quality engineering consultancy services that enrich the lives and living communities locally and internationally. Our service offering covers all aspects of urban infrastructure and management advisory, providing our clients with end-to-end sustainable solutions across many range of industries. We utilize our strong technical capabilities and abundant experience as an engineering contractor. Our philosophy is to meet our clients' complete satisfaction as we strive to create value together with our clients and to grow and prosper with them. We have experts who are qualified and well-trained in the field of horticulture. Our civil engineering team provide a crucial aspect in advancing society by coming up with a new concept. They will survey your area and improve your landscape limitations, as landscaping plays a crucial role in environmental balance. We deliver general pest control service for domestic, commercial, and industrial sectors. We also provide housekeeping service as well as maintaining hygiene, cultivating from a diverse scope of work resulting to an enthusiasm to elevate our performance. Our hygiene team will ensure all the nook and crannies will be spotless to ensure better health. Our housekeeping service attention to detail is their top priority. Communicative with our clients to give them confidence and trust with the best result and satisfaction. Our priority is to make sure high quality and satisfaction is achieved in order to meet the maintenance best practice. While retaining our integrity, we strive in becoming the most prestigious and preferred contractors in delivering excellence, bringing the reliability of technology with the needs of the people. KCJ Engineering is the frontier of one-stop solutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Session 4 is on technology, and the moderator for this session is Professor Surveyor Dr. Shahrul Nizam bin Kamaruzaman, Head Asset and Facility Management Research, Faculty of Built Environment, University Malaya. Professor Surveyor Dr. Shahrul Nizam Kamaruzaman obtains his PhD from the School of Mechanical, Aerospace and Civil Engineering, University of Manchester, UK. His expertise is in the field of facilities and building performance. He has 15 years of experience in building and construction industry, holds over 150 publications, sits in several editorial boards of international and local journals, a registered building surveyor, professional technologist, certified facilities management manager, expert panel, technical advisors and committee members for organizations such as JKR, CIDB, and ISO. And he is also active in conducting research in built environment. He conducts a research by Construction Research Institute of Malaysia and awarded a research grant by British Council to look into sustainability through building information modeling. Please welcome Professor Surveyor Dr. Shahrul Nizam bin Kamaruzaman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dina, for the lovely words. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good evening to all. As we all are aware, this will be the final session for today, and as a saying goes, saving the best for last. This session will be focusing on technology in the asset and facilities management. So for those who have just joined us, this session involves a presentation by a speaker, followed by 3 panelists to share their views on the topic, and lastly, the Q&A session. So to kickstart, allow me to introduce the speaker for today's session, Mr. Shahrul Nizam Shamsuddin. Shahrul Nizam Shamsuddin graduated from the Australian National University with a double degree, Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting and the Bachelor of Laws, LLB, with honors. Shahrul Nizam is a member of the Harvard Club of Malaysia and the Institute of Marketing Malaysia. He also completed his Advanced Management Program, AMP, from the International Institute of Management Development Business School, Lausanne, Switzerland. Prior to his appointment, Shahrul Nizam was the Chief Executive Officer of Touch and Go Sendirian Berhad. He was appointed as a member of the Perenjana Capital Investment Panel to leverage on his in-depth experience in fintech to assist the government of Malaysia's initiative in accelerating Malaysia's economic recovery throughout the pandemic. In addition to this, he has deep industry and operational experience in manufacturing and assembly, engineering, and oil and gas during his tenure as President, COO of SCOMI Engineering. Shahrul Nizam began his career as a returning Petronas scholar, serving in the Corporate Planning and Development Division and later became the founding shareholder and COO of Petronas' first IT outsourcing company. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Mr. Shahrul Nizam Samsudin, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, UEM Agenta Berhad, to deliver his presentation. Please welcome.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Shahrul Nizam. It's the first time I have someone with my namesake on the panel. I'm pretty sure that you're the more qualified Nizam in the panel today. My fellow esteemed panel members, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. I'll try to keep everyone, I guess, piqued in their interest on this subject. It is certainly a subject that I am passionate about. And digital transformation in the asset facility management is not something we commonly talk about, but it's certainly something that is of immense importance for the industry, in particular after we come out of this post-pandemic recovery. So allow me to begin and give you some insights of how I look at this space. So in the last many years of my corporate experience, I've been involved in both B2B and B2C technology initiatives, and of recent times with Touch and Go. And what I find most compelling is that in the last 10 years, technology innovation has centered around the consumer, whether it's platform technologies like Amazon, whether it's EV vehicles with Tesla, and both companies are valued in excess of $1 trillion. They are basically remodeling the way consumers view not just the products and services that they offer, but everything else around it. And I remember during the time when we built the Touch and Go e-wallet together with our partners Alibaba, and I was having a conversation with Jack Ma, and he was saying that, you know, the world needs smarter people and not necessarily smarter buildings or smarter cars. And I thought, well, you know, it's interesting when you enable people with data and you are able to circumnavigate everything that you need in your fingertips through technologies in mobile and applications, you then get to access these services rather easily. But now the convergence is happening. And what is so important about having this convergence is that the B2B and B2C space is making the consumers a lot more aware about what they want, not just from platform providers, but also from asset providers like ourselves. And hence my first point that perhaps we could think through as I go through this presentation is that as consumerism and technology continues to be the primary focus of post-pandemic recovery, asset management is becoming the most important topic because a lot of people see the need for it, but they can live without it, particularly when people are moving more and more virtually, either in their own screens, and I'm surrounded by screens in my own office, but also as you see the technology developing into the metaverse. And what that means is that the physical real estate, property, asset, highways are soon going to be somewhat virtualized in a way that we've never seen before, not just from a data point of view, but in terms of action-oriented revenue generation that requires a completely different business model for asset managers like ourselves. So I want to give that perspective, although it seems a little bit far-fetched in the beginning from a Malaysian perspective, but not necessarily from a global perspective. And I'll share some examples with all of you in terms of some of the use cases we have, and also some of the things that I've experienced with our clients in Dubai in particular, where some of these things are being put into play. So today's topic really focuses around, you know, where is the tech really bringing us? I mean, a lot of people tell me that, yeah, there's a lot of tech, but there's still a lot of human capital involved. It's still very much input driven. Clients still want to look at price and costing. So culturally, and we've heard from the last panel, you know, culturally, perhaps not all countries and all asset managers are on the same page in relation to how we accept technology and how we implement technology. And I want to talk a little bit about that before I delve into some of the things that Agenta is doing as an organization in terms of how we are putting technology into play. So the first point I would like to make is that, you know, from an asset and facilities management point of view, you know, the convergence is becoming so rapid to the point that, you know, we're getting consumers who want to circumnavigate working from home and working in the office, working in flexible modes, working in different surroundings, people wanting to access malls, both digitally as well as physically, tenants who want to have the flexibility of having different types of services rendered to them is making more and more decision making around the consumers a lot more compelling for asset managers. And I remembered my conversation with one of our key clients in Dubai, who are coming out with, you know, futuristic buildings of the future, which obviously Dubai is known for. You know, one of the key questions we had to answer is what is next for the consumers? What would be the thought process of the modern consumers who want to rent office spaces? What kind of facilities do they want? How do they want to access it? And largely, a lot of the things that we want to do in building and constructing new facilities require the consumer in mind, because they're going to pay the rent at the end of the day, or somewhat a subscription of the rent at some point in time, if it's a co-working space or a different type of working spaces that we want to talk about. So this consumer navigation is something that we need to really spend time on, because this is really where the rubber hits the road for a lot of the work that we're doing, particularly in the commercial space. So we go on to looking at how this is reshaping itself. And, you know, and you know, different parts of the world are sharing different things to us. I mean, in Malaysia, we are already starting with a lot of data collection and API connections between machine, building, and really trying to get more autonomy in terms of how they interact with different parts of the services that we render for our clients. But then we have to take it to the next level. And I know my colleague, or my previous colleague, Izwan, was also talking about KLCC, and I was fortunate enough to be part of that whole journey in the early years of my career. And now we talk about the Twin Towers, and for me, one of the most iconic, and if not the most sophisticated building we have in the country. We also have to move it to a more hyper-personalized user experience, because the type of workers or the type of environment and surroundings, inclusive of ESG, of course, but just generally how people view the asset is a lot different now than it was, you know, some 20 odd years ago when we first started this journey with KLCC, for example. Then we start thinking about, yeah, we want to have predictive maintenance, we want to have proactive maintenance, but really, you know, a lot of clients tell me, you know, can the building heal itself? Can we find a way to make sure that the building itself understands what it needs, when it needs it, and then records that sustainable effort as part of maybe an ESG counter where we track, you know, how we reduce carbon emissions, how we create a more efficient energy resource within the building itself, so that it is almost a standalone asset that allows the interaction to be done through artificial intelligence. And it's things that are already happening today. So really, it's not just about improving efficiency and cost, but just generally quality of life. And quality of life relates to how we can increase the economic activity, because I can tell you now, if we compare the recovery efforts for different countries, you will find that most countries are still struggling with the fact that people are not coming into closed spaces as much as they did before, right? And then there's a lot of reasons why that is. I mean, pandemic being one of it, but really even after it's opened up, I think there's still a reluctance or a culture that has been built up during the lockdown that is forcing people to work in different ways. And I think, therefore, adapting the right technology for these circumstances is so important to make sure that assets that we manage, whether it's in a REIT or in its own, has the ability to adapt to those changing circumstances. So how do we move forward, right? So I know when I saw my brochure, you know, when I first came in, and now the brochure that we have, and I looked at all of my competitors, and we talked about, yeah, everyone has an integrated asset and facilities management. And we have, to a larger extent, contracts that are very much focused on cost efficiency and making sure the client can manage maintenance at a cost-effective level. But with the arguments of post-pandemic recovery, with the arguments of smarter consumers, and with the argument of more technology being put into buildings and in the consumer's hands, you know, integration is just not good enough. And now we really have to start optimizing the data into spaces that allow us to do more than just optimize, right? How do we create that environment where the building itself can allocate resources to where it's most needed? And so the proliferation of smart intelligent building, of clusters of buildings, is becoming more and more real. And you know, on my recent visit to Saudi, for example, and we were visiting the King Abdullah Financial District, it's an amazing facility built by the Saudi government. And really what we're seeing is that a lot of the new architectural building construction technology is now infused with things like BLE to allow a lot of the materials to interact with the actual construction itself, so that a lot of the work that we sometimes have to do as asset managers or maintenance companies during the defect liability period can be avoided based on how we construct the building and how we need to manage it over time. And hence, if you look at the future cities are going to have that interplay in a lot more ways than we think, right? Because cities are going to be driven by analytics coming from these buildings, how effective they are in managing ESG criteria around carbon emissions, around energy efficiency, around extended realities that allow city councils, municipal councils to look anything from energy waste to the use of asset as a service. So the point I'm trying to make is this. We used to build buildings because we think after we built the building, our business case says that we got people coming in to use our services, so we're going to get revenue from it. Now, that's not necessarily the case, because the buildings or the facilities itself has to suit to the requirements of the consumer. And then now the consumers are saying, well, you know, I've got all this information and I want to make some intelligent choices about what I want, when I want it, right? And so in a completely transformative environment, we need to find a way to allow cities to evolve using this data, right? And part of it is about collaboration. Part of it is about reducing our inhibitions about sharing information, because this is what future cities are going to be made of. And certainly I'm seeing a lot of that in the Middle East as they build new frontiers in terms of buildings as well as construction technologies that will drive the future of cities in a completely different way. And hence allowing the future workforce to be more comfortable to be based in those sort of places. And you will see now that a lot of Middle Eastern countries are now attracting European and American companies to be headquartered there in order for them to realize this vision. Next. So how do we get there? You know, part of the thing that, you know, I always have to engage, you know, internally with my team as well with our partners and subcontractors is that a people-centric business, and we're an asset business that has a lot of people involved. I mean, ourselves, we have 24,000 people across 6 countries. And really the idea here is not necessarily just one for the other. How do we create a human-machine interaction or integration that complements the way that we deliver services, right? And so we're not a stranger to mechanization and technology. We have been using it in all the assets we manage, whether it's in hospitals, for example, the use of robots and other devices that will allow us to do things more efficiently, or at the highways, or in creating you know, aerial views of our facade or building inspection that is part and parcel of our work. But I think it's necessary but not sufficient. The idea is that with this data that we've collected, we've got a lot of data points in the millions, where we basically now have infused that into different machine learning programs that allows our cloud. We have an Agenta cloud that allows us to push a lot of this information back out into the workforce, you know, managed by our own people, but then we are more efficient in managing the resources that we used to have in doing some of these activities. So the start is always about collection of that information and using it in the power of technology to actually allow your people or your resources to be better equipped in terms of managing these assets. And, you know, this is the hard part, right? Because clients are saying, well, you know, this is nice, Nizam, but, you know, how are we going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? And what, you know, how do we actually move from here, right? And certainly in the commercial spaces, particularly retail, you know, when we look at how consumers are circumnavigating malls, for example, and then I saw this firsthand in Dubai Mall in Dubai, where, you know, you have a wayfinder that is geofenced on an app that allows you to go from one shop to another and circumnavigate your way with concierge services, with integration to digital payments. And it allows you to be walking undisturbed the way you want to do your shopping anywhere. And I've never seen something so seamless. But then when you look into commercial buildings, we don't have that. You know, and it's still a lot more of the sort of front end marketing that allows people to see what you have to offer. And so a lot of facilities now are becoming more personalized, right? And we see this in our hospital space, with our partners around the world, where we see that hospital operators are now bringing patients closer and closer because of the pandemic towards managing their own health and how they want to be treated. And the doctors, they want to oversee some of the data and how they make those selection and choices, and how hospitals are now adapting to those services and creating the right commercial value for them to come back. And that goes the same with doctors along the way. In the highway, for example, we're using a lot of technology to now scan road surfaces for potholes, looking at degradation of works, looking at how subcontractors are managing their services for our clients. But all this are still very much in the realm of cost efficiency, right? And I think there is a need for us to start moving into extended realities so that we can actually help the client to unlock the potential of their own asset to new revenue sources. And that's the discussion that we're having with our clients at the moment. So I guess the interesting thing is that today, when you build something, it's really in the realm of the construction guys and the architects. They look at building world-class facilities, and then they figure out that they need someone to go and manage it along the way. And then suddenly we find that a lot of the stuff are not integrated within the building itself, or it hasn't really been planned for the evolution of a building. Typically, when we build something, we build it, yes, for the future, but it's static for that point in time. And this is one of the key problems we find as we get into the defect liability period, as we get into maintaining the maintenance of the asset itself, that a lot of things are suddenly demanded by the clients or the client's clients. And then suddenly we find that we need to build a lot of add-ons, which doesn't really create that sort of synergy as how technology should be evolving. And so one of the things that we are looking to work with our clients in Dubai, for example, is how do we build asset management right up front together with the way they intend to build new properties, new buildings, new malls, right? And making sure that we have a lot more intel based on our cloud and the information that we've done from past work to be able to guide us in terms of how technology is going to evolve as part of that whole ecosystem. And I think this is probably one of the biggest moves that I think needs to happen. We have it in pockets and I've seen it around the world, but I think it's really important that everyone in the ecosystem finds a convergent point where world-class buildings and facilities are a lot more, I wouldn't say maintenance driven, but a lot more technology and information driven to allow construction of buildings that are architected for modern design to be able to deliver some of those values that we want for the future, whether it's sustainability, whether it's energy efficiency, or whether having it to be so self-aware that it understands what it needs and when it needs it. And I think this is a very important part about building the future. And I think the conversation has to start now, particularly for the new assets that we're managing. So my colleague Izwan was talking about Petronas Twin Towers, and I was very happy that both KLCC and ourselves have worked together to build this command and contact center for them. Together, we basically are creating a very hyper-aware Twin Towers that allows these data points to be managed and utilized for them to do the analytics, and hence linking it to key performance indicators that are relevant for future sustainability initiatives. This is one of the key things about managing the energy within Twin Towers, and having that hyper awareness of managing daylight factor is important, because this is a very, very huge building, and we are basically managing all the resources and assets, whether electrical, mechanical, or otherwise, to be able to deliver the best possible value. And this is what I mean by having great collaboration between ourselves and Petronas and with KLCC, in order for us to deliver a building that is so iconic, to be able to continue to be aligned and adaptable to new technology. And I think it's really, really important, and we're very glad to be part of this project together with them. So, sustainability is definitely a big topic, and we certainly, as part of our listed company, we certainly adopting ESG in a very big way, and certainly for our buildings and our hospitals that we manage, we certainly have measures that looks into GHG emissions. We look at how we reduce energy demands, how to improve the management of renewables as well as waste, and the idea is that our ability not just to get our clients certified, but also the ability for us to continue to audit our performance is something that's so important to us. And it builds that capability over time. And it's certainly something that we continue to reimagine because buildings have different requirements when it comes to a lot of these factors. And so we have to tailor these requirements to the clients that we're managing. So a good example is one of the iconic buildings that we're currently managing, aside from the Twin Towers, our very own Prime Minister's office in Putrajaya, where we apply a performance-based contract that is tied against a GBI Platinum certification, i.e. Our continued contract renewal is dependent upon us maintaining certain criteria under GBI in order for the Prime Minister's office to be able to achieve this level of performance from energy reduction. If you can see, we have achieved 39.4% reduction in energy consumption within the Prime Minister's office itself, reduction of water consumption, even recyclable waste. We look at how we manage organic waste for such a big facility. And we're very proud of the team that is doing this because they take a lot of effort in making sure that all the data points are basically collected for action to be taken and for the Prime Minister's office to be always within the space of the GBI Platinum certification. And recently, one of our hospitals, Sultanah Maliha Hospital, which was recognized by our Prime Minister, was one of the first, world's first LEED version 4 gold certified hospital, where we managed to assist the Malaysian Health Ministry within this hospital to reduce their energy bills, to reduce their carbon, emissions, and really to overall manage the resources of the hospital a lot more than we did before. And we have done so for a lot of our assets under the Ministry of Health or the hospitals under our care. And this is part of the journey in terms of implementing technology, that at the end of the day, the clients have a certain value that they receive because we implement technology, not just from integrated FM, but also as we get into smart integration of different hospitals and buildings to share that knowledge across all our workforce. And then they can apply some of the learnings from other assets into some of the work that they do in this field. So these are some of the statistics that we have been collecting so far in terms of the work that we've done for our clients. So a lot of our contracts remain input, but over time, I believe the evolution would be towards output-based or performance-based contracts. But the idea is that, all our clients want to be seen to be implementing a lot of these measures from an ESG point of view. And we've saved collectively close to 55 million of energy bill savings, which is great for our clients, but maybe not so great for our national utility who wants us to consume more. But anyway, it's part of this whole balance that we have to sort of work with in terms of managing buildings for energy efficiency. But at the same time, we also want them to be more aware of the waste they generate and how we manage those wastes. And then we're doing that as well. And if you look at the highway industry, we've been working to reuse milling waste from our highway and mix it with bitumen to be able to come up with a new asphalt pavement or reclaimed asphalt pavement that allows us to reduce the cost of repaving, but more importantly, it's environmentally friendly. So the idea here is that technology will accelerate the way we adopt these standards. And we do want to do that, not just because we're a listed company, but we're also a Khazanah-owned company where we want to be taking the lead in building these technologies on behalf of Malaysia and also in our global setting with the countries that we operate in. So this is so important for us to continue to reimagine sustainability in a way that is implementable in Malaysia, but yet still relevant and keeping pace with what the world is telling us to do. So this is my last slide, Prof, and my esteemed panel. I guess, how do we get started? I'm having these conversations with clients and they say, well, Nizam, it's all great. I love your presentation. You got all this nice fancy stuff. But, how do I start? Where do I start building these competencies and the gaps that I have? And gap management is always something that is always a chicken and egg. And it's always a point where cost is always going to be a defining factor. So I think the most important part about identifying gaps is also to make sure that you're not the only one that has to face this problem. And as a service provider and moving into an asset management role in a very big way driven by technology, we need to be able to discuss co-creating different solutions that will allow our resources to be commingled with the client's resources in order to deliver the best. And this will come from the use of our technology. And recently we have created a new tech company called Agenta Next that will be using cloud-based services or software as a services to allow clients to access all our building and asset management tools online, real time, as part of their own facilitation of asset management. Notwithstanding if they want to use our resources or not, they are able to use our software platform to manage their own assets and to be able to utilize that to the point that they can also achieve those savings in a way that they visualize. And part of the co-creation is also to sort of liberalize the way they think about their asset. And then hence creating that opportunity for us in a future setting where we could potentially collaborate for future assets that they want to manage. And so that would be the evolution of facilities management as opposed to purely looking at it from a facilities point of view, but really we're looking at it from how future assets will be built, how future revenue is going to be created, and how we deliver that technology. And then hence creating that opportunity where we continue to train our people to be looking forward rather than backwards. Which is something that's easy to do when you're looking at cost and budget, but then you find that a lot of your assets are going to be, I guess, if you're part of a REIT, and then a lot of the REIT buildings are talking to us and saying, well, how do we continue to build the yield on these REITs if investors are not coming in or tenants are not coming in to renew their leases, if they don't see some of this modern injection of technology and innovation in their buildings, in addition to making sure that it's ESG compliant. So I think this is, I guess, a renewed business plan for a lot of asset managers, particularly the ones that I see in Malaysia. And certainly, in our foray in Dubai, where we have a large operation, and also a recent foray in Saudi Arabia, what we're finding is that people are not starting from zero base, because their ability to grow due to incoming funds from Europe and America, and also their own large wealth, allows them to jump the curve. And I think it's so important that the industry evolves and understands how we can be part of that journey, so that these buildings can be completely interconnected, and it will be a benefit to the country, Malaysia, as well as regionally and globally for all asset managers alike. So with that, thank you very much for your time and attention. I hope I wasn't too boring, and I look forward to the panel discussion after this. Over back to you, Prof.
Noted. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharon Nizam, for a very interesting sharing. I'm quite amazed to see how UEM Magenta has been able to drive technology in pushing the quality of life to a higher level. And with all the huge data that was presented just now, wow, is totally amazing achievement by UEM Magenta. Nevertheless, we would appreciate if you can stay on board as we move on to the next session for the panelists to discuss and deliberate further on the topic itself. So I think we will now move on to the next session. Interestingly, we have been able to bring in three distinguished panelists to further share their views and deliberate more on the topic of technology adoption in asset and facilities management. So allow me to call upon and introduce our first panelist, Mr. Ahmad Shairainon. Began studying land surveying at the Kuala Lumpur Technical Institute when he was 16 years old. So in 1993, he pursued his land surveying studies at University Technology, Malaysia. Satellite image processing at University Putra, Malaysia in 1995. Mitsubishi Certified Meteorological Radar Engineering in Japan and BATC UTM Facility Management course are among the courses he has taken up. He has also completed the British Institute of Facility Management BIFM Level 6 training. He is also a trainer for the Human Resource Development Malaysia. So during his journey in the field, he has been able to establish Microcorp Technology Sdn Bhd in June 2000. He is in charge of Microcorp Technology overall operations, as well as the company's ICT infrastructure development project. He has also successfully implemented ICT infrastructure projects for a number of universities, including UiTM, UPM, UKM, UMT, UMP, as well as other government agencies such as the Public Works Departments or JKR and the National Atomic Licensing Center. He has also consulted on a number of ICT development projects, including the PFI of UiTM campus and the establishment of Public Safety System for Iskandar Development Authority, IRDA. So please welcome Mr. Sharainon to share his views on the technology. But before that, if I may direct the discussion into a specific context, Mr. Sharainon, what would be your view on asset and facilities management technology from the viewpoint of digital resources and organizational structure?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the introduction. Assalamualaikum and very good evening. Okay, so to answer to your question, I would like to bring back to the background of the phases in digital transformation. When we start with this digital transformation, normally we start with the digitization, digitalization, and now we are moving towards to the digital transformations. When we do a digitization, we talk about the encoding analog data into digital data that encompass a computer that can store, process, and transmit information. And we talk about the analog to digital task shift, and using the IT to enable cost-effective resource configuration. Based on the above, we define that digitization is converting analog data to digital data. Then we go to the digitalization. We talk about how IT digital technology can change business processes, modernization, traditional firm customer interactions by providing new online or mobile communication, and often new social technical structure with digital artifacts are organized, which will not be possible without digital. And later now we are in the mode of the digital transformation, its most pervasive phase, leading to the development of new business models, which is maybe unique to the local firms or industry. We talk about the business model represent how the enterprise create and deliver value to customers, and talk about that convert payments received into profits. And we also talk about the introduce a new business model and logic to create and capture value. So in answer to that, we talk about digital resource. In the digitization, we talk about digital assets. In digitalization, we talk about digital asset, digital agility, digital networking capability. And when we move to digital transformation, we talk about the capability and the big data analytic capability. And again, digital resources nowadays is important. Firm today invest heavily in the development and acquisition of digital asset. And of course, digital asset include data, information, communication infrastructure, and also accompanying technologies. And nowadays, the firm may require additional digital and non-digital resources to successfully transform their business. So it's important for them to identify the relevant digital resources in their organization that need to be transformed in order to align with their business digitally. In today's dynamic, unpredictable markets, organization normally must be flexible to respond to changing customer needs and introduce to the new digital technology. Digital agility fosters the combination and development of new products and the capability of organization to select, attract, and link, engage, and heterogeneous set of network stakeholders like customer, supplier, and third party strongly stimulates the value creation and growth platforms. And to answer to that, 75% surveyed executive admit, the most critical system and strategy rely on data. So it means that our resources need to be readily understand how to use the data in order to support the transformation of the organization. In relate back to the organization structure, of course, digital transformation has implication for the structure of the business. Organization needs a flexible organization, from not just to allow about fast response, but need to be constantly changed. This means that separate business unit, agile organization, is need to be digital functional area. The use of traditional management layer may no longer be effective, especially in the fast changing digital environment. And it's important that features of digital transformation that increase reliance on the IT analytical function. And of course, the IT team need to be transformed from a line function focused and just to talk about connection, so they need also to focus about how the data flows into more proactive and orchestrating mode roles. The IT team is no longer, they cannot do their old jobs anymore. They need to change their mindset to support the organization, especially to utilize this data that mostly available, like Mr. Shahrul Nizam mentioned. Digital transformation is imply the attraction of employees. So with digital and analytical skill that may be replaced existing workforce. So recently, we are focusing about transforming our facility, talking about digital asset, but don't forget that we also need to prepare our resources, our staff, for them to enable them to do to improve their analytical thinking, analytical skills, in order for them to stay in the field of the digitalization or in the organization that they work. So that's my takes on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharainon, for the thoughts about technology. It was quite an interesting point where you highlighted about data analytics. You also highlighted about data flow. You also highlighted about the changing mindset that needs to be embedded into people or humans or the IT people who are looking at the technology of asset and facilities management. So we'll keep that thought for a while we move on to our next panelist, and we should come back and further deliberate into that very, very interesting point from you, Mr. Sharainon. Thank you very much again. Allow me to just move on to our next panelist. Our next panelist is Ms. Aiza Azrin Ahmad. Ms. Aiza Azrin Ahmad is the MDEX Chief Digital Business Officer and brings well over 20 years worth of experience and expertise to further strengthen MDEX resolve in leading Malaysia's digital economy forward. She will oversee, she oversees and steer the digital adoption ecosystem in e-commerce, business digital adoption, data ecosystem development, and digital infrastructure. Aiza also lead external innovation opportunities to expand commercial strategies and build corporate business and innovation for MDEC. So let us welcome Ms. Aiza Azrin Ahmad, Chief Digital Business Officer, Malaysian Digital Economy Corporation, to share her views on the aspect of technological of asset and facilities management. Please welcome Ms. Aiza.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharul. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And also salam sejahtera to everybody. So the challenge when you come out after Sharul Nizam is that you're going to sound not very smart anymore. And whatever that you prepare, I think you just have to throw it away. So that is how I'm going to start, so that people will lower down their expectation on me and not just say MDEC pan very well. But jokes aside, I was enthralled by Sharul Nizam's presentation, but I think we should let the cat out of the bag, Nizam. I look to him as literally inspiration in all things digitalization. So I always call him poster boy for digitalization. And thank you for the introduction as well. Yes, I do have the accountabilities to do all that, especially external innovation. But if I just kind of narrow down to asset and facility management, see what Nizam and also Mr. Sharaino just now brought forward are all things which I think right now we can no longer think about it. We've got to do something about it, right? So I think Nizam has gone out, look at best practices around the world and say, you know, if that's happening in Dubai, why can't we do it here? And of course, cost is always an issue, right? Who's going to pay for it, right? But the thing is, the nearest asset facility management digitalization at MDEC is that when I come into MDEC, there's a thermal assess of my temperature, and that's it. I don't have to go and put my forehead to any of the thermometer. So that was the closest that MDEC is doing. But what Sharul Nizam and also Encik Sharaino put up at this point, I think what we need to do is in MDEC, of course, we've got so many grants, right? We also have so many programs. But I have to say this, and I say this with a lot of love, that when it comes to digitalization or technologizing asset and facility management, I have not seen something popping out as the potential of this particular company to move the needle. I mean, Nizam aside, because he has, you know, deep pockets, and also he's working for Agenta, so he has shareholders that he has to answer to. But what would be the best for the entire ecosystem in Malaysia is that we allow, and I know Nizam would do this for me if I asked him to do it, right? And I think he would be one of the first person to do this, the father of digitalization, is you have startups that think about this area. So you kind of mobilize the whole entire ecosystem from the lowest common denominator of the entire system to the highest, which is the likes of Agenta and Microcorp, right? So we need to have that more. I think we need to have more microcorps. We need to have at least 10 microcorps. And I can understand the whole entire argument around competition, but I think Malaysia is such, I don't want to use this word, but we are still developing the understanding about asset and facility management. The pie is big enough for everyone. What I see is in MDEC, of course, there's a lot of startups, there's a lot of technology service providers, but you'll be shocked if I say that half of, let's just say I'm currently having about 800 technology service providers with MDEC, ready to train startups, ready to train MSMEs in digitalization. Half of that is actually doing point of sale system. Now that begs the question, where is the focus now, right? If everybody has point of sale system, then it's like there's 400 to choose out of 800, half of the population. What someone else is doing? So that's where I'm coming from, ecosystem build, because MDEC is accountable for that. Yes, we look to Magenta, still trying to find a way to work with them. Because I don't want to be humiliated by coming to him and say, can we work together? And he just turned around to me and said, what do you want to work with? Because you've got nothing for me. Because quite frankly, the whole entire asset facility management, or what I would call big assets, scare people off in MDAC. And I think not just in MDAC, it scares people off, literally the population, right? Because what they think is this: wow, to go in here, I've got to have big capex. Nizam, they do have to need big capex, right? So that's a scare already. That's fear number one. So the fear factor number one. And then second, will someone actually subscribe to my products? Because I've got stories out there that startups, they went out of Malaysia and do their thing over somewhere else, and then they come back, and only then they get accepted. So that's fear factor number two. And then of course the third one is always the priority of the nation, right? The priority of Malaysia. Now, MCO hit. And I love what Nizam said just now. Can we have a self-medicating building? Something along those lines. You mentioned it just now. And then Sharainu talk about, data. You talk about data flow. You talk about data understanding. I mean, here I am in MDAC. One of the departments that I'm managing is data ecosystem development. And we're still struggling to really make people understand data sharing policy. Just the word data alone makes people run the opposite way and say, no, don't talk to me because you're going to look at me. And then the size of my waist to the size of, the length of my feet, those kind of things. So it's such there's been a lot of fear around digitalization. What I hope to come out from this panel, and I'm not promising anything here because quite frankly, I can't promise anything from MDAC. Unless you want a POS system, then I can promise a lot. That's 400 that I can promise. But what I can say is that we need to work together with the industry. We need to work together with the academia, right? We need to make people understand that please, digitalization is not Instagram. Digitalization is not Facebook. Digitalization is really preservation of life. And I think what Nizam is doing with Next, and what you're talking about, Sharainu, is not literally for the current population. We are building it for the future population. So if the current population is just looking at things which are simple to digitalize, what we will find is that we will always have that digital gap. I mean, there's a lot of countries that's surpassing us. You'll be surprised, Vietnam is surpassing us. So the other day, just a joke for everybody, we were at a retreat or we were at a conference. Then there was a consultant that put up the digital index. And we sat there and one of my colleagues actually said, I cannot accept that Malaysia digital index is lower than Mongolia. And that's what's been shown. We were lower than Mongolia in terms of digital index. So with that note, I want to leave this panel for more conversations. Innovation needs to happen. Yes, we have to drive it from the government side, but we can't do this alone. We need the industry's help. But what's most important, how do we do this together? Education, awareness, so that they won't be afraid of cost. And the buzzword here right now, data, big data, AI. Now, how can we make someone like Cik Nah, who I actually makan laksam somewhere in Damansara Heights, to not be so afraid when people say AI, they say, oh, robot nak ganti saya masak nasi daging ke? That sort of feeling, right? It's a very basic question. I mean, you will laugh listening to the question, but that's a true fear over there. And especially asset and facility management, will someone take down my statistics and use that for the evil purpose in life, right? So with that, I think I'll pass over to Dr. Sharul. I'm sorry, Dr. Sharul, I had to kind of throw away my slides, to be honest. I had like 11 slides. After Nizam cakap, I got to throw them away.
I can understand. I can totally understand, after, you set the benchmark. What to do? All right. By the way, thank you so much for your sharing. It was very interesting as well. I believe MDAC as being spearing up, the technology advancement in Malaysia, definitely. So I look forward for the Q&A session later. So thank you very much again, Ms. Aiza, for your thoughts and ideas just now. So because we are quite running out of time right now, so allow me to just move on to our final panel. TS Muhammad Rizal Muhammad Rosli is the Chief Operating Officer of Beam Asia Sdn Bhd, responsible for the overall operation and technical aspects of the business. He has 14 years of experience in BIM implementation of building, infrastructure, and oil and gas industry. He is the founder and chief technical officer of BIM at Sdn Bhd and ISO 19650 base BIM training and education services provider and BIM MOD Sdn Bhd, a digital modular homes manufacturer and contractor. TS Muhammad Riza leads the operation, consists of 40 strong multidisciplinary team, consists of BIM specialists, BIM managers, coordinators, and modelers from various consultancy background. He is instrumental in ensuring BIM Asia is certified by BSI, a British certification body that provides design management, project management, and model production services complying with BIM Stage 2 in accordance with ISO 19650-1-2018 and ISO 19650-2018. So without further ado, allow me to call upon TS Muhammad Rizal on board to share his views on the technology adoption in asset and facilities management.
Thank you, Prof, for the introduction. I'm first of all amazed with what Mr. Shahrul Nizam mentioned just now, and other panels as well. But the future is now. The one that we are putting the groundwork, yes, is for our future generation. But what can we do with our current situation right now, with all our assets and facility in the country? So I think the key gaps that I can see here is by having what we call an asset information requirements. So normally these requirements, like normal when you construct buildings or infrastructure, during the design stage or during the construction stage, there's nothing mentioned exactly on how the owner or the operator wants what type of data, how do they want to operate this building, and then how do they want to receive all this kind of information. And this happened for all, I can say for all of our projects in Malaysia. Things only comes to place when suddenly the building will be handed over. And then so the owner started to think, how will I manage this building? So what happens with my information? So what I want to do with this kind of information? So based on ISO 19650, it's an ISO specifically for information management using building information modeling. So this criteria or asset information requirement need to be upfront, because normally if you ask client during the design stage, how do you want to operate this building? They ask you back, how do you want me to operate this building? So they don't know what they want. And this is a big issue when it comes to asset. Although 70% of the cost is for managing the asset, only 30% for design and construction. But based on the perspective, it seems that a lot of cost goes to the design and construction part. So, normally the client asks, where do I refer to if I want to at least have a hint of what I would require in order for me to manage my asset properly or better. So I would suggest start with the AIR first when you are putting a design brief during the design stage, or putting in the tender requirement when you are tendering it to the contractors. So in order to have this, a change of shift need to happen. We can't have the facility managers or owners only talk about this at the end of the stage. When you start doing the feasibility of a project, when you start having the idea what type of typology of project you are doing, you need to get the facility operators, you need to get the owner operators come up front and have a framework, not an exact requirement of what they will be having at the end of the day, but it steers the type of information that would be prepared in order when the handover kicks in, you have the kind of information that you require, and this information is standardized so that information or data is raw. It comes with different type of standards. Some data is like A, some data is B, some data is C, and you need to massage this data. And massaging this data is not a good thing to do when you are dealing with billions or millions of data or information. So in order to, before the owner operator or the facility operator started to do this, you have this in place. So you have removed certain costs, unnecessary costs, to massage this data when you want to manage this asset. So I think that would be the thing that we can do it now without any cost. You can prescribe the framework on how this kind of data you want when the project is being handed over, and then how you can achieve this. We do not need to do it from scratch. So we have ISO on this, and it's on information management using building information modeling. So I think from that point of view, I would like to highlight on, I think almost every project that I participated in, they don't know any idea of what kind of information that they want to manage their asset. So I hope from that angle, I can add up and enhance the information mentioned by Ms. Aiza, Mr. Sharainon, and the speaker, Mr. Sharnizam. So over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, the technologist Muhammad Rizal, for the insights into how BEAM, has been able to support asset and facilities management, especially through the adoption of ISO standards in the practice of AFM. All right, thank you so much to all panelists for the insights. And now we should be moving on to our last but not least session, which is the most interesting part, which is the Q&A session. So perhaps I would have to pick up questions from the Slido here. There seems to be quite a lot of questions, but the organizer have been able to screen to the most relevant questions to be asked to the speaker and also to the panelists. So I will just kick off the first question here addressed to Mr. Sharul Nizam. What is the market outlook of digital or automation system for asset and facility management in Malaysia for the next year and 5 years from now? Mr. Sharul Nizam, if you may share your thoughts on this, please.
Thanks, Prof. Thank you for all the kind views. Let me give you a perspective. In the last 5 years, the demand for automation and digitalization for a lot of the assets that we care for, and also from our other competitors' clients, has been less than 10%. And I think what has happened is that if you look at what the pandemic has done, there are two main things that happen. The people who own commercial buildings and malls have been asking us, how do we manage things remotely when we're not in the building? And this is becoming a real problem because a lot of the equipment have not been maintained during the lockdown. Second is that a lot of the automation next 5 years is going to be driven by healthcare facilities. And that's not something that is so uncommon, because we're spending a lot more in terms of health, public infrastructure, healthcare, as well as in managing the resiliency of that infrastructure, as well as the facilities. What we find is that healthcare is going to be driving a lot of the automation. I'll give an example. In the last 18 months, we've been contributing data to the CPRC, particularly during the critical times when we were having high cases as well as high death rates. And part of it, the data that we provide, as you know, we manage more than 15 to 20,000 tons of soil linen, which is tagged by RFID. So I know exactly when the linen that is sanitized going into my laundry plant, into the hospital, and when COVID beds are available both for ICU and non-ICU. This is so critical for public infrastructure so that they know exactly how many patients they can cater for, particularly for the hospitals that we manage in the north. Now, with that data, we've also innovated in the last 18 months a number of interesting things. So for example, we also developed a hybrid ICU, which is the 22-day prefabricated ICU unit, full spec, that can be attached to any hospital that MOH chooses in order for them to cater for additional demand. So a lot of the public don't understand that when we talk about public infrastructure and facilities, it's not just about the facilities, it's also about availability of nurses and doctors and also people like us to help manage these things. So it is a logistics equation, not simply I guess, oh, why didn't you buy this? Why didn't you buy additional beds? Why didn't you buy additional? So the key thing about growing this digitalization space is a complete co-creation between ourselves, the owner, the ministry and the regulator, to be coming together and see what the future hospitals need in order for us to cater for future pandemics and future issues and outbreaks, right? And that's where the data becomes so important, both highlighted by Sharanon as well as Tias Rizal, that we must use this to plan for the future, and Aiza has mentioned that many times. So if you look at the digitalization, if you look at digital payments, payments have gone up more than 67% during the pandemic because people want to have contactless payments. But business hasn't really been that good. I mean, although some of the offline businesses are completely dying, but the online businesses, some are good, some are bad. Generally in the food space is really good. But what I'm trying to say is, if you look at Dubai, for example, post-pandemic recovery, digitalization rates are going up in excess of 40%. They're basically preparing for the rest of the world who's not opened up to come to them. And in order for that to happen, they need to have data, right? Data to make sure that everybody can be fully vaccinated, everybody can work in workspaces that are I guess, adaptable to what they need. Companies can relocate, incentives can be built around facilities and asset management, and future buildings can take this into account as well. One of the things I'd like to note is that we manage more than 500 residential properties in Dubai, and these are like generally luxury villas around golf courses and high-end estates. One of the things that's tricky is every year you want to have 6 to 7% increase in rent. And generally, right, if you look at a high-end property, what else can you do to the property to make it palatable for someone to come in and pay that much rent? And more, what we're doing is we're becoming a unified hub for all services. So essentially, when an expat comes into one of our homes, right, they don't have to worry about internet. They don't have to worry about cable. They don't have to worry about anything else. We actually sort that out digitally in order for them to move in seamlessly into their new homes, even from the movers as well. So what we're having now is a complete integration of data to allow the seamless transition of people going into these residential homes, and hence allowing the clients to increase their revenue, which is so important. So essentially, we prepare the estate, we make sure that all the services are connected, and then put that on a digital platform, and then the clients get to realize a higher profit, and hopefully they pay me a little bit more.
Thank you, Mr. Shahrizan. Definitely, they will pay you more, and I hope that it will keep on going. All right. Thank you, Shahrizan. Right. So I've got also another question here, which is addressing, which is attended to Miss Aiza. Miss Aiza, what are the key initiatives that are being done by MDEC to reduce the cost of digital automation system for asset and facility management in Malaysia, so that they will be more cheaper, affordable? Could you share one such innovation that is being done or has been commercialized? Miss Aiza.
Thank you. Thank you, Dato', for asking that question. A short answer to this is there's none. Because like what I mentioned earlier, we haven't really looked at asset and facility management companies per se. I mean, it's probably, they have not come forth to us in terms of just looking at automation, and most of the automation are looked I answer it in this manner. Okay, so there is a smart automation grant that we have at MDEC, and the highest amount for that, the ceiling amount for that grant is 200,000. So I'm sure Nizam and engineer and as well as Prof and Sharanu would tell me 200,000 asset facility management, Aiza, that's probably just a doorbell, right? So the quickest answer to that, there's none for asset facility management. However, the smart automation grant is intended to look at what you've just mentioned, reducing the cost of digital automation system, not specifically for asset and facility management, right? The industry is pretty agnostic, but that's what I can say is the companies are not really asset facility management in Malaysia. So that's the short answer to that. But all is not bleak at the moment, because if you followed our YB Minister MOF, Datuk Tengku Zafrul announced the other day that smart automation grants has been increased, the quantum that's available to, I think, to the tune of 100 million, right? So whether or not the ceiling would be removed, we're still having conversations with the ministry. We are also having conversations with our supervisory ministry of KKMM. So if 200,000, I have to say that's too small for asset and facility management automation. But watch this space. There's certainly things that are being discussed, and we will come out possibly not this year yet, perhaps after January, to really look at the areas that we will help in terms of automation. And personally, I would tell the team to kind of pencil in asset and facility management. But most importantly, even when you give the grant, they need somewhere to plug in their product. So I'm giving hint here to a certain CEO who's smiling right now from Agenta, if you know him. You know, I'm just giving him a hint. You give grants to somebody, but they need to be able to find a place to plug in their products. So if you can come up with such a modular system, plugins, I think this area can definitely pick up. Okay, so I hope that answers your question, Dato, and thank you so much for that question. It's a very good question. I'm afraid I can't do justice to it, but I hope I've done my best. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Ms. Aiza. Very, very spot on answer to that question. And thank you for the hint as well. So I'm sure there will be a lot of people looking for you after this. You'll be quite popular after this, Aiza. Right. I'm picking up another question here, which is addressing to Mr. Sharainun. How do you see the adaptation and adoption of digital transformation, especially in terms of data analytics and also analytical thinking? Would you be able to share with us your experience or your work that focuses on how data would be able to expand or to shift paradigm the way we work around AFM? Mr. Sharainun.
Thank you, Doctor. Basically, when we talk about the implementation of digital facility or digital constructions, definitely it saves time. Definitely it saves a lot of money. It's just imagine that we are converting paper and pencil to iPads, or we are converting paper and pencil to digital. So last time when people go to works, when we can't contact them, we need to wait. But now we can contact them immediately by using many tools that are available, emails, social media, even the application that been developed for to be used by the facility management teams. I have experience like I'm developing a project, where I'm converting the manual way to digital. Most of the time, those days, they've been having stack of file that they need to approve it. Then they don't feel it. There is many, But the moment I translate that stack of file to numbers, for example, like the numbers become 10,000 reports that they need to check, then they say it's too many things that I need to be done, need to do, But all the while, they are doing the same thing, but in manual way, they never complain. They said that is my works, But now when I convert that to digital, so they immediately change that. They thought that the numbers become many, But actually what they did is very simple, very straightforward. They can simply finish the job very fast, instead of they need to, to pull all the papers, to see or to monitor the preventive maintenance reports, like they need to
checks and everything. But now it's all in digital modes, you know, so they should save the money. But the problem is not about that, it's the mindset, you know? The mindset. The moment things become digital, they thought that everything is come easy, you know. The moment things become digital, they forget about the fundamental things, you know. They start to, you know, they want the system can produce like smart things, you know, smart way, you know. So in order for us to manage facility, there will be a lot of the analytical thinking, manual way of planning need to be done, you know. You cannot just simply say, oh, the tools is there and the tools can do everything for us. No, you cannot. You cannot throw away the thinking, you know, because the system cannot think like us, but we need to input to the system for them to analyze and give a faster result, you know. But if we don't want to think and ask the system to think for us, so we need to be very, very careful then. So that's why I said that when we transform when we transform everything to digital, so we need to prepare also, need to transform the way of thinking of our team for them to have the ability to think smart way, to think much better, not just to think inside the box, you know, need to think outside the box, not just looking about, maybe those days it's not digital, they're just looking on the spreadsheet Excel box, you know. But the moment we talk about digitals, you know, we need to think outside of the box because the system can do wonders. And for us, you know, we need to use the system to reduce a lot of effort, a lot of time, and definitely when you reduce time, so you actually gain a lot of better things to do. You know? So that is my thought about that digital transformation, Prof. And for example, you know, I already done converting more than 2,000 buildings in Malaysia to digital, you know. But again, the client are not ready to accept that digital information. Like Ms. Aiza said, you know, whether we ready to accept that digital data. You know? So when I convert that 2,000 buildings, you know, so you just imagine the data that they have in one building sometimes reach to 1 million of assets, of information, of data points. So whether they are ready to accept that, so that's something that we need to build up our future to ready to receive data, digital data for them to analyze. Not on our technology side, not on our solution provider, but on the client side. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Sharainon, for the insights. It's quite interesting to see how you have been able to manage or transform about 200 over buildings into a digital data. 2,000, sorry, 2,000. Right, so it's very interesting and it must be a very hard work though. Just a quick one for TS Muhammad Rizal. There's a quite a specific question here which says BIM is pretty much the thing that comes out to our mind when we talk about digital transformation. If you will be able to share how does BIM specifically support the asset and facilities management service sector? TS Muhammad Rizal, if you may be able to share your thoughts on this.
Hello? Right.
Yes,
Sorry.
Rizal, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the question, Prof. I think everyone knows about ISO 9001. It talks about organizational management. So under organizational management, there's a subset which is asset management. So it's an ISO 55,000. And under asset management, there is information management. So this is where BIM is under ISO 19650-1, which is for project information model. It means that any information from the design to the handover stage. And then another one will be on the operational stage, which is ISO 19650-3. So this is the direct relationship between any organization or any asset or operation in relation to BIM. So if you have an asset. So an asset need to answer normal question, which is what, why, when, who, where. So all this, how do you get this item being crafted out? So there are specific structure in ISO 19650 that mention that what would be the trigger point, and then how you will structure this information so that you can use for your KPI management, your operational management, your space management, and so forth. So, and the definition of BIM itself, if I can highlight to all, BIM stands for Building Information Modeling. It's not a 3D model, it's a shared digital representation of a built asset to facilitate design, construction, and operation processes. So there's operation processes. It's not only for the design and construction. And what does it facilitate? So it facilitates to form a reliable basis for making decisions. So that is the idea where you need this information related to an asset need to be at one place, or it's confined a single source of truth that's not only gather the information during the operational stage, but it needs to gather the life cycle of that asset from the design stage, from the operational, the construction stage, and all. So you can't run from BIM to FM, because in the definition of BIM itself, it relates back to the operational processes. So thank you, bro.
Thank you, Rizal. It's quite clear now. You see how you know the quickest way of embarking into technology is using BIM from the point of view of Rizal. So I've got a very last question, but this question will be addressed to all panelists, including speaker. But you only have got about less than a minute to just give your views on this. So it's a question of what is the best way to get asset owners to see the value asset management can deliver to their balance sheet. How do we change their mindset? So I'll just start with Mr. Sharul Nizam, probably just in less than a minute.
I think, I guess there are two ways to look at it. One is that if you want to convince the client, then you have to eat the pie, which means you have to take the risk up front. And I think this is what we will need to do to invest in the relevant technology, either through a proof of concept or to basically prove the benefits to the client. And then we have to slowly move the contracting commercial requirements into more of an output performance-based contracting, allowing an upside for the service provider over time. So I think those two have to come together. And again, the discussions have to be done early. And I think the cultural change is happening, but I think it'll take some time, at least in Malaysia, and certainly with our own regulators and also the government to work through that whole process. But I think it's coming. It's coming.
All right, cheers. Thank you. Mr. Sharainun, a few words perhaps?
I think in relation to that, we need to also, I agree with Mr. Sharul Nizam, but in order for us to use, because it involves a lot of data, so we need to craft a legal or maybe an act about the sharing data, because without this, so the cost of having or sharing data are going to go up, and we are not paying, we are not going to get, we spend a lot of time to pay for the data instead of having a high technology equipment or having a good sensor, because we spend a lot of time to pay for data, because data, they don't want to share the data, because they say sharing data, you need to pay. So I think we need to craft some sort of like a legal stand or maybe an act about the data sharing, because otherwise we are not going to help the client to have this kind of technology, or is it difficult to convince them.
All right, noted that. Miss Aiza, any few words about that as well?
I think everything that they say. Thank you. I think what we need to do is that for everything that you guys are doing, so this panel is very technical, so I've learned so much, right? But one thing for sure is no matter how great the technical is and how great the technology is, whether you have bottomless pit of money to do this, the ecosystem must be there. So to develop the ecosystem is really looking not just big names doing this, but we also must give opportunities. We must educate. We must also create this whole entire awareness that don't be scared to take on large projects like this in asset and facility management. It could be a long tail project. It could be that you reap the benefits is a delayed gratification, if I can use the word. But if you net present value the whole entire investment, it is actually a very viable business. So I'm looking at you guys, open up modularity, let the little people plugins too, okay? Plug into our ecosystem.
Looking forward for that as well. Last but not least, technologies result, few words perhaps.
Thank you. So normally for our clients is goes back to the bottom line, dollar and cents. So it starts, I agree with Mr. Shahrul Nizam, we do proof of concept on certain area of the asset and then shows them the money and how do they can reduce the number of, for example, time for them to go and inspect their asset and so on, and then it transfers back into the cost of a person or a supervisor or maintenance engineer. Then they started to take their calculators and calculate. That's where the take up would be. So agree with Mr. Shahrul Nizam and Mr. Sharanun as well.
Thank you so much. So I think we have come to the end of the session. I would like to express my greatest thank you to all the panelists, to the speaker, definitely. It's been an amazing experience being on stage or on board with all our distinguished speakers, excellent panelists. So I thank you guys for the time, and I look forward to meeting you guys in another events, hopefully very soon. So thank you again to all, and I have to pass the session over to our MC, Dr. Nina. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the moderator, presenter and panels of session 4 for a meaningful discussion on technology. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our gratitude to Professor Surveyor Dr. Shahrul Nizam bin Kamaruzaman for effectively moderating the final session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of a productive and meaningful conference in which more than 20 resource persons have shared their knowledge, views and experience at AFMC 2021. And now to officially close the conference, we call upon Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Zohari bin Haji Yaakob, President, Malaysian Association of Facility Management, MAFM, and Co-Chairman, Asset and Facility Management Conference, AFMC 2021, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Zohari bin Haji Yaakob.
Thank you, Dr. Dina. Yang Bahagia Datuk Engineer Haji Zulkifli bin Sulaiman, Director General Public Works Department Malaysia. Yang Bahagia Datuk Wan Ahmad Uzair bin Haji Wan Sulaiman, Deputy Secretary General Policy and Development Ministry of Work Malaysia. Yang Bahagia Datuk Engineer Abdullah bin Abdul Rahman, Vice President Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association or MAPMA. Tuan Haji Muhammad Shahrizal bin Haji Muhammad Idris, Deputy President Malaysian Association of Facility Management. Tun Masri Haji Abu Bakar, Vice President 2 MAFM. Esteemed speakers and moderators, conference panelists, Tuan Haji Nur Hazani bin Mat Daud, Conference Manager AFMC 2021, conference participant, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. On behalf of the conference organizers, co-organized by MAFN and MAPMA, I have a great honor to preside over the closing summary of this very important and, to my mind, a successful AFMC 2021, entitled Gearing Up to the Post-Pandemic World. It was our great honor to spend the whole day today with friends, policymakers, and industry players alike, sharing knowledge and experience, charting the new norms for FM industries in the light of the post-COVID-19 pandemic era. For myself, this has been a wonderful conference. I've enjoyed listening to ideas, suggestions on how AFM can be elevated to a greater height. The talk on how digitalization and IR 4.0 will bring business sophistication and technological innovations to our local AFM and to explore new opportunities for AFM locally and abroad. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to extend our highest respect and most sincere gratitude to our moderators, our experts from both local and abroad, whom with us as presenter and panelists, participating leaders and company representatives, and fellow conference participants. This conference have not been a successful one without the strong support lended to us by His Excellency Senior Minister of Work Malaysia, respected Chief Secretary to Government of Malaysia, our 5 platinum sponsors. There are Global Facility Maintenance, GFM, UEM Agenta, BRE, Roadcare, KCJ Engineering. Our 8 silver sponsors, THB Maintenance, Huda Daya Urus, Widat Facility Maintenance, Copper Leaf, Alam Bersih, AWC Facilities, Pembinaan NKZ Sdn Bhd, and last not least MAM or Mizura Sdn Bhd. A tremendous spirit of friendships and togetherness have also evidenced throughout during preparation period of this conference by office bearers of and members of both MAFM and MAPMA to ensure the successful conclusion of the AFMC 2021. Special thanks also goes to the conference managers. There is WMIT Group Malaysia and his team for organizing AFM 2021. Despite a small and fleeting technical problems at the back room that make some of us sweating on the cold and rainy days, in my opinion, this is a spectacular event. So maybe we have an opportunity to be together again, sometimes next year or year after. But for now, I wish you all a safe trip home. And for those traveling home from work, stay safe, stay healthy always. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you.